Hello, hello everyone. Welcome to Let's Have Some Streams. I am your host, Tara the Fox. Hello and welcome to all. My mouth seemed a little off when I was talking right there, so I'm like, okay. Alright, okay. Maybe it was just freaking out for a second there, but it's fine now. Okay, it's fine. Nareem, hello and welcome. You are good? Alright, good. Good. Alright. Fully rested, got 12 hours of sleep, and I swear to God, if I get sleepy from this, I'm just gonna smack myself. How about that? I'm gonna smack myself. Like, smack them cheeks. Smack them cheeks. Wake up! Wake up! Also, I should let you guys know, I'm on my squeaky chair. Well, okay. It's squeaky when it wants to be squeaky, but I'm on my squeaky chair. My cat's occupied with my other chair. I did feel like sitting on that other chair right now. Anyway, it's getting to the point where I need to replace it because it's not particularly comfortable to sit in anymore. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. I mean, you guys technically could hit me all you want. I mean, it is, you know, there's a redeem for it. You know, it requires some points, but still. Like that. But yeah, if you hear some, like, squeaking. There you go. Like that. That's my chair. That's me moving my chair. And I move a lot. Sitting still, perfectly still in my exact same position, impossible. Can't do it. I will fail. And I will most likely murder people if I'd had to. You big nerd. The biggest nerd. But don't tell anybody. Alrighty. Let's play some Raging Loop. We didn't get too far because, yeah, I can't get too far with a 2-hour stream, unfortunately. But alas, maybe we could get some spooks in here. Dude, just seriously just do that classic wolf sound effect? Well, anyway, it can if it wants. Alright, I'm gonna try to remember the voices I did. But don't be surprised if I screw up, or we just do something completely different. And I'll try to do the Mario voice this time. It's just... It's hard for me to do the Mario voice without laughing. Because it's like, I know it sounds so bad. And I'm just over here laughing, just my ass off over it. But no. Fully rested, Tara. Fully rested. You could do this. You could be as serious as you possibly can be. That's the point. But I'm trying to be serious, though. Have a serious Mario voice. Without laughing and dying. Alright. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber of the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusty nails. Fuck, this kind of stuff only happened at the worst of times. Wait, there's nails in the grass? That's kind of dangerous. There's a little reason why we gave the Mario voice to the single most serious person. Did we? Did we give Mario voice to that one guy? Really? Alright, well, you know what? Actually, that's perfect, actually. Let's give him the Mario voice from now on. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. I wet the tubes. There were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things were looking good. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. Chimi was looking a bit bored now. I think I got it. Seriously? But it all seems so hopeless. Oh, sorry, princess. Though I still need to rebuild this. That's gonna be a lot of work. And you'll be able to leave then? Yeah, believe me. I know I shouldn't stay here long. I could take a hint. And that's great. She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh? You've been at this for hours. How are you holding up? Need a break? Hell, it'd be better if a certain someone did take away my lunch break. Hey, I gave you some crackers, didn't I? Like, that was enough to sate a guy in his mid-20s. Oh yeah, that's not gonna do shit, man. Still, I'm pretty fine. I'll push forward a bit more. You can go if you want. I've been introduced to just about everyone here. Have you really, buddy? There's 2 people you haven't met yet. Really? Well, there was no reason to need to, right? I'll stay around a bit longer. I came back here because I was bored, and it's not like I'm busy. Couldn't you play around with your 52 guy friends? I take it back. I came back because I wanted to be bored. Living in the city is so annoying and tiring, especially with 52 guys texting you all the time. Am I missing something? Is there like a point with 52? Is that like a number or something? I don't understand. Oh. Sorry, I lied about the 52 guys. Why? Because I wanted to keep you in check, I guess. Why would she pull a tactic like that only to reveal her hand? I'm still in the dark. That doesn't tell me who 52 guy is. Hey, did you really get dumped by your girlfriend? Now she asked me that. I did. Honest. I see. Well, after that relentless assault, it wouldn't be fair unless I played my own card. Want to come with? Huh? It's a 2-seater. Yeah, there's even an extra helmet. It's not dry yet, though. I'm obviously leaving soon, so unless you have something planned, you can join me. We could even go on a bike tour. If we have enough time, I could take you anywhere. Flexible, open to fine-tuning, wild, and charming. It was a good date invitation, if I said so myself. That sounds great, and I have no plans. Oh? I'll go get my stuff then. Jimmy smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and... You should hurry before I change my mind. Yeah, sure. Cybernetic Susurrus, hello and welcome. She mentioned before that Haruaki would be the 53rd guy for her. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. Especially with my tired state yesterday, I completely forgot. But thank you for reminding me. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense now. Well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. Oh man, bro's trying to get the moves on. Trying to get, get a little bit lucky, Trying to brush off that dust of being out on the field for so long, With that ulterior motive in mind, I resumed rebuilding the bike. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress at putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed and it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that even be possible? It might be way past midnight by the time I was done. Jimmy might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. The plaza I'd worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hands. It was desolate, to say the least. And yet I hear nothing. How rude. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of me being in a place I didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. Was this Haruaki? Think you're gonna get attacked or something? I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It was an inarticulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the malaise make me feel like I was in danger? I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived. The guardians are... It was a strange sight. The field was covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. Unlike the bulldozer all over Yasumizu, these were only up to my waist. They looked like gravestones. Six, the badgers hums along the grate with an array of bricks. The field extended to the dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. This was the lowest spot in Yasumizu, the border of Saranelga. There was a large pine right at the edge. Ate the donut bologna rice nose on the mountain. Marinheka, hello and welcome. How's it going? Doing pretty good. I feel fully rested. And if I can pull it off, maybe I can push for a 5, maybe 6 hour stream today. Maybe. If nothing else, I'll kind of make up for the lack of how short that stream was yesterday. Bodies, I swear to God, they don't do what you want them to do. The evening sun, the stones, the pine shadow gave the field a strange aura. A little girl was running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, the space was alien. I felt like I was looking at Giorgio de Chirico painting. The place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Suddenly... Wait, you're not a witch, but a hag?
So you caught on to my plan. No, I am not a witch. I am an old hag. God damn it, OSG! I'm not a fairy. God damn it, phone! Who gives a shit what you're calling?
I do not hear what you have to say. I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. The girl fell. Are you okay? I run with no hesitation. The fuck? This writing is a thing. I will say that. It's a thing. What? Help up, half crying little girl, muddy clothes, new graze on band-aid covered kneecap. What? I console little girl, push away, run. Someone. Appears girl saw once me? What? Did I just click? Did I just break the game? What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. What? Is this how it's supposed to be? Did I fuck something up and I just didn't realize it? Is this some sort of universal aneurysm? I don't know. I'm scared. Did we all just have a communal stroke? Maybe. Holy shit. I don't know why it's written like this. This makes no sense. Girl, weave, incomprehensible phrase, head behind, little girl, fear, hostility, eyes. Run. Girl, hug, little girl, warn. Me? You probably won't make it. But run. Me, girl behind. Missed. Miss. What the fuck is this writing? This is normal? Okay. Good to know. What the fuck? Me, turn around, run. Where? Oh, thank God, things are back to normal. Holy shit. That was horrifying. In a daze, I came back to the plaza. Suddenly, Chimi shook me, bringing me back to my senses. Is this how they try to convey actions? God, it's awful. It's like they're trying to speedrun the actions, but it's a thing. It's a choice. I'll give it that. It's a choice. Where were you? Sorry, I'll finish the job now. It's too late, you idiot. You won't make it in time. You gotta hide. I couldn't understand what she was getting at. Oh god, what was your voice? Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, it was like the shaggy, well, most likely a drugged up dude, weed dude. What are you doing? Go to your room right now. God. But Haraki-san's... Forget the outsider. I'll make cons and I'll check the other places. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. It's intentional to convey that Haraki's processing things weird. Ah, okay. So it looks better and more sensible in Japanese. Ah, okay. So lost in translation. Alright, got it. I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me to find out. I looked down the hill. From Saranaga beyond the field I'd just been in came a rising haze. It was so dense you could easily call it mist. It moved strangely, like a living creature, as it flowed into the plaza. Haraki-san, over here! Jimmy pulled me by the hand. What's going on? My head. Feels like it weighs a ton. Deal with it! You've got to find a place you can lock the doors! You'll die if you don't! What do you mean? Tell me. Please don't ask questions and just do as I say, just this once! Albeit hesitantly, I did as she said. Can we run to your place and lock the doors then? We ran up the hill and crossed a rice-filled path until we made it to a simple outhouse. This should be fine. Seriously, what's going on? And sure, that was a hell of a miss, but this won't protect me, right? Listen, there's no time to explain, so please, just do what I say and only that. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Chimi just said, despite how weird it was. I could also see she was really desperate. Keys! That requires a lot of keys. Alright, I'll just hide in the house. Fuck the keys, we don't need no keys. Now that's a hell of an order. Haruki-san. Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and an explanation. Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please, survive the night. The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake. See ya then. You gotta hurry, right? Yep, Haruaki-san. What? I'll tell you tomorrow. Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment, Chimi ran off. The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields too. Anyway, a promise was a promise. 10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? This outhouse wasn't like a prefab you'd find in construction sites. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. Ooh. Ooh, that standing squat one. Oof. That's rough, buddy. All I could do was stand. Another problem. It was a type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete. But what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was, and I began making exceptions to make things easier for myself. Was I being pranked, or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings, and there was no way that this shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air here already felt misty and damp. The temperature here was low, so I could still bear with it somewhat by staying here all night. Would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However... Get in there! Lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound! Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please, survive the night. My sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I made to her. Actually, that wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place. Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumisu Settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. People living here were Shimi Shirasawa, Yasunaga Oribi, his family Kaori Oribi and Yoshitsugu Oribi, Chikamochi Kamashida, Haru Makishima, her granddad Kanzo Makishima, Tei Yamawaka, Takumi Muro, Kyonosuke Nasato, seemed like he was from Kamifuji Yoshi, the place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason he lived here now. And finally the old man who cried wolf. Those were the 11 people I met, and Shimi said I had 2 more left. That could only mean that the 2 I met by that pine were the ones. A little girl. She was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was that fantastical looking white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real, but with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. According to Chimi, the little girl had been looked after by someone in the village, but I could only assume that the white-haired woman was the one. If I counted the little girl, it would mean that Yasumisu had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the 2 journalists, Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto. Add me to that and you had a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway, time for assessment. Yesterday morning, a little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as an ill omen. Next day, Chimi, who was in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper last person, but since I came through Saranaga, I was also branded as an ill omen. From what Kyonosuke Nasatoshi said, it was safe to assume that it used to be customary to throw people like us into Saranaga. Then there was the mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives. I could only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from Saranaga itself. It and the river seemed to be central to the local customs and ideas. With that in mind, how was it dangerous? What was going to happen now? Yomebito, as in people from Yomi, the ancient Japanese land of the dead. Dead people came back through Saranaga, and they were corrupted. Well, that gave room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up with the mist? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be a part of a Japanese Resident Evil? Wait, that was already Japanese. What if you had a 10% chance to be infected by the mist, but 100% chance to be infected by another person? That explains why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to lock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into it, but that seemed like a good story. The joke is that it's biohazard in Japan! Oh! Oh yeah, you're right, it is biohazard! It's been so long since I learned about that I completely forgot about it. But you're right, it's biohazard in Japan, but Resident Evil here. Well, is it Resident Evil everywhere else in just Japan it's biohazard, or is it biohazard like in other places too? I want to say it's like Resident Evil in most like Western audiences. But it might be biohazard in other places I don't know of. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere into my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was a Higgsville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world? It seems so weird. Okay, yeah, we already know that. Don't make a sound. To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomenon and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and then do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations, of monsters and whatnot, but on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could die... Okay, shut up, ads. The fact that you could die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That was why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, What I was feeling right now wasn't a fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life. Wow, we really like repeating this, don't we? That meant that outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose from the river. Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the diseased who didn't follow the rules. The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer. Suddenly I hear a scream in the distance. Aw, I want to stay inside though. Alright, go and take a look. Wow. That was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting it all suddenly came to me, and it was right outside. It had gotten really dark. There were no lights anywhere. The darkness was fear. Unperceived, unknown, dangerous, scary. Leaving this place was dangerous. Dangerous. Scary, 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 scary! Scary things were scary no matter how much logic you applied. Well, yes, of course, that's kind of the epitome of fear, but okay. But I couldn't discord my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. I opened the door and stopped in place. Night wasn't absolute darkness. No matter how dark or cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to us. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was light. Everything I saw was covered by dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the area seem milky. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There's something beyond this veil. I kept moving forward. Unless my ears were deceiving me, the scream belonged to a woman, and to come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that. Or rather, I didn't want to think of that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I found that principle made my life really easy. I had more than enough fear from those which were directly threatening my life. I really did want to have the fear of losing someone as well. Change your line of thought, Haruaki. Solving the mystery might save someone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I began to walk faster. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there was any branches or anything. Sadly, all I felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand.
I got a rock!
It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if I first checked the ground using my feet. And since I might have been close to the danger, I had to focus on what was ahead too. I'd recognize the danger and, if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. I couldn't hear the screams anymore. I could hear other things. A wet sound. Oh my! And the sound of something cracking. Oh my? It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward. Forward. Until I saw it. Oh. My hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see for yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf in a humanoid body. A werewolf? There's a stock asset. There's no such thing as werewolves. The next morning, in a paddy field in Fujiyoshi, Yasumizu, 3rd block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. The clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was the traveler Haruaki Fushiashi. Oh. He's still moving? Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment. Yamambito, purge him! And so I... Goodbye, Haruaki-san. Was finished off by the girl. The feast begins. The last thing I heard. I'll hang the... What was that? Raising loop. Unveiled arrival. Raising loop? Wait a minute, I thought this was raging loop. Excuse me? Tune key 2, werewolf and resurrection. You can view it in the keys list. The row unlocked by this key is represented by the same on the scenario chart. Bad ending, number 2. Which hint corner? What? What's hint corner? Let's find out. The fuck are you, bruh?
Eva, you don't know it, Chief.
Me? I don't mind me. I'm just an insignificant interface character. You can call me sheep. Sure, Tara, you love to have a raging loop. Especially after playing Alien Isolation. I certainly loved being that crazy raging loop. Over and over and over and over and oh my god. This is a space between dreams. The bastard Hiroaki Fusashi can't see it, so feel free to kick back and relax. That said, you can't stay too long. I'm busy, so let's get down to business. As you'd expect from a hint corner, I'm here to give you some helpful advice in your times of need. First, let's get all the game explanations out of the way. Well, I did say you've done it now, just before you were actually fated to arrive here from the start. I mean, you only had one choice, right? There should have been one below it, but it had a lock and mark next to it, and you couldn't pick it. Oh, but just so you know, redoing Shimisawa's idiotic quest is pointless. None of those choices will change a thing. I think it was explained to you back in the tutorial, but let's review Raging Loop's structure just in case. As you just experienced for yourself, you'll definitely die in Raging Loop. Why is that? Because many choices are locked and you'll need keys to unlock them. These keys are spread throughout the story. You'll need to die to attain most of them. That's why death is unavoidable. It seems Hiroaki Fusashi can't retain his memories for the next time, even if he dies. There's a system to replicate that. So here's my first piece of advice to you. If you get stuck, try dying. There are many keys lying within the story's many bad endings. You can also obtain keys for some surprisingly outcomes. Of course, it's possible to get all keys to finish the game without seeing all the bad endings, but I'll leave that up to your playing style. Wait, is it possible to play without this first death? It feels a little bit impossible, but or like predetermined, but what do I know? As for bed ending 2, also known as Toilet Man's End, you need key 2 to avoid it. But that won't be a problem for next time. Did you notice you already obtained key 2 by dying here? You can check the details of key 2 from the key list in the menu, so you can check it out there. But basically, Haruki now knows from experience he'll die if he goes out at night. That's what makes a new choice possible. You'll find more bad endings that you're forced to play through the first in the future, so keep that in mind. Other times, you can keep moving onwards for a long time without finding a key. Whenever you get a key, it's displayed with large red letters, so so remember that part too. I just noticed the sheep's tail. It doesn't look small and like a little nib that sheep's tails are. In fact, in fact, it's looking like a wolf's tail, if you ask me. You know, just a little fluff part, you know. Just saying, you know, just saying. I mean, I could be wrong, you know. No, I'm not saying it might be part of that famous quote of the sheep's clothing, wolf in sheep's clothing or anything, but what do I know? What do I know? Legs for days. Hiroaki Fusashi will be sent back to the starting point after this. In other words, to the scene at the start of the game with him on his bike. You can reread everything for the start if you like, but you're going to die dozens of times from now on, so it'll be a pain to reread each time. So once you get a grip of the situation, use the scenario chart to jump ahead. You can jump to any scene you've read before whenever and wherever you want. It's really handy. For example, you can open the menu, press the chart button, and go to Q, follow the screen, and dense mist even right now. Use the scenario chart to jump around. This is the key to completing Raging Loop. Incidentally, this marks the end of 2, Dense Mist. The so-called prologue is over. If you pick the choice that was unlocked this time, the game's first main route, 3 Yomi will begin. Good luck. Next time you come across a locked choice, look to the right side. You should see the number of key you need to unlock it. The number appears on the scenario chart too. Makes it clear what's locked and what key numbers you need. Handy system, huh? By the way, here's a little tip. You won't be getting key 1 for a long time. You didn't miss anything, so relax and just keep playing to your heart's content. God, that took a while and I'm busy. Well, that's enough for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time. 1 sheep? 2 sheep? Wake the fuck up, bitch. Future hint corners are generally much shorter than that one. Ah, okay. Okay, so we can go to the chart. Okay, I need a lot of keys. So what about this one? What about... Need key 20. Okay, so we're not going to do anything with that. Alright, Almond, this is kind of interesting. I'm seeing where the loop comes into play. Okay. Suddenly, I hear a scream in the distance. We even have a skull saying, hey, if you chose this, you're gonna die! Alright, keep still. What was that? It sounded like someone's life was in danger. It meant something dangerous is nearby. Wait, I couldn't be rash. The world didn't have many things that logic could explain. Like the existence of murderers. But until I saw the source of the scream myself, it was nothing but a source of fear. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. I reached to open the door, but something stayed in my hand. It was my promise to Chimi. But that scream just now was very real. It wasn't normal. I had to assume the situation was dangerous, and maybe I could help if I went out. But that meant endangering myself. I was no saint, and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. My curiosity had won over many dangers thus far. But right now, it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit, what the hell were these memories? It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced. But how? After all, I was still alive, and the time from those memories had yet to come. I was a pregog. Was I in a pregog or something? My god, I swear I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And why did the memory come back to me at this particular point? Regardless, the overwhelming fear, the pain and death that followed, were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel more certain of that. The thoughts rendered me unable to move. Immobile. I stood still completely, certain that I lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention, I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel safe. Until that moment, suddenly the door began to shake. This place had a handle on the outside and someone's pulling on it hard. There's a lock, sure, but there was only so much I could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from inside, but... Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. For like the 12th time we've heard this. What would happen if I did? Whatever was outside would instantly know I was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing that had lots of other ways of hurting me. What if I didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what it was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to just wait and see. Again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over, as in, I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me. I was powerless back then, and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I'd heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite. Yeah, I'd tear whatever was apart with my teeth. I bite it to death. Well, let's not get crazy around here, man. And if you do, go for the throat. I gathered my wits and killing intent, grinding my teeth. I glared at the door. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I slowly count to 500. If nothing happened in that time, I'd assume it went away. There were no screams or attacks after that. But the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence. So that thing actually existed here. Was it what the mist brought here from Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit, I couldn't learn anything in a place like this, and not knowing things scared me. Trusting my presence or deja vu or whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night and then talk to Shimi. If it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs were going well, but I'd be leaving even if it didn't work. I'd walk to Kamu Fujiyoshi if I had to. Unlike Yasumizu, they might have had a reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night. Also realized we're also doing this on an empty stomach, too. Oof. Well, the stomach doesn't make the rumblies during the night. I never liked seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. It always made me feel like shit. Like I'd just done something harmful, both for my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well-rested and with a smile. I never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning light leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beast had been out about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It was unpleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more comfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Chibi shout, "Haruki-san!" in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. If this turned out to be a trick and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar on its mouth lunging for my throat, I just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I expected to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me pretty hard. What the hell is up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit! It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something? Haruki-san! I could hear Chimi, but not see her. Chimi-chan! I'm right here! Haruki-san! Where did it lead? Ah! I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist. Are you okay? I'm stuck in the field! I walked up and saw exactly what I expected. A girl struggling to free one of her legs stuck deep in the paddy field. I see. Well, good luck. Hey, help me out! Oh, you can't do it yourself? Take my hand then, and out you go. I tugged her hand and braced my legs. It was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and... Whoa! Safe! Hey, look! This is a wrestling move for you're actually pulling it off! Wait. What? What? Despite how close we are now, this wasn't the least bit romantic. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. This writing is weird. I do agree, it's weird. But I wonder how more weird it's gonna get. Like, it's weird, but I'm like curious about it though. It's like tingling my intrigue. You know, one of those things. I definitely remember the time where I saw Far From Alright though. Yeah, guess I am. I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it. I did feel like there was some beast outside. Chimi's expression immediately darkened. She clearly knew what I was referring to. My guess is there is serious lost in translation moments, and a lot of this comes down to bad translation. Yeah. Yeah, it could be just both on all sides, unfortunately. I've had that happen quite a few times where I see like really bad translations. I'm like, oof, oof. I don't think that's how it's supposed to go, but okay. But hey, we're here for the ride, even if it's crazy and weird. We're just here to try to enjoy it. And I'm also here to relax, for fuck's sake. After alien isolation, I need a break. I have lots of questions, but right now I'm more interested in the scream I heard than anything else. That was... Huh? You know what I mean? She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous. This way. No point delaying the inevitable. Jimmy gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. She led me down the path to the school dorm. You know what? Let's give this guy a fucking nerdy voice, because I think that works a little bit better.
Oh, Fushiashi-san, you're okay.
Was I really nerdy? I feel like I could go nerdier. Fuck, what voice did I do for you? I don't even remember.
Congrats on surviving Toilet Man.
Thanks, warm futon man. You're okay too. Wait, where's Haru-chan? Did she?
Oh, she's fine. She suffered quite a shock, so she's taking a while to get dressed.
Maybe if I click at those, I don't know. I feel like I do a more geekier voice. Why can't I do it right now? I see, so the rest of you have already gotten a move on.
How'd you even handle being in there anyway? Were you asleep?
As if I could. I had no idea when I could get out, so I just waited until I heard Chimi-chan's voice.
Huh? You were awake?
God, I can't do it. I can't do the nasal voice. What's wrong with me? I used to be so good at it. Now I can't. That's actually gonna piss me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, there's the rage. It's coming. It's seeping through into me. Why can't I do these fucking voices? God damn it all! Yusunaga-kun made it sound like that was weird. You try sleeping in there, guy. You can't even sit, much less lay down.
No, that's not what I see.
I think it's more that they're written closer to how people may actually talk in parts like that, rather than how people expect dialogue in a novel to be written. Yeah, that's fair. I really hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious. Why are you here anyway?
Waiting for Haru-chan and keeping a lookout.
A lookout? We're not letting anyone near the scene until the situation is clear. Scene? So someone actually...
Wanna see? It's a good way to test your stomach. Mochi, don't mess around like that.
Yeah, I do. The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention I could already smell something foul. I lightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. There was a corpse. It was in such a horrible state, it was hard to recognize it as a human. I imagine this was what you would have gotten if you overturned a butcher's cart. That was how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Also, the butcher would have had to deal with entrails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out the human parts, with a vastly of blood, or mountain of death. Hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional. She kept hold of her interviewing tools even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors, though. Despite the body state, it wasn't hard to tell that the victim was Hisako Mamaya, the small-time food journalist. That thing. Did it come to me once I was done murdering her? Once it was done murdering her, excuse me. This is awful. Are you alright? Feel nauseous or anything? Chimi was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular. I got nothing to puke in. Well, I'm used to this. Is that what you were studying in college? Well, I guess you can say that. Huh, seriously? So you can do autopsies and stuff? When asked if they studied medicine, I guess you can say that is what students from similar departments say to make themselves look good. But I did a few of these pathology analysis. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this. I could, even if it wasn't much. His corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but they were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regard to bones or muscle position. Then her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words "wolf down" felt like the best way to describe it. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching it. This is way beyond anything I've ever seen before. I could barely tell what happened here. I had an urge to add that this seemed inhuman, but I kept myself from saying that. Anyway, we should call the police. Leave it to the pros. I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to agree. Haruki-san, the police won't come. Why wouldn't they? I mean, someone died. They won't. Then let's evaluate. That's not happening either. Why? We have a bike in their van. Oh, did he say evacuate? Oh shit, my bad.
Anyway, with Fushiashi-san, we now have all the survivors, so let's go to the dining hall. We'll wait for Haru-chan.
Yeah, you do that. Let's go, Haruki-san. Can I get an explanation? Sorry, but not in the mood for explanations. Figure it out for yourself. Chimi, you promised to explain this later. Shut the fuck up, woman. It was the first time Chimi had acted so harsh with me. I mean, especially now that he's in here, is like, am I part of this problem now? Is this gonna happen to me? I kind of want to know what the fuck is going on so I can at least be prepared to know what the fuck is going on. Chimi, don't tell me to figure it out myself. Don't be an ass. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening here. Sorry, that was insensitive of me? No! She said she would tell you! And now she's not! She's being an ass! Chimi said nothing more, and just silently walked off. I followed after her. When we reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state, and the front window was broken, all 4 tires were flattened, etc, etc. My bike was on its side, and its front fork was broken. Well, it was basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There's a rock right next to it. Guess we had our weapon.
Somebody had a rock.
And there were more remains inside the van. It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimoto-shi, I'd have assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses here. Hashimoto-san. Chimi slowly nodded. I know we lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well. Look here. She pointed at the wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair. The other power lines are fine, but the dining halls was destroyed along with the telephone line. We can't contact the outside. I took out my own phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and like before, it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than before. Look here, too. Chimi walked a few steps away. I followed her. There was a large boulder. It was tall enough to reach an average foot, or average roof, and there was drawings on it. A crimson symbol of some sort. What does it represent? At first it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like the calling card of some street gang. From what I could tell, the basis has a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape. 2 wolves have snuck into the village. We have to fight. Chimi made a quiet declaration. Apparently the settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to get rid of all of means of escape or contacting help. I could understand that much, but it did make sense to me. That wasn't some isolated island. There was a cliff. Sure, but you could still go down the Saranaga or go to Kami Fujiyoshi. I'd ask about that next time I had the chance. Sorry. Sorry I got mad. It must be hard for you too. Don't worry about that. I'm just an outsider. Don't say that. Oh, poor choice of words on my part. I mean, I'm an outsider who doesn't know the rules, so I'll silently watch for the time being. I'm tired, but I think I'm less shaken by this than most people, so I figured it's best for me to stay cool. I imagine even the elders here are more bothered by this. Haruki-san, are you really just some university student? What else could I be? I don't know, you seem way too calm about this. Like you're used to situations like this. My nerves are pretty messed up, I guess. The small dining hall was jam-packed with people. You! He survived! Good morning, though I guess it's not very good considering what's going on. I'm sorry I didn't prepare enough tea. No, it's okay. You did it, didn't ya? The younger Ruby boy menaced at me. No, I didn't. Why would you think that? Shut it! Where the hell did you get off squirting in like that? Stop it, Yoshibo. You're the one who needs to shut it, bruh. The hell? You're the one who said this bastard's shady! Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly. I'm saying this ain't a matter of brat like you. You're bothering Kaori-san, right? Takumi-san, please calm down. Let's keep it peaceful. That's fine. We'll take it out.
Thus I offer homage to Shinai, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass.
Stop, Tebe. This is a bad open. Where's the key to the meeting hall?
I gave it to Umatsu-sama too, maybe 3 days ago. Said she'd fix the podium.
Well, Missy, I'll go and get it. That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Umatsu-sama, what was her name, huh? I thought her eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me.
Wait!
Miko-chan, wait here for a moment. That girl was here too. Deeper in, there was Kayo Nosoki Nasatoshi, clearly irritated by something. Not too far away, there was the old man who cried wolf. Just like yesterday. It was hard to tell what he was looking at, let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around.
Mom, everyone, we're back!
Come in, Haru-chan.
Okay.
The 3 students were here. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chimi did something unexpected. Rikako-san, can you wait a moment? She stopped the girl who was about to go out and get some key. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself. This is Haruki Fusashi-san. He crashed his bike and I met him at Saranaga. Oh, hello. An introduction? Now? Why? This is Rikako Umatsu-san. Umatsu is made of the kanji for spin and end. Pretty rare, right? Well, she's currently the head of the Umatsu household, one of the chief families of Kamifujiyoshi. I'm gonna butcher that name to the rest of this game, aren't I? I'm Rikako Umatsu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh. So she was like a local celebrity, huh? Like Kiyonosuke's Nasato family. And that's Meiko-chan. We only call her that because we don't know her real name. Hello there. Nice to meet you. The girl they called Miko trembled a bit and... Oh my. Whoa. Sprinted through the crowd and hid behind Rikako Umatsu. So, what do you want to say, Chimi? I suggest not inviting Haruki Fusashi-san into the feast. I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room. Gee, that ain't how it works! The feast is there to help us decide if he's shady or not, right? Their expressions were stern and their words harsh. No, I'm saying he doesn't even have the right to participate in the feast.
The hell are you talking about? He's the shadiest of us all!
Yoshi-kun, did you prepare for the feast?
Huh? Huh? Yeah, I did!
Who didn't? How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about. Me, probably. I don't even know what that entails. The other two didn't prepare for the feast were taken by the corruption. However, Hiroki-san wasn't. I think that Okami-sama ignored him. In one life, sure, and the other one not so much. Okami-sama, as in Wolf-sama. Why the reverence? And what was she even talking about? He's from Sawanaga, sure, but he clearly just passed by. In fact, I think he'd get in the way of the feast. No, for all we know, forcing him into the forest would just make the Okami-sama mad.
What do you think, Bao-chan?
Oh, what do you think, Bao-chan?
Did you really survive without preparation?
What was I supposed to do?
Purify, shelter, dream!
Basically, cleanse your body, lock up in a single building all by yourself, and wait for dawn while asleep. I didn't then. I was in the outhouse by myself, but that's it. I didn't bathe and spent the whole night awake. The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer.
I don't know. This never happened before.
Tae-san sounded genuinely puzzled. Mako's name makes more sense in Japanese, to be honest. Mei as is an onomatopoeic sheep noise. So since she keeps making it sound like Mei, Mako. Ah! Yep, that is definitely lost in translation. But that's not too surprising. Unfortunately, a lot of Japanese names make sense in Japanese because of the way they're like spelled or said or something like that. Are heavily lost in translation, unfortunately. So, that's not too surprising. What do you think, Rikako-san? Yeah, translating puns and wordplay like that is rough. Yeah. Yeah, very, very rough, unfortunately. But, alas, what can you do? I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here, but Chimi asked for Rikako Umatsu's opinion. I consent to the idea. If our great lord Shinai chose to spare him, he must be exempt from the rules of the mountain. Her words created even more commotion. So there. Chibi, you know what you're doing, right? If we remove him... Yeah, we won't have to waste our hanging for the day. Old man, what do you think? It was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Konzo Makishima-shi. He won't be in the feast. Oh man? But... Glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gallery and approached me. Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical of someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place on someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage. If the laws of the mountain don't work on ya, it'll be our rules you follow. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead. He spoke slowly, yet decisively. Man, this was uncomfortable. Alright, we gotta do the Mario voice. Okay, let me... Okay, so water. Alright. Yahoo! Yahoo! So long, Bowser! Hold on! If he can be excluded, I want the same to happen to Rikako-san and I! Huh? Why? Yahoo! We're from Kamifushi Yoshi! We have no reason to play along with Soranaga's business!
Nasato-sama, that won't do. If you're on the day of the feast, it doesn't matter if you're Nasato, Umatsu, Migurama, or Higuchi.
Uncle, that means Yasun and I could leave too.
Yahoo! We're both disinherited! That's different! Why must people that are still part of our four families take part in this idiocy?
Listen here, Kyo.
Yahoo! Don't call me that, Moro! Let's go, Rikako-san! We have no reason to play with these peasants! Let's go!
No, Nasato-sama. Those in Fujiyoshi have a duty to remain present. All remains in the hands of Shinai-sama, and we now gather upon the platter named Yasumisu. What? If you got a problem, then get out! Let the corruption take you! Kyunosukishi eventually fell silent, and Rikako left. To get the key, probably. We returned in no time, and everyone began leaving. You're not coming with us! Alright then. Where to? Takumi? Is the cage open? Well, yeah. Alright, I'll take him. The cage? Come with me. Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. Made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At the dead end next to wild trees and a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a little bit of work. This is where we keep the live game we capture. Sorry, but you'll have to wait here. I can't say no, can I? Don't take it the wrong way, okay? You'll be out once we're done with the feast. It won't take long. I can't get any details, huh? Yeah, I do feel bad about this, but you should be thankful you don't need to take part in the feast. How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't even know what the feast was? I'd have to ask, but he looked pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with, so I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague but very clear scent of beast. Can I lie down here? I figure I should sleep whenever I can. Man, you're brash. No, just a coward. I don't want to die is all. That was why I'd abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I lay down and closed my eyes. The ground was hard and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said. About my strange memories and about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down that rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Or admirable of a person? Another thing. For some reason I felt like I'd spend the eternity this time just watching the battle. So I decided that I'd focus on resting in preparation for what was to come.
Everyone's sitting, then? Let's begin the feast of the Yome Purge. Umatsu-sama, if you may.
This sacred sake presented to us by Sonmai-sama. Please drink it, starting from the youngest. Wait a minute! Wait, that guy was a girl this whole time? Oh my god, I didn't know. Right between the middle with the guy in the black suit and the delinquent dude. Right between there, that's the one kid. He wears the men's uniform, but he's actually a girl. Oh. The more you know. Or he's trans, either or. I guess we'll figure it out eventually, but still. Please drink it, starting from the youngest.
Sake?
Just put your mouth to it.
No drinking for you kids.
Not like I'd kill them, yay! Not like he'd kill me! Stop it, Yoshizuku. You say something too, Yasunaga.
Mochi's mochi.
Yes, mochi is mochi, regardless of what mochi is.
Shizuku, this is just for tradition's sake.
Shut it! I know how it is in Oniki. I don't want to drink this.
Hao-chan, just kiss it. They're done, and I'm done too. Same here, Chini.
Alright, adult time. Here I go. This is enough for me. Yahoo! That's better than I expected, Muro! Oh, that sounded a little bit like Mickey. God damn it. We're drinking sake during the day. This feast is something. Here, old man. Mm-hmm. Don't spill it, Teibai.
I'll have it. Can you hold it, mister?
Sake! Sake! That's done, Teibai. Explain.
You all know the tales, don't you? When the evening mist comes, the Okabi-sama, the wolves, come back to life and try to slay the humans. There were two symbols of the Yomotsu Okami, That means that 2 wolves have risen. That's why we must do as Shinmai-sama says and throw feasts so we can find and hang them using the powers of the guardian some of us were given. If we don't, we will be taken by the corruption. That means dying a horrible death. To avoid the corruption, we must have feasts to slay the wolves. That is our role as inhabitants of Yasumizu. Oni-chan, what does slay mean?
It means kill.
Scary.
It's fine. I'll protect you. Sorry for the interruption, Yamawaki-san.
It's okay. Children always do that. She's not the only one among us who could be a wolf. Yahoo! I got it! Good grief, what nonsense!
Oh god, this is gonna be so hard. Because they both sound so similar to each other.
If that's what you think, then just fuck up and let the corruption have ya! Yoshisiku! Yahoo! Rabi-san! I'm concerned about your son's upbringing! I'm like this because I want to be! Don't drag the hag into this!
Oh my god, you called your mom a hag, you piece of shit? What the fuck? I want to make you want a combo? I'm trying! I'm trying so hard. Shut up, Yasusugu. I'll punch you, bruh.
Huh? Takumi-ni? The hell are you acting tough for?
If I say I'll punch you, I will. You too, Kyo. Just shut up and listen, bruh. So what are they doing? A lot of them are family members, and I don't believe that they believe in incest.
Yahoo! You don't have the guts. Hear that?
Oh god, that's so much. Oh god, I can't do it. I can't do it. I keep getting fucked over. With them being side by side with each other, I keep getting fucked over. Kyo suggesting someone wouldn't punch him is a bold move. Don't let stuff like that get to them. Anyway, Bachan, this doesn't seem right to me. I've been hearing about this ever since I was young, but it never made sense to me. I've been here for as long as we can remember, with the exception of Mako. We all know each other. They've been replaced by wolves. Like hell, they're the same as always. Takumi, you're being naive. What? You're saying there's someone shady among us? Everyone's shady.
Oji-chan.
You be careful too, Haru. Even beasts could trick people, and people trick better than any beast. There are things here acting like they're one of us. Why are you so confident? There's truth in what the ancestors said. Well, if you say so.
That's just what Yasumizu's numbskull says, isn't it?
Chikamochi.
Again, you irrelevant little... Mochi, stop that. I'm sorry. So what do we do now?
What do you mean? We talk and decide, right?
Will that be enough? I mean, we're deciding who to kill here, aren't we?
Everyone will say what they think. Then we'll narrow down to the most reasonable option.
Chini, what do you think?
I think it's a mess. We already have people who think no one's shady and those who think everyone is. Yammering on and on about something that can't be reasonably decided is a waste of time. Besides, in the end, this is just going to be decided by whoever's most influential. What are you getting at? Don't worry too much, Shimi. Most of us here are Yasumizu brothers and sisters. It'll work out in the end. I appreciate that you're being so considerate, but we're talking about killing someone here. Plus, it gets worse. If you don't want to pick someone close to you, you'll choose someone else. Someone you don't like or a stranger. Personally, I think you shouldn't let that kind of thing affect your decision. It'd be a grave mistake. Hey, I'm trying to say that killing all that shit is insane. We should stop it.
That won't do, Takumi.
Bonchan's saying the same thing. That's why we gotta talk it out, you know? I know what you're trying to say, but...
Can I? Haru-chan speaking!
What's the likelihood of the guy Chini brought being the one who killed the journalist?
See? What did I just say? I don't think he did. It's just my gut, though. What about you guys? Takumi shiny? You said he's shady!
Yeah, I did, but like Jimmy said, we shouldn't make decisions based on that. Also, the guy's weird, but I don't think he'd do something like that.
I'm with you on that. This is our problem, so we should solve it by ourselves.
Alright. Alright, Mario time.
It's me, Mario!
Cute.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make a higher pitch. I should make it a normal pitch. Yahoo! It's me, Mario! Huh. Is that basically choosing someone based on who you like?
Okay, that doesn't even close my normal Mario, but okay. We'll roll with it. So how do you think we should choose Kiyonosuke-san?
It's me, Mario! I believe majority rule is the most reliable method here. Yasunoga Orobi-kan.
Hell, democracy and all that. That's not very like you.
Yahoo! It's me! I'm merely saying that there's no better way to get the common opinion of this many people. Also, talking it out and making the decision then is basically taking the conclusion most people agree with, no? That's the same as majority rule.
Oh my god. I am fucking this up so hard. I can't do the Mario voice, okay, folks? I can't. So, you know what? Oh. So, you know what? We'll make him the Irish guy. You know what? Let's go with that. I can do the Irish. I can at least do him. Alright, change of plans. There we go.
Otherwise, you would imagine everything would be decided by whoever had the most influence. Who would that be here in Yasumisur? Kanzo Makishimashi? The Yamakawa-san? Who would be killed? Me, of course, the non-local. Isn't that foolish, considering the people decided might themselves be wolves?
It was never gonna last. No, I can't keep it up. It was a valiant effort.
Sato-san.
Just so you are aware, I have no intention of dying. At the very least, I want a method where I can say what happens. I'm against that. Majority rule? Yeah, you'll get a conclusion, but there's no guarantee it'll be right. I still think talking it out and deciding then is the best.
Speaking of which, what would he even talk about?
Tepa-chan, you said something about the Guardians of the Mountain lending us their aid, right?
Yes, the snake, the monkeys, the crow, and the spider will lend us their aid.
Do you know the details? Irish. It's not very good Irish. And there's some dialogue I don't quite know how to say in Irish, but I try. Or Scottish. I get the two mixed up a lot. The snake!
Oh, old fart! Know about it?
The snake can ask the mountain who's a wolf. There are two monkeys. They both know who the other monkey is. The crow can ask the mountain if the hanged one was a wolf. The spider can ask the mountain to protect someone from the wolves, but only for one night.
That's what I'd been told too.
The wolf has come.
I was aware you knew this. I thought you were just senile, but it looks like you're still you're pious too.
Anyway, that means some of us here should have those powers.
What do you mean? Wait, do God and the Guardians even exist? Isn't it just some serial killer using old folktales as a cover? Haro-chan, God really does exist. You just believe he does. No, all of us must have seen Shinmai-sama at least once in our lives. But that's...
Calm down, Haro-chan. Are you alright?
Yeah, sorry.
Whether it's true or not, we should start by putting together what we know. It's too early to decide anything. Let's make the Guardian thing a bit easier to understand.
Can't you youngins remember the old tales better?
The snake sees, the monkeys hold hands, the crow tastes, the spider protects. The snake can discover the wills among the people. It's also the guardian beast of the Megurami family. The monkeys knows for certain that the other monkeys aren't wolves. It's the guardian beast of the Higuchi family. Kuro can tell if the one who died was a wolf or not. It's my family, Nasato's guardian beast.
That's pretty sad.
Silence! And the spider can keep the wolves from entering someone's home. It's Umatsu's guardian. Indeed. Each family's crest represents their guardians, too. But how do the chosen by these guardians use their powers?
The snake writes the name of the one still living person on something and puts it under their pillow before bed. The next morning, Shinai-sama tells them whether it's a human or a wolf. There are two monkeys and Shimaisama tells them who the other monkey is the moment they're granted protection. The crow is told whether the person who was hanged the day before is a human or not. The spider writes the name of one still living person and places it on their pillow. That person will be protected from the wolves, but only for one night. With these methods, we must use the powers of the guardians to pick someone to hang each day. If we get all the wolves, we win. The wolves get everyone else, we lose. Do you understand now?
We're also killing ourselves in the process, so yeah, they definitely won.
Yes, but...
Where did you even learn this?
I heard about it from my old bachan. Wait, that means that those who have village head family blood have their guardians right?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, we don't have anyone with Megurama blood, disowned or not. I heard that the guardians are very fickle about who they lend their aid to.
Then who are they? And they reveal that they might make themselves targets for the wolves.
We won't get anything done if we can't talk about it, though. The guy definitely heard that one song. So let's talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I say why not? Don't want to think about it. You think so? What if... screw this. We're wasting time here. Listen up, my guardian's the snake.
What?
Takumi ni, is that true? How do you even know that?
I forgot to explain that. The guardians come when we're dreaming and leave a mark for the chosen ones. If you wish to borrow the power, write it up and put it in your pillow. The mark will give you their answer.
Yeah, I had a mark on me. I don't remember the dream though.
The snake says, does that mean Takumi Nichan already knows who the wolves are? No, as I said, he has to write it up and he can only choose one person per night. Huh? So we won't know anything until tomorrow morning? Yes.
Can I ask something, Muro? What is it? Why did you reveal such important information for no reason? What do you mean, why? We have no other information to go on.
Based on what's been said, the snake's power is very important. It makes you a very powerful asset in the fight against the wolves. So revealing it like you just did put you in grave danger.
I ain't scared at all. How can you say that? Did you see what those monsters did to those people?
Oh, so you believe in monsters?
It was a figurative of speech. Anyway, this turn of events has cost us a valuable weapon. Don't just decide that. You don't know shit, bruh. Yes, I do. Listen to me, everyone. Everything you say here is free information for the wolves. We should be talking things out without overplaying our hands, yeah? That's true, and it gave me an idea. I'm the one speaking now. Quiet, fool! Yasu, speak! Huh?
To make the best of Takuni's reveal, the spider should protect him. The spider among us, without revealing his or her identity, should write his name down, I suppose, and protect him. That should keep him safe. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. Yasu, oh man. You'll be safe today. Ask the snake to tell you about someone.
Whatever he finds out will definitely be correct, right?
Right.
Takumi Nichan, can you promise you won't lie no matter who you investigate and what result you get?
Of course I won't.
Isn't that good enough for today? I don't think we can hang anyone without any kind of proof.
You sure that's okay? Why wouldn't it be?
Just sit around waiting so this doesn't suit me, okay? I know that. Oh, by the way, I think Takumi Ni should tell us who he'll investigate.
Why?
So if you investigate someone and don't like the result, you can't lie that you actually investigated someone else.
What the? I wouldn't lie.
That's reasonable. I said it's necessary for Muro, considering how sympathetic he is to Yasumizu's inhabitants. He's not that special in that regard. Everyone wants to protect their own, but the situation doesn't allow that. There's another positive to that. We can all discuss and decide who we should investigate first, right?
True. I'd like to talk about that too. Who do you think I should go for, Yasunaga?
I'm not sure, but I think we should start with the one who's most likely to be unjustly chosen to be hanged. That would be me, honestly. I feel as though I can't even speak if I'm not confirmed to be human. You're speaking quite a lot, if you ask me.
I'll investigate Kaio, is that okay? Fine by me. Then we're not hanging anyone today.
Is that really fine?
Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. That's it for today. I was woken up by several voices. He's actually sleeping. Was, anyways. We're done for today. Sorry for the wait. Good to hear. Ow! Unfortunately, waking up proved that this whole mess wasn't just a nightmare. So, is the feast some sort of ritual? The kind you do to ward off evil or whatever? No, it's more of a gathering. I see. So you try to find the culprit? Haruki-san, you don't beat around the bush, do you? Yeah, I realize I'm a real victim here, so I need information. It's a tall order to stay alive without any. Takumi Ni-chan, can I tell him about this? Yeah, you're better than me. Better you than me. Gotta go clean up and stuff. Takumi-san walked away. Clean up the bodies, I assume? Yeah. Teiba-chan probably wouldn't let us off until we sent the Yomibito to Saranaga. You're supposed to preserve the scene of a crime, right? This is doing the exact opposite. Again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place. Here's my first question, then. Let's take this somewhere more private. This is... Chimi took me to the place where I met Rikako, Umatsu, and Miku. It was a grass field of stones, littered all over. It bordered Saranaga. You could say that this is the heart of our religion, the graveyard of the Hanging Pine. Now that's a hell of a name. The place was filled with dense mist. It was probably thinner than that in the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit farther, the hanging pine that had been an old-looking tree at the edge. Is this really a graveyard? Yes, I don't know about the ones in the actual settlement, but these stones here are all graves. Remember how you tripped on one of them? Pretty bad move, huh? Better apologize. Huh? Seriously? You should have told me sooner! Assume you missed his ancestors. I'm so sorry! Sorry, I thought that'd scare you. I thought that'd scare you? Ugh. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Say that 5 times real fast. I know you didn't really have a choice, but I brought you to a half-ruined village with monsters in it. You believe in monsters? I asked, knowing what I'd seen for myself. Yeah, I do. Chimi's voice resounded through the possibly thick, cloudy air. I didn't think you were the type. And you're the type who's weirded out by that. I wouldn't go that far. Bullshit! I can see it all over your face! Was it that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with the people who believe stuff like that despite a lack of actual proof. This is probably how it was. Can I have a reason? What? I don't have one. Not sure I believe that. Well, if I do... It's 'cause I've seen God. God? God, is that you? That was, See, you're weirded out. Tell me more. Wow, not bailing out after all. For now, let's just focus on the immediate issue. She was hiding something. It was either that hard to explain or a lot more important than she was acting. About this feast thing, huh? Alright then. Chimi's explanation. Yay! I've been waiting for this. Yay! Lesson time. Class time. Yay! We're learning. Oh, hi, kitty. What's up? I've been petting you all night, man. I've been laying down in bed and petting you every time I can. And you still want more cuddles? You do realize that you have a second human you can bother, right? Kitty wants an explanation too, apparently. You want an explanation too, Kitty? Alright, here we go. A graveyard probably wasn't the place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose, and it didn't seem like we had to worry about anyone eavesdropping. Try putting together everything Chimi had told me. First, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend. There might have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I just treat it as a Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worshipped a god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai or Shinai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on was called Mount Shinai, meaning this religion defied a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Okami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty, and though the Okami-sama watched over the hunt, the Okami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. Then why bother giving them guardians? The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys defied the wolves, secretly teaching the people the fire, along with other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked at and ate up the flesh of the Yamibito, the enemies of Shinai-san. The spider warded out the Yamibito, ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yamibito did indeed mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I'd expected before, it was thought that they had something to do with the corruption, death, and the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned for the Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals, and humans were facing the Yomibito. Apparently that was still how it was at Kumifuchi-yoshi, the leading part of the Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the Great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the 5 beasts, including the Okami-sama and Shinai-san, were still worshipped there. In Yasumisu, however, things were a bit different. The legend here had a turning point when the humans, snake, monkey, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been when the 4 head families, who were said to have the blood of the 4 guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Megurama, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nasato, and the spider was Umatsu. However, it didn't end there. The Kami-sama joined the Yamabito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yamabito territory, and the Kami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mists came. The Kami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize their real inhabitants. That was why the people of Yasumisu, who lived next to the Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, the Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill 1 person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages. It was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drink some sake and chose someone to kill. This is kind of like the game Among Us, or the Salem, that also Salem game. I forget what it's called. Like Salem Trials or something. That's the way it kind of sounds like to me. It's like all group together and decide, all right, who's gonna die tonight? Who are gonna kick off our thing?
That more or less explains everything.
I see. There's a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of their guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get. I won't tell this to anyone else but you, but I'm pretty sure I saw the Okami-sama.
No way! Where?
I just took a peek through a space in the outhouse door, so I didn't get a good look. I couldn't tell her that I had a realistic dream where I was killed. It had a human body and the head of a wolf, I think.
No way!
Can I take that as he seriously saw it?
Yeah.
A human body and wolf head matches up with the depiction of the Kami-sama in Shinai-san's festivals, and the defied images in Kamifuchi-yoshi. Before I saw it, though, I heard a woman scream, so I figured that thing killed Mamaya-san. Was that the brutalization you told me about? I mean, if it killed and replaced her, you won't have her body, right? Sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Shinai-san is very strict with his laws, and gives various punishment to those who break them. You mentioned something like that. Basically... They broke the rule of preparing for the feast by bathing, locking up in a room all by yourself and sleeping. That's why it's believed they died to the corruption. I couldn't see how you could get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important. Basically, you didn't tell me about the laws and turn me into a toilet man so I could die, huh? No! Listen, I honestly thought there's no way an outsider could survive. I wanted to at least find a way that gave you a shot at making it through the night, because I didn't want to let you die. And look at that, I actually survived. Yeah, sorry. I really didn't expect this. Shame I didn't get splashed, huh?
Don't be like that. I'm actually really glad you didn't die.
I wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least she tried, right? So that scream really was Mamaya-san's, huh? Or was it someone who got brutalized?
No, I'm not really sure.
From what you told me, it's possible that you saw that was your scream, and that the Kami-sama already replaced you. Well, that's possible. I know full well I'm no wolf, and that's what I'm gonna say. Just like everyone else, huh? Fair point. Now this was a predicament. Question 1.
Ask away.
Are those marks on the only proof that there were 2 wolves? I recall the strange symbol in the large rock, the 2 warped diamonds with spirals inside. Yeah, that mark represents the Kami-sama returning from Yomi. So since there are 2 marks, it stands to reason that there are 2 wolves. So it's speculation.
Not much reason to question it, though. We have these annual mountain festivals, and there's always a guardian costume parade. The number of wolves in the parade is announced in a similar way.
What if the cute girl you just met was replaced with a werewolf that looked and acted just like her? Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. So it's normal for there to be multiple wolves, huh?
Yeah, in Shinai-sama Shrine, for example, you have 3 wolf statues. For the festival, the Megurama divine the number of wolves or something, and then record that number overnight.
By leaving these marks on the stones, huh?
No, Kami Fujiyoshi doesn't have a kiba. Those stones, I mean. So they apparently draw them on the shrine grounds.
Apparently?
The type of Yasumitsu are taught to wait for the guardians on Yasumitsu, so I never saw the marks myself.
So one of these marks on Kami Fujiyoshi means one of the wolf in parade.
Not exactly. The wolf sign in Kami Fujiyoshi isn't as warped, for one. The mark, the spiral, and the diamond is only the sign of the wolves that came back from Yomi. It's a Yasumitsu thing, so they don't have it in Kami Fujiyoshi.
I'm getting kind of confused with this, but we'll keep going, okay? I see. Still the number of wolves and marks match up.
Yep. A 3-wolf festival is considered good luck there.
Chimi herself didn't look the least bit happy to talk about it. Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there was at most 3 Okami-sama wolves. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear Jinmenken end of possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact that there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guess it had something to do with the presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation. It made it easier to understand what was going on here. What about the humans who got guardians? How many of them are there?
There are 2 monkeys, but only 1 of the rest.
I see, so there are 5 guardians and 2 wolves, and the rest are humans. It's pretty bad that there's 2 wolves.
Because that makes them strong.
No, that's one reason, but you can only kill 1 per day, right? There's multiple, getting them all will take more time. Oh yeah, I just realized the crow would be kind of pointless if there was only 1 wolf.
Why?
The crow's ability lets them tell whether the corpse is a wolf or human, right? That means that a wolf doesn't transform back into a wolf even when it dies. The corpse stays human. That makes the crow's power useful. You wouldn't be able to tell if a wolf was dead otherwise. Yeah, that's true, but what does that have to do with the number of wolves? Imagine if there was only one wolf. They killed him. What happens next? I got nothing. Exactly that. Nothing. Or rather, the wolves won't kill any more people. Game over. Humans win. What? I mean, if you killed the wolf, then... What? I think I'm confused right here. So the crow only tells if that dead person is a human or not, or a wolf or not. But there's no more wolves. Okay. Is he suggesting like people would still kill each other even if there are no more wolves? I don't see how the crow's pointless though. I don't know, I'm getting confused here. Maybe there's something I'm missing I'm not understanding, I don't know. Oh, I see. No, I don't see. So if there was only one wolf, you could tell it was dead because the killings would stop. Oh. And the crow would be pointless. Exactly. Wow, you're sharp. But also, can't you ask the crow to confirm if the corpse is dead or not? If it says it's a wolf, then it's like, woohoo, you did it. You did good. I'm so confused. Well, it's not like this information is very useful. I'm still impressed by how you keep cool in this mess. You're not just someone's student, are you? What else could I be? A detective? Oh, I like that. I'm a famous detective who came to solve a difficult case in this countryside, Sushi Yokomiso's world. And you normally investigate affairs and deaths? Wow, that got real quick. Anyway, I got more questions. How many people can the wolves kill per day? It'd suck if everyone got killed overnight. That won't happen. Remember the snake? They need to ask the mountain who's what. True, and the spider would be pretty useless if they just protected one human while everyone else, including them, died. This is also why I wondered if Mamaya-san and Hashimoto-san got brutalized. Killing even two people would make it pretty bad, but if it was just one per day or... Well, that raises another question. Why do these supernatural monsters even need to follow rules like that? Is that weird? I just realized how stupid this is now. Why? What makes it stupid? Of course it is. Imagine if there were 3. One corpse would barely serve as a snack. I don't think they're attacking people because they're hungry. Oh, so they're just out for revenge? Not really sure, but it doesn't seem like they're doing this because they want to. There's just a Town of Salem game as a visual novel. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like the Among Us and the Salem game, which now you confirmed it was Town of Salem. But yeah, it's pretty much that in a visual novel. So it's kind of weird. Or werewolf! Oh yeah! Werewolf! That's also a good description. In fact, that might be a better description than anything, honestly. Literally werewolf, yeah. Gosh, I forgot werewolf. I never played werewolf, so that one really escapes my mind, though. Or Mafia, the game has many names, yep. So, same concept, different name titles, but yeah. You're right. I feel like they're their own laws they have to obey. That was what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption, some sort of supernatural punishment from Shinai-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yomi Bito done away with immediately. However, instead, the humans retained the aid of their guardians and only one kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountain similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge. Was it really that simple? Or was there something else going on? It was quite scary. I wanted to know all about it.
I guess we should at least ask the elders how many people the wolves kill.
True.
Oh, true. But is someone really gonna die again tonight?
We already got 2 casualties, and for all we know, those 2 wolves replaced might be dead too. Hold on, they're cleaning out the bodies, right? We gotta check them properly to see if there aren't more than 2 bodies or anything.
Kanzo Chi-chan checked it first thing in the morning. There were only 2 people's worth of bones and guts.
Huh, really? Does he have experience doing this kind of thing?
He's a hunter, so he's used to butchering animals.
Well, that made sense. That reminds me, it's probably the most important thing. Why aren't you trying to run away and call the police? Even the music stopped. It's just like, "Arr!" I want a straight answer to this. I honestly can't think of a better move in this situation. I was aware the people here were superstitious, but those superstitions were getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting?
We can't escape this place.
Can I ask why?
It's complicated, but we all know it's true.
But wait, didn't you say you left for university?
There's no way to escape this place. The mist is completely impassable. I'm not going to waste time on something I know can't be done.
Have you seen it for yourself, or are you just trusting what someone else said?
Sorry, I really can't explain how, but I just know. Once the feast begins, no one can leave Yasumitsu.
So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she'd subconsciously gained that knowledge through some experience. Yeah, as if... So you have no proof, but still believe you can escape.
Yep, everyone else would probably say the same.
What are the odds that your blind faith is in something that's total bullshit?
Well, higher than 0.
But if I said that I, as someone who overlooked what the gods of the mountain, would try to leave anyway?
I'd do everything I could to stop you. Even if the others allow it, it's because they don't care if you die.
That was pretty scary. So you're worried about me. The game Nausea combines the actual gameplay with VN elements. Interesting one. Oh. Nausea. That one sounds familiar. Like, I heard that game, I don't think I've, like, seen anything about it, though.
More than anyone else here.
Thanks. I can just feel the love.
Love?
She's going all red on me now. Seems to be taking it pretty far for an act.
No, I just have a conscience.
The other tears don't, then?
Well, you should know that they're way colder to outsiders than they appear. I'm kind of an outsider myself, so I can relate to your situation.
You go on a road trip with someone just based on that?
Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice.
Huh? You only agreed because you felt sorry for me? Don't think you can get out of your promise that easily.
Wow, how do I respond to that? Oh, but wait, your bike's broken.
If it's for a date, I'll take out a loan on a new one.
A date? I guess it is. But wait, you'll take out a loan while you're still in school? Besides, don't promises like that usually end up with someone dying. Let's worry about that after we survive.
Shit, first she was all over me and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun, but right now she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice.
Back to the whole police thing. Really, you can't expect much from them here.
Because it's supernatural?
Well, that's one, but we also have just one officer in Kami Fujiyoshi. And Kami Fujiyoshi wants nothing to do with what happens here in Yasumitsu.
You know, I've been thinking.
Spot on.
I haven't even said anything yet.
Yep. Yasumitsu is basically the local settlement and those who are ostracized.
She really did guess what I was going to say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly, as one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of others was a matter of life and death, making this quite harsh punishment. Did you all do something?
Most of us did nothing. The Maki Shima, Yamawaki, and Muro families have been here for generations. Can you keep a secret?
Sure.
Kori Oribi-san was originally an outsider who married into the Haguchi family, but her husband messed up somewhere down the line and died. I fear she was forced to move here with Yasukan, who was still very little.
Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I'd heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles in this day and age? It seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times.
Then there's Mochi. He was the Nosato family's heir apparent. Guy's an actual blue blood.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, he and Kiyonosuke-san are uncle and nephew.
They are nothing alike.
Mochi's a bit weird though, so he was put up for adoption and sent to Yasumitsu.
Oh yeah, Kiyonosuke, she has said something like that. Sheesh, what century did they think it was? What about you?
I did an oopsie.
Did you used to be a bit wild?
You don't like that?
Nope, I'm actually into that.
Wow, you really go all in, don't you?
With her pulling hits and runs, I really had no choice. Anyway, this place was basically abandoned. I couldn't expect any outside help. Everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to separate natural reasons. What were my options here? Let's leave a little save. Well, we could try leaving, but something tells me that's a bad idea, so let's just stay. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. Obviously, escape was the ideal choice, but at this point I didn't see anyone guiding me out. All I had to look forward to was either dropping dead somewhere in the mountains or becoming a snack in the village. The first seemed way more attractive, but unfortunately I'd gotten attached to the people here. Abandoning them would at least make it hard for me to sleep at night. That's why running away wasn't an option for me. I'll go ahead and ask, why aren't you letting me eat Yasumitsu stuff? What is this foreshadowing?
You noticed?
Yeah, and I figured I should clear up anything shady before it comes back to bite me. It's scary.
You got me. But really, this is just some insurance. A little medicine for the mind.
Oh, tell me more.
You know how it can be, right? You eat something from a strange place and the next thing you know, you're turned into a pig and can't run away?
What? Is this hell or something? I've seen that anime on DVD, but by the way, which way to the bathhouse? Oh, is this a reference to Spirited Away? Took me a minute. I was about to say, I don't remember that anime, but I'm like, wait a minute. Pig? Bathhouse?
Spirited Away? I can't say it isn't.
It seemed like some serious overthinking to me, if not just serious superstition. Hiraki's a nerd! How long will it last?
I brought a ton of food from outside, so you should be fine for a while.
Cup ramen then? I did appreciate it, but I had mixed feelings on living like it was the apocalypse over a local superstition. Wait, didn't the news reporters like eat food here too? Or did they not? Because they're like food reporters though, so I imagine they would eat food around here, right? And what about the little girl? She's an outsider too, and she's been eating the food around here. What the fuck? Now I'm even more confused. What? Anyway, we went to Chimi's room, and she gave me some cup ramen. We agreed I'd pay for it after all this was over. I actually skipped 2 meals, so I was still hungry, but I was used to skipping meals to costs, so that wasn't a problem. I went to relax and think things over, but Chimi was curious about the others, and I ended up tagging along. It was probably because I wasn't in a position to be by myself.
Oh, welcome. Are you here for lunch?
Nope, we're just here to kill time. Can we sit? Just hello and welcome. Happy Liberty Day! Liberty Day? I don't know who's liberating, but happy Liberty Day! Woo! Of course, I'll bring you some tea. Can I just have some warm water instead? Oh, but tea is good for you. I'm the type who can't sleep if I drink tea. Oh, I see. Warm water it is then. I'd have liked it if you just refused that too. But use water from here whenever you make cup ramen, right? Ah! You didn't realize that?
Maybe it's safe when you boil it?
Could hell's water really be purified by boiling? Well, yeah, there's that joke right there. You boil the hell out of it. Today is in Helldiver Liberty Day. Oh, gotcha. For liberty and democracy! Here you go. I must say, you're quite unfortunate. Your bike was broken and now you're, you know. Oh, it's nothing compared to everyone else here, if I may ask. Does this kind of thing happen often? Is it annual or something? How's everyone doing? Well, for myself, I'm doing pretty good. I slept for 12 hours, so I'm feeling a lot more rested. And if luck is on our side, I will try to push the stream to be 5, maybe 6 hours long, if possible. Try to make up for lack of yesterday's stream. I asked something important like it was no big deal. No, it certainly isn't that common. Personally, I think this is my first feast. I did hear that people died when the mists appeared before, but that was before most of us were here. As in they had been ostracized back then. I could ask that, but I probably couldn't dig too deep. So this is a first for many people here, right? Yes, I think so. I see. If that's the case, knowledge of the rules seems strangely well kept. You see what kind of place this is, don't you? There's not much in the way of entertainment here, so little ones grow up listening to the tales of their elders. Old tales and songs are always passed down and survive for a long time. Songs?
Song!
Ah! Mysterious Mako-chan popped out of nowhere.
I learned the song!
Oh my, did you? Could you sing it for us?
Shinai Sun's guardians are 1 cake, 2 funky, 3 blow, 4 rider.
Cake? Funky? Blow? And rider? Oh, so it was about a guy who had a funky birthday party with cake and ended the night on a happy note? The melody seemed familiar, though.
I guess it was too difficult for her.
Mako, so this is where you were. Ah. Her guardian soon came after her. Oh my, I'm sorry. We just had a lunch, so the place is a bit of a mess. Kyori Orbi-san humbled herself. Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize. I let Mako wander off here. No need for that. It's a difficult time for us all. You are free to come here and relax whenever you like. Very well. A silent thud? And a loud one! The woman just collapsed. Are you okay? Oh dear, are you hurt? Apparently she wasn't trying some unique form of relaxation. She just tripped on the rail for the door. It hurts. She put her hands on her throbbed nose and became teary-eyed. The lady's mysterious vibe crumbled in an instant. The woman noticed my surprise and pouted. She might have been more expressive than I realized. Please don't look at me like that. I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've talked. You might be right. My apologies. Huh? For what? I got you involved in this. Run. I might suggest turning the voices on just to hear Rikako's "Hoa" noises.
Eh.
I doubt they are what you expect. No doubt about it. But I'm gonna leave that to everybody else who wants to get this game. You have to find out for your own self.
Cause I'm a stinker like that.
Cause I already have this game. I can just replay this back with the voice acting and everything if I wanted to. Or you guys could look it up on YouTube and, you know, that route too, I guess. I'm trying to be a stinker too. Oh yeah, you told me to run away. I saw the evening mist come. I hoped you could escape. Oh, so that's how it was. A part of me thought you foretold the future or something. Umatsu isn't the Lookout family. Now that sounded significant. What does that mean? This isn't something we can share with outsiders. Crap, Jimmy's lack of reserve made me forget my boundaries here. Sorry. You're wearing some strange clothes, so I thought you were a Shinto priestess or something. Oh, I'm not that important. Hiroki-san, don't bother Rikako-san too much. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Rikako-san. You just call me by my first name? Sorry. Jimmy called her that way, so I thought it was okay. Man, this was confusing. I'm not that bothered. Oh, sorry about that. Huh? You two are getting along? I'd have appreciated it if she didn't put me in a weird situation. I'm going back. What about you, Mako?
I'll stay a bit longer.
I see. Come back before evening. And so she left.
She's a bit weird, but still cute, right?
She is.
She's cute, right?
Is she?
Which one is it?
That's my question!
Natural beauties sure have it good. They look young and pretty no matter how old they get.
Well, that was some bait. I'll bite. How old is she?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's younger than 30, but she's definitely older than me.
That's older than expected.
I know, right? She's so little. And did you see that baby face?
By the way, is she?
Hello.
We're joined by the students.
Mom, can we come in now?
Oh, Yasunaga, Haru-chan, welcome.
Hey, you!
Yep, I'm you at your service.
Are you messing with me?
I was, actually. What is it, Makishima-san?
You almost called me Haru-chan, didn't you? You've only just met. You don't do that. It's unreasonable.
Calm down. Hysteric heroines aren't popular.
You're still messing around. I came here to say something to you.
Her behavior was pretty unreasonable too, to be honest. But instead of pointing it out, I just corrected my posture and waited to hear what she had to say.
You're getting close to Nii-chan. She's pretty busy, so you should leave her alone and do your own thing.
You're busy?
I wouldn't say so. Even if she has some free time, she's a lady, so you need to be considerate and keep your distance. It's the mature thing to do.
Well, that's true.
If you agree, then just go away somewhere. This is why adults are so unfair, filthy, and annoying.
Yes, I'm a filthy old man. Oh wait, so that's kid.
Haru-chan, did you really come with me just to say that? Oh, Mom, I have a message from Takumi.
What is it?
We'll be going to sleep early for a while, so maybe we should have packed lunches.
Oh, that's true. I should hurry and start making the rice.
Also, Fusashi-san, take this!
Voom voom?
Huh?
Me? I was busy deflecting Haru-chan's attacks with my stupidity barrier, so being dragged into a conversation surprised me a bit. He gave me a rather dirty, rusted, cheap-looking cylindrical key. It wasn't even attached to a keychain.
It's the key to the dorm. Takumi said he got it from the Teibei.
Huh? Why did he do that?
He said he felt pretty bad about making you sleep outside last night.
What a sincere and considerate person. He really is. People like him make living in a place like this far easier.
Mom, you really...
Oh, the rice. With an awkward smile on her face, Kiyori-san went back to the kitchen.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
Don't worry. I'm just a clueless outsider. I made a blatant lie. Everyone could tell that Kiyori-san and Takumi-san would make a nice couple.
Oh, I'm talking about Haru-chan too. Hey, stop picking a fight with the outsider. Hey, he's bothering you too, isn't he? Not really. Anyway, if you don't have anything to do with the feast, then just get out. Stop it already. God, I can't take you anywhere. Fuck, girl.
Why? Fujiyoshi-san is a victim! Don't be so heartless!
What the hell? You're such a dummy.
Oh, this is such a mess! They had to stop fighting about me. What an innocent little girl here. Also, Chimi's info was confirmed to be true. Trying to escape seemed dangerous and recommended it was heartless. Basically, getting out of here was difficult. That made me all the more grateful for the room. I'd been so busy trying to understand what was going on in this place that I didn't even consider how to deal with myself. I'd have to thank Takumi-san.
Calm down, you two. Haru-chan, wanna play with Ni-chan? Or Chini?
Play what?
Prayer to Shinai?
Now? Seriously?
I want to show Miko-chan how it's supposed to be done. Huh?
It's fine, but wow, you really care about stuff like this, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
Something was about to begin. No longer the center of attention, I began drinking the hot water Kiori-san placed before me. Take up at a strange symbol enabled at the bottom. It looked like a family crest. Asunaga-kun, what's this mean? Oh, that's one of the Kami Fujiyoshi had family crests. She should just throw it away. A harsh tone made it pretty likely that it was the crest of the Higuchi family, the ones who banished them here. Haru-chan moved a chair and sat down in front of Chimi.
Can I play the man's role?
Sure.
Let's go! 1, 2... Shinai-san's guardians are... 1, snake, 2, monkey, 3, crow, 4, spider!
They started playing an action rhythm, or action rhyme, much like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. Fall in sync, they clapped, slapped their knees, clapped again, joined hands, etc., all according to the rhythm. And there was no mistaking it. This is actually the song I heard yesterday morning.
5, prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6, the badger runs along late with Nair as a fix.
They were doing it pretty quickly, so I couldn't see everything, but it was definitely complex. They even raised fingers and made fist bumps. Also, I was pretty sure I'd heard that part somewhere. Prepare for the feast, even when the evening mists arrive. Oh.
7, the corrupt Yamabito rise to oppose the mountain.
Suddenly, the song changed in tone. The movement switched up too. Haru-chan hit her face, and Chimi stood up a bit and grabbed her by the shoulders.
8, death of the damned Yamabito is the mandate.
Similar line, but the roles switched.
9, 1 soul per day, now to bind. 10, the mist rise away again.
They returned to the same tone and movements as before, but then, at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. Then they quickly stood up and...
Yay!
It's been so long since I did that I kind of panicked. Apparently they were done.
See that, Miko-chan? That is how it's done. Wow, you were so fast I couldn't see it at all. Alright, Haru-chan, teach it to Miko-chan. What? Me? Teach me!
Well, alright. God. Yasu-kun, there's something I want to talk to you about. Chimi's tone was serious.
What is it?
Yasunaga-kun instantly understood that it was important, but he seemed to be mindful of me. It's about the feast, I shouldn't be here, right?
I'm sorry.
Chimi gave me a meaningful look as I left. She'd probably tell me something the next time we met. I'm heading out then. Very well. You take care now. Kiori-san stuck her head out and said goodbye to me as I left the dining hall. I put together what I'd learned, the settlement's beliefs, circumstances, and the inhabitants' stances. However, Chimi was really the only one I could directly get info from. I couldn't account for any biases she might have had. The other inhabitants, albeit the varying degrees, didn't trust me. I could probably have decent talks with Yasunaga-kun, but the situation seemed to be similar to Chimi's. I'd have liked to get info from the elders. Maybe my best option was to somehow join the feast myself? From what Chimi had told me, the feast was really a vile and dangerous tradition. That didn't change even when you consider the tales that there had already been lynchings because of this. Normally, something so brutal would have changed and become some harmless festival by now. Why did such a tradition survive in the modern day, despite murder and lynchings being completely illegal? Was this place simply beyond the reach of the law or something? Or... It's cause I saw God. Because you'd actually get cursed if you didn't do that, what the tales told you to. How stupid. Then again, I couldn't really write it off. My sense on gods and monsters was basically that. As long as they could be seen, I was willing to accept their existence. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded as best. New technologies and methods could easily reveal things that were previously undetectable. This had happened many times throughout human history. The idea that there were strange animals, ghosts, or aliens that were simply beyond our current ability to perceive was entirely plausible. However, they were disappointed realities, too. For example, the original story about something mysterious could have easily been a lie, trick, misunderstanding, or misinformation. Generally speaking, the mysteries of the world all turn out to be one of those. Science disproved things far more often than it confirmed them, which was pretty damn boring. Surely even Houdini, famous for exposing mediums and other frauds, wanted to believe in psychic phenomena. He had searched the world in hopes of meeting a real medium, but each he found proved to be a fake in the end. Well, considering I actually seen something that shouldn't have existed, you could say that I was in a way more exciting situation than him. But my life was in danger, so I couldn't really waste time trying to speculate what that thing was. Back to the matter at hand. For now, the most important thing was understanding and surviving the feast. To pull that off, I need more info. I still hadn't heard how today's talk had ended. Based on the mood of the place, no one seemed to have died, at least. They died? Shocked, I turned around. Who was this? There's a girl I'd never seen before. They died? No. Oh. They died? Yes, they did. They all died. You'll die too, Shirley. Welcome to Fujiyoshi, you poor man. You poor dumb bastard. The girl turned around, her skirt swaying behind her. Hold on, Mochi. Whoa, how did you know, Poop Man? What are you calling Poop Man? And while your clothes surprised me, sure, but you still work on your acting. Should work on your acting skills. Bro, what do you mean that I die, Shirley? I'm an outsider. I don't know anything, so yep, I'm the first to be sacrificed. Hey, this ain't a costume or anything. Huh? You're saying you're wearing that normally? Yep, I'm super poor, so the school uniform was the only thing I could wear. But Teibei never stopped complaining about that. That's why I borrowed Haru-chan's old clothes. They're cute, aren't they? Well, they are, but... Are you a guy? You are a guy, right? If I didn't already, I'd have assumed he was a girl. Yep, I have one. You can check when we're pissing together. I didn't want to see it at all. Are you uncomfortable with your gender or something? What? No, I'm a guy. Then why? There's no reason. It's just the way I am. The way you are? I'm an eccentric. There's something wrong with my head, so it's hard for me to get along with normal people. But I also can't just do whatever I please, so I ended up being a bit weird. So this is simply your nature. Yeah, speaking of nature, if it wasn't cold, I wouldn't mind going around naked. So basically this was a guy with a unique sense of, well, everything. Unless he found something that really clicked, he'd have a hard time living anywhere, even in the city. You have my sympathies. Hey, Yosumitsu is actually pretty easy to live in. You should move here, Poop Man. What does that have to do with anything? Living in the city is hard, ain't it? Nope, it's way more convenient than here. Really? I thought you escaped because something bad happened. Well, I can't deny that. You're a weirdo too, right? That one I can't deny. Wait, really? I thought we were birds of a feather. Right, old man? Ah! Whoa, there's a weird little guy in the bushes. I think Poopman's a weirdo. I know, right? That's what Poopman is. Poopman! Please don't spread that name. I don't give a damn if you use Fusashi or Haruaki. Just stop calling me that. Hassan? Hassan! Did I look like a Middle Easterner? I was mildly bothered by the accentuation too, but he was probably avoiding using nicknames that were similar to Haru-chan's name. Well, whatever, that works. Poopman became Hassan. I was never Poopman to begin with. You're close to the old man? We're fellow crazies. Hassan seemed to be enjoying it. Join us, Hassan. When the mist clears, we can go steal chickens from Kami Fujiyoshi. Why would I do something like that? What are you, kappas? Or kappas? Well, why do you like me that much? Well, they might have been a good thing. He seemed to be a bit more unique than the other two students. By the way, why aren't you with the other students today? Well, Haru-chan was angry, so I felt like it wasn't fun to be fun with her. Why was she so angry? Haru-chan likes Yasan. Oh? So she doesn't like that Yasan seems happy about Chini coming back. I see. So why was she mad at me? Haru-chan actually wants Yasan and Chini to get together. Well, I wasn't expecting to hear something like that. So she's hoping the target of her unrequited love gets his sweetheart? Yep, that's why you're barging in and getting along with Chini mess things up for her. So basically I accidentally entered a love triangle? Does Chimi-chan know any of this? Pretty sure she does, but she doesn't do anything about it. He has a snowball's chance in hell. Man, this kid was harsh. So yeah, good on ya, Hassan. Chini is yours. Is she now? In a way, are you okay with this? Why are you asking? Well, I haven't been here for long, but from what I've seen, you're wild with most people. Ooh, excuse me. But kinda gallant around Haru-chan. Well, you're probably right. She's a childhood friend and a bit of an airhead, so I do worry about her, that's all. That's unexpected. You seem like the type to mess with such people. I'd mess around with you to the very end. I owe a lot to Yasan, and Haru-chan is an unfortunate girl. You know what? Asking too much at once isn't good, so I'll have you tell me more some other time. Aw, I already said too much. Hassan, what kind of magic did you use on me? He's the one who gone blobbing on his own. By the way, you said that someone died. Did they? Well, I know the journalist did. Yasumitsu's people are still alive, but they're all as good as dead. Why do you think that? Who knows? I'm not good at reasons, but well... When Takumini said he was the snake, I had a bad feeling come over me. Oh, I felt like I could hear the wolves laughing. Wait, what did you just say? I could hear the wolves laughing. Before that. When Takumini said he was a snake. Takumi-san is the snake? That's what he said. I got some urgent business. Mochi, old man, see you both. Huh?
The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming!
You knew? Shit, I didn't have the time nor the connections. Muro-san! Huh? What? That was my line. Why was he forming at a time like this? Thank you for the key. Oh, don't mention it, bruh. But don't walk around by yourself. Everyone's on edge as it is. About that, do you know how many humans the wolves can kill per night? Jimmy went and told you about it, huh? I insisted on it. In fact, you had to have seen that coming when you sent her to meet me. The info I have is still unlimited, but I'm still a bit worried. Sorry to bother you, but can you tell me more? Sorry, won't cut it. It's a huge bother. I don't want to waste any time on this stupid shit. I have a farm to take care for. I thought you and Shimi would understand, but you're serious about this too? Well, he really didn't seem all that bothered by all this, but... 2 people already died. What of it? Huh? Listen, people die all the time, and I always stuck cleaning it up. What is he talking about? Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nasato got to work on the place 8 years ago and it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I had no idea that was such a big deal. Then there's the idiots from the city, coming here just to hang themselves or getting eaten by wild animals. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishes or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. And yeah, no one cares. I pick them, give them all nameless graves, and leave it at that. Beasts, corpses, you never know what you'll find in the mountains, kid. But this time it was in the village. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Never heard of Asian black bears eating humans, so maybe we got a pack of actual wolves here. You're saying that was done by beasts? And you're saying that was done by humans? What of it? We just have to create a new night patrol. Where the hell do we have to kill each other? This person was hard to read. There's no denying he had a good head on his shoulders. He was reasonable and skeptical about the unknown. On the other hand, there were some things he even put above rationality. It felt like something you could call Yasumisu's rules, or better yet, fellowship. He looked at the situation from the perspective of, I gotta protect Yasumisu. He did whatever he could within those constraints, but he was in denial about the existence of enemies originating from within Yasumisu. To him, the situation was just a common sense of some outsiders died, so what? Maybe that was what he really wanted to think. That made the situation really very bad. But I, being an outsider, couldn't say that. That's true. Like you say, there's something wrong with anyone believing in such superstition. You look displeased. What was I supposed to do? But I'm curious about what I asked first. Do the legends say that everyone dies the first night or what? I need to know how to feel about this. Oh, that won't happen. Wolves can only kill one person per night. Really? But why? What does the legend have to say about it? What did Bacho say again? No one can go against the laws of the mountain, not even the Yomotsu Okami-sama. Yomotsu Okami? What was that return from Yomi, apparently? Huh. Weird. I felt like I heard that term before. Still, wasn't it weird that the laws apply to the wolves too? They were in the Yamibito side, as in those opposing the mountain. I was pretty sure the law of the mountain said that only one person could be killed per day. Lynching one during the day was the limit, and killing more than one per night was against the rules. Both would make you the target of the corruption. It didn't make much sense to me, but at least I found out that the wolves, too, could only kill one person per night. Sorry for bothering you with weird questions. I'll get out of your way. Oh, right. By the way, if you need an extra pair of hands, just ask. I won't meddle any further than I have to, but you're letting me stay here, so the least I can do is earn my keep. Yeah, sure. His last reply was half-hearted, but at least I got a bit of the rules I was missing. When I came back to the dining hall, I found the students, Shimi and Yoshitsugu-kan. Yasunaga's little brother, Mako, had left. It's Poopman! I mean Hassan! Poopman? Let's see. What? The name still got a chance to spread. That aside, I had to find out what happened at today's feast. Recalling what Mochi had told me made this kind of hard. Sorry, but can I borrow Chimi-chan? Wow, I sure am popular these days. Why you? You just can't take a hint, can you? Hano-chan, just help. Let's just help Mom. You say something too. It's probably something complicated. I'll be the one who breaks the plates. Hano-chan, you be the one who holds him back. Huh? Hey, what's going on? Sorry about the commotion. What did you tell Yasunaga-kun? We talked about today's feast. Things aren't looking good. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Chikamochi-kun told me that Takumi-san revealed he's the snake. Mm-hmm, he did. Are there any other snakes? Others? No, there's only one snake. The mountain gave 4 kinds of guardians. The snake could ask the mountain whether one of the participants was a wolf or not. The monkey was the only one of which there were 2. They had the power to know who the other monkey was. The crow could determine whether the person who was lynched the previous day was a wolf or not. Oh! Okay. So the crow can only tell if somebody's been lynched, not killed per se. Okay. The spider could ask God to protect one of the other participants from the wolves' attacks. Honestly, if this so-called God really had that power, I'd complain to him that he should protect everyone. As far as I knew, anyone who didn't have a guardian was either a powerless human or a wolf. The humans could kill a person during the day, while the wolves could kill a person during the night. It was a battle for survival. And humans had to do everything to find and kill the wolves. If they couldn't find a single wolf during the feast, the whole event was completely meaningless. The wolves would simply crush the settlement. If you ignore the fact that it's murder, the fact that you didn't choose a wolf suspect today is pretty bad. It's a day wasted, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I told Yasukan. Then there's the fact that the snake outed himself. It's pretty bad. She understood it well. We couldn't expect the help of the police or getting a forensic investigation, not to mention we were up against supernatural monsters. Alright, Desilio, thanks for tuning in. As always, do appreciate it. Have a good night. And of course, hope to catch you next time. As things were, the snake's power was the only way to find out who was a wolf or not. In other words, losing the snake would mean losing their most powerful weapon against the wolves. But he should be fine for today. The spider will protect Takumi Nichan. Huh? Hold on. We also know the spider? No, Yasukan suggested that whoever it is, keep it a secret so that the wolves don't find out. Sharp. Kanzo Ji-chan agreed. Oh, Kanzo Ji-chan agreed and we went with that. Seems like the right move. It does. We probably should have done the same with the snake. They really should have. It was the best to secretly gather info without revealing their guardians. Especially for the snake. He should have kept quiet and used his power to find out as much as reasonably possible before revealing himself. I knew it was difficult to figure out right away, but the fact that the snake, the most important role, was the first to be outed was really bad. From my perspective, Takumi-san had been focused on protecting Yasumitsu himself, that he'd made a terrible mistake. He appeared calm, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd realized this and was actually pretty shaken. What do you think will happen? She acted like she already knew the answer. The spider was told to protect Takumi-san. The wolves obviously heard that. If they tried to go for him, the spider will stop them, right? No idea how, though. Yeah, and with that, they lose one day's worth of murders. Jimmy seemed to process this as a logical game, too. If I were a wolf, I'd ignore Takumi-san and go for someone else. You think so, too? Who do you think they'll go for? I don't know. I have no idea what the wolves are prioritizing. If they prefer the blood of women and children, they'd probably go for the younger people. Scary. Don't worry, you're not the youngest girl here. I'll kill ya. It's fine, you're still the prettiest, I swear. I'll forgive ya, though. That's still sounds pretty bad. Who knows what they'll do before killing me? I'm sure there are plenty of things they could conceive. Apparently there was another layer to the worst possible scenario. If they're not killing based on their preferences, then they'll kill someone whose death would shake the villagers. That'd be someone influential, or a player who's invaluable to the humans. That'd be Kanzo Ji-chan or Yasukan. That seemed likely. Yasunaga-kan was the only one who'd done something helpful for the villagers at this time. He seemed to be the leader of the high schoolers and had a good head on his shoulders. But his ideas required Kanzo Makishima Nishi's approval, which made it pretty clear he was a standout. Honestly, I expected him to take more initiative than he had. The fact he considered the younger people's opinion showed real leadership skills. In any case, he wasn't someone the humans wanted to lose. Oh yeah. Did you decide who Takumi-san will investigate? Yeah, it's Kiyonosuke-san. Huh? What's with that choice? What do you mean? He asked for it, and we wanted to prioritize those who are the least popular and make them safer. I wasn't so sure about that choice. Those who were confirmed as non-wolves would have much more freedom to act. At the very least, they wouldn't be suspected as wolves who were just trying to exploit the situation during the feast. That being the case, shouldn't they have opted to choose a potential leader to investigate? Well, I didn't really know if Kiyonosuke Nasatoshi had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. If they wanted to secure a reliable leader, they should have went for someone like Kanzo Makishima. Wait. The snake's target is killed by the wolves. The snake's power will be wasted, right? The dead can be investigated by the crow, after all. No, those killed at night are chosen by the wolves, so they're obviously humans. The crow can only investigate those chosen and killed during the daily feast. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Whatever the case, perhaps investigating Kiyonosuke wasn't that much of a mistake. Did that mean that they were actually doing a decent job? It would be pretty bad if Kanzo Shi was the one to go. Chimi looked gloomy. She and I probably felt that it wasn't a complete blunder, but still had a bad feeling about it. During the feast, everyone had locked themselves somewhere all alone around every sunset. It was called sheltering. Well, I could understand it, considering the legends, but I'd still wonder why the students didn't go to school. It was a weekday. When I'd asked, they just told me, why would you leave when it's so dangerous? The idea that they couldn't even leave when the mist was here was so popular, it affected their daily lives. Also, the people at Kamifujiyoshi had to know what Yasumitsu was covered in mist, right? Considering the school, there probably had few students to begin with, the non-presence of the 3 from Yasumitsu would normally be a serious problem. I knew it was a settlement for the ostracized, but did they really neglect this place that badly? Looking at it from that angle, it was safe to assume that the local villages, Kamifujiyoshi included, actually concealed the feast of the Yomi Purge. I thought about that and similar things in room 203 of the student dorm, the place I was given in. Chimiya had given me some cup ramen and hot water. We chatted for a moment about being neighbors for a while, and then she returned to her room. Weird we could be so casual about this, considering there was a chance we won't meet again tomorrow. After dinner, I took a bath. The gas boiler was pretty damn old, so learning how to use it took a while. There were some working electrical outlets too, so I could charge my phone. I didn't have a wristwatch, so that was important. Oh, Thor the Fools! Hello and welcome! And thank you for the head pats! We're just chilling, reading a nice visual novel. Hasn't gotten to the raging point yet, but we're seeing the loop part of this. Or at least have, anyway. By the way, my room didn't have a kitchen. I was pretty sure the other rooms didn't either. From what I could tell, no one here actually cooked or ate at their own homes. They all relied on the dining hall to provide their meals. The settlement had only a unique culture, but a way of life as well. I couldn't help but wonder how something like this began and survived into a modern era. It was an interesting subject to research, but for now, I had to worry about the fact that my life was in danger. Anyway, what were my options now? I wasn't part of the feast, but walking around at night was probably dangerous regardless. After all, I had memories of getting killed doing exactly that. From a logical standpoint, that was probably just a dream, but it had a quality to it that made it hard to believe it was. I had to be careful until I was certain. Then again, I had a record of surviving by not just making any noise at night. Maybe I should have stayed awake and looked around. Also, Takumi-san had said they were going to have someone keep watch at night, didn't he? Was he going to do it himself? Considering the snake's importance, he shouldn't have do something so dangerous. Shit, they barely decided anything in the feast. I wasn't getting enough info either. I feel like I barely knew the basics. Talking during the feast meant giving info to the wolves, but if the humans kept too many things hidden, the wolves would end up knowing way more than them, and that was just dangerous. Still, there was a limit to what I could do in my situation. If I kept being the messenger I was today, I could create a huge imbalance of info to myself. Not to mention, I could be deemed suspicious and lose the residents' trust. Shit, what was I supposed to do here? Was it best for me to just stay quiet and wait for the feast to end? That wasn't like me at all. There was a mail slot on the door. I opened it up and looked outside. Everything was still covered in mist, so I couldn't see much. I could only see the handrail and the branches going in the hallway. But maybe I could see some intruder if I kept staring. Not likely. After all, this was the room at the end of the second floor. Haru-chan's and Chimi's room were closer to the stairs, so I couldn't see anyone going to attack them. The only time I could see the monster come would be when it was coming for me. Maybe keeping a watch like this was the most important thing if I wanted to stay alive. I found it hard to put my own life on the priority list. For some reason, I felt like if I died, I'd just go back to the starting point. Yeah, I better not think that. Anyway, I had to stay awake. I still have many things to worry and think about. Alrighty, next day. What's gonna happen? What? So I woke up and tried to move. My head rubbed against something tough and then smacked into the doorknob. I writhed in pain. What was going on? Did I fall asleep against the door? Was I more tired than I thought? I was glad I didn't die and all, but this was a failure in my eyes. Sleeping in an unnatural position made my whole body hurt. I rolled over to my fully charged phone. It was 6 o'clock. That was early morning for me. I'd have loved to just go back to sleep, but I was too curious about the feast. Hi. Are you curious about the feast too? Because you like to eat. I know you do. After washing my face with hot water and putting on my shoes, I decided to take a peek through the mail slot. Oh my! Outside I saw Chimi standing there with a knife in hand. I reflexively stepped back, tripped and fell on my ass. What the hell was that? There was a woman standing before my room with a weapon. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough to conclude that I was dealing with a scene straight out of a horror movie. What could have prompted this? Did she suspect I was a wolf, or was she a wolf herself? She knocked on the door, making me squeal a bit. Haruki-san, are you awake? Would she kill me if I replied? Wake up! I need a hand checking on everyone! By the way, I'm armed, but it's just for self-defense. Say that sooner, damn it! Oh, so you are awake. Don't worry, I just put the weapon away. I hesitantly peeked through the mail slot and saw her hopping around, showing me her empty hands. After meeting up with Chimi, we went around the dorm and woke up the students. All of them were alright. While they got ready, we went to Nasato Mansion, just cause it was close. Nasumitsu was still misty and unpleasantly silent. I watched carefully, just like yesterday morning. I couldn't write off the possibility that a werewolf would jump out of the mist and tear me apart. It'd be over for me. I was walking ahead, dragging Chimi by the hand, careful about where I was going. If something happened and I got eaten or something, Chimi would either fight back or run away. Is something there? Is everyone there? Oh, Nasato-san, it's Fusashi and Chimi-chan. Where? Oh, there! We peered through the mist and a gloomy frown appeared. Hey there! Looks like the mansion was safe. Of course, it's old but well protected. Not even monsters can make it chilly. I see. Then we can all take shelter inside. Why should I let you? This is Yasumisu's problem, not mine. I see. Good point. Then we'll just get moving along and solve the problem, I guess. Huh? Right, it's dangerous! We need to be in groups! Really, I was beginning to think this guy was the best described as all bark, no bite. Though prideful and vain, he wasn't as smart as he claimed to be, as shown by his inability to take charge of the feast. Also, his fussy attitude was probably just him making up for his fear. It's entirely possible he was just putting on an air and that mystery that Yasumisu, or rather Fujiyoshi, was actually scaring him. Anyway, we went downhill and met up with the students. Even a familiar road can be scary. Yeah, myths sure are weird. I could get naked and no one would get mad! Stop that, you fool! Haru Makishima was acting weird. Machi was definitely expecting a retort from her. She didn't say anything, and her face was so pale you could tell through the mist. Hanging her head, she was slightly shaking. Everyone else could see it too, but no one chose to address it. Questions would quickly become suspicions, after all. Perhaps she was a wolf and did something horrific last night. As we all thought similar things, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Are you alright? Don't touch me! Her hoarse scream shocked everyone. Haru-chan. Ni-chan, I just... Sorry, but right now, Yeah, I can understand if you're on edge. Be careful about where you walk. We then slowed down. Haru-chan not touching anyone's hand was out of the rear of the group. As we walked, trees and stones drifted in and out of visibility through surrounding mist. Our vision was so limited, it felt like the world around us was changing with every step we took. A tunnel of trees, a path on a paddy field, a stone platform, a concrete stairway. We walked between realms every passing second. I was still wondering how Haru-chan... What was on her mind? Was she afraid? Or weary? After descending for a bit, we arrived at the plaza. I see all of you are alright. We met 2 more people in front of the dining hall. Are the elders sleeping in? Awa-chan's still getting dressed. She's not feeling too great right now. Let's check on those who aren't here yet. Come with me, Kyo. Why are you ordering me? Because we might need some manpower. Fusashi, you come too. It's the first time he'd ordered me to do something. It wasn't a situation where I could be happy about him relying on me. Yes, of course. He probably had a bad feeling. Namely, that he wouldn't be able to rely on a certain someone ever again. As I passed by Kyori-san, I heard her whisper. Yasunaga, can you help? With what, Mom? Finding Yoshitsugu. He's missing. Everyone probably had a bad feeling about this. Oh, not the Mickey voice guy! God damn it, he was the funniest! Damn it! The three of us guys checked the houses. Asunaga-kun, Shimi, and Mochi walked around the settlement. We'd agreed to split up and start searching. The misty village was silent. I couldn't hear anyone chatting. I'd seen these buildings from the outside. It was my first time actually walking in. The shabby buildings built using blackened planks were more or less buried in vegetation. Some were on the verge of collapse. The way their frames jutted from the mist reminded me of the carcasses of giant beasts. I walked on a line between the grass, a footpath surely. I often heard something small jump on the grass. It was probably just some bugs or frogs, but it still made me flinch. Rikaku-san! Rikaku-san lives here, right? Yeah, in that house. Shit, why must she live in a place like this? If you don't know, there's no way we would. I guess it's the Megurama's orders. To my knowledge, she moved to Yasumitsu after her own accord. There's no need for her to be here in the first place. Maybe she knew the mist was coming and came to cast a spell or something to keep it away. It sure didn't work, though. Takumi Muro, I don't mind you being disrespectful to me, but you shouldn't choose your words when talking about her. She's a legitimate Kami Fujiyoshi family head. Like I care. It's Yasumitsu. She said it herself, didn't she? In the feast, we're all served on the same platter. Rikaku-san, are you alright? Apparently Takumi-san didn't like the Uematsu family, or the four-head families in general. Now that I thought about it, though she wasn't as disliked as Kyonosuke-shi, the villagers in general aren't fond of Rikaku Uematsu. That's kind of interesting. It seemed like a pretty obvious outcome, though. Yasumitsu was a settlement for the ostracized. It was impossible for a member of one of the head families who openly spurned them to form a good relationship with the locals. Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. Rikaku-san emerged from before too long. She was wearing her usual strange getup, and she didn't seem any different from how she looked yesterday. I need to check on Meiko. We moved on to the next house. I feel like Rikaku-san was urging me, so I woke the girl up. Meiko-chan, it's morning! Well, I couldn't imagine Rikaku-san raising her voice, while the other two probably didn't feel like they had to get involved with the girl. After a few calls, she finally came out, still half asleep. Meiko, I'm glad you're alright. Kyo, take them to the dining hall. Go with me, Rikaku-san. What does she step? Yes, She was apparently trying to get my attention, so I turned around and said, yes? I'm sorry. Her sudden apology left me completely confused. She then departed alongside the other two, leaving me alone with Takumi-san. Are you sure we should go on without Kyonosuke-san? He'd be useless anyway. I only brought him along in case it was the Yumatsu's mock priestess that died. But now I know who got killed. It couldn't be the old wolf guy, Rat. Shut up! The old man Konzo was around. He'd have woken up earlier than anyone and searched the length of Yasumitsu 3 times by now. Sorry. Sorry. His house is over there. I followed him in silence. I couldn't think of anything to say. The fact the door was unlocked made it clear that something wasn't right. The moment I opened it, my nostrils were assaulted by a smell I'd experienced just yesterday. The reek of a fresh corpse. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! Unlike Takumi-san, who was looking away and cursing, I did my best to burn the scene I witnessed into my memory. I felt like to avert my eyes would be disrespectful and chided myself for wanting to look away. This body was much more intact than Mamaya-san and Hashimoto-san's. That made it much easier to become painfully aware of the fact that this was a human, an intelligent life form who was with us yesterday like it was no big deal. There's one problem, though. The part of the body that used to be the head was completely destroyed. There's no part of the head left, untouched. It was that thorough. It was obviously the result of the relentless heavy blunt attacks. Everything above the neck was just a strange, flat mass of shattered skull fragments and white and red organic matter. Compared to it, everything else was largely unharmed. Old-looking clothing and an uninspected robust chest for someone his age. for all the proof needed to know that this was the body of Kanzo Makishima-shi. We'll clean it up. What else? Please wait a bit. What are you gonna do? Find out as much as I can. Since we had no idea when we could get out of here, protecting the scene of the crime for an official investigation meant we had to leave this body to rot here, and we couldn't just do that. And considering the horrible state it was in, the villagers probably wanted to take care of it on their own way as soon as possible. Not much I could do to stop that. Plus, I did my duty as someone without such obligations. This corpse was completely unlike the ones from yesterday. While those two were destroyed completely, the damage on this one was focused on the head. The weapon clearly wasn't sharp, they'd used something blunt. The skin on his face was torn, but not sliced apart, and the skull was shattered. This was caused by repeated blunt attacks on the head. It wasn't my job to picture whether there was some profound grudge in this. The only clear thing here was that the wolves killed him using something blunt, not claws or fangs. It was obviously done with a dedicated intent, not accidentally. At the very least, the entity that made this corpse was the same as the one that made the ones from yesterday. It makes sense if you separated them and assumed that yesterday's was the corruption and today's was the wolves. But the thing I'd seen was when I was walking around at night at that time had the appearance of a wolf. Or rather, a werewolf. The werewolves were the ones bringing the corruption. The tale all this was based on would make even less sense. The corruption was Great Lord Shinai's, the mountain god's punishment. It'd be weird for it to be delivered by the wolves. Holding back my nausea, I looked back at the corpse. Then I rolled up my sleeve and reached for the destroyed head. Hey, what are you doing? I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I still have to look. Decapitation meant body doubles. Mystery writing 101. Decapitation meant body doubles? What? If someone brought in and killed a person with a similar build to Kanzo-shi's, then left him here, his death could easily be fake. Did Kanzo-san have a silver-capped tooth in his lower jaw? No, he didn't. His voice was strangely forced. I looked at him and realized he was kinda pale. I might have overdone it. Still, I couldn't be soft in this situation. He was proud that didn't need any crowns or anything despite being over 60. Why, did you find one? No, I only asked to prevent any misdirection. It's a healthy set of teeth. The hell? The lower jaw was mostly intact, while the upper one was destroyed along the rest of the head. Despite that, I saw a hint of the old man in the eyebrows, and the dark hair with streaks of gray in them. It was pretty clear it was the one and only Kanzo Makishima-chi, so it was probably pointless to keep thinking about the way he was injured. My hands were all messy. I'd have to wash them later. The corpse aside, Kanzo-shi was lying on some thin bedding, and there was no sign of a struggle. He was either instantly killed by the first attack or knocked out, laid here and then killed. Still, it was on corpse that was easy to make. The situation here was peculiar. One point I found curious was the fact that Kanzo-shi surely obeyed the shelter law and locked himself in. However, the lock on the door was still perfectly intact. So, logically speaking, Kanzo-shi had opened the door and let the culprit in. There's no sign of resistance, so it was probably done by someone he felt safe with. However, this was a normal killing by the standards of the Feast of the Yomi Purge, and this was definitely made possible by something unnatural. Back to the situation at hand. The futon and everything around it were bloody, obviously, but there was another strange thing about the crime scene. The dampness. Maybe it's a little too obvious, but I wonder if it's like his granddaughter or the child who's like related to him, however way, and she killed him because she thought he was a wolf, maybe. Maybe, who knows. Some spots were really wet and clearly not because of the mist. It was like the murderer purposely spread some water here. Were they trying to wash away the blood splatter on them? But there's no point in doing it in front of the body. The footprints were faded. Were they trying to cover the tracks? They were still pretty visible, though. It was more like they put bloody footprints on the futon and tatami that was already wet. The shape of the prints told me they weren't made by Western shoes. Japanese clogs are wild beasts. They were just long ovals reminiscent of those made by Zori sandals. There weren't many of them, though. Most of the blood was absorbed by the futon. From what I had, I could tell there was only one type of footprint. Find out anything? Nothing special. Thought so. You don't specialize in this, do you? Sadly, no. All he knew was that the culprit was very dangerous and human. So I washed my hands. Takumi-san removed the sliding door and put Kanzo-san's remains on it. He covered his destroyed face with a nearby hand towel and prepared to carry it. You take the other side. Got it. We lifted it up and yeah, this is definitely a job for 2 people. We went out into the mist. Are we throwing him into Saranaga? That's what Botchai would want. Because he'll be corrupted if we don't? Yeah. A voice devoid of life. I couldn't call out to him. Pushing him any further was dangerous. I could tell by the air about him. It's my fault, man. Why? Because I messed up in the feast. It was entirely possible. This proved he was aware of it himself. I would have said that, but it felt wrong. I don't know much, but I think you were trying to do your best. What's the point if I mess up like this? Then you need to make up for it. I think you'll have to be the one who leads Yasumizu now. I can't. Well, I couldn't either. I was just an outsider, so I had no idea how to console him. Feeling powerless, we approached the dining hall. We'd pass by here and go straight for the graveyard. Tei Yamawaki-san had come out too, she in the midst of prayer. Koriyori-san was standing next to her. She looked completely out of it. Rikako Umatsu was covering Meiko's eyes and looking straight at me. Haru-chan, Kanzo-san's actual granddaughter, was watching her grandfather's corpse with an intense expression. It probably wasn't going to make any assumptions here, but I couldn't help it. I felt like her expression was not full of unbearable sorrow, but of anger, hatred, and disgust. I never seen them have a nice chat, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't see eye to eye. But still, I'd have killed if she made a different expression, if only for this moment. I could only think of that because I was an outsider who didn't know shit. It wasn't good to make assumptions. Shit. Why was I in this position? Just how much could I even learn in my position? But as it turned out, I was still underestimating the situation. We can't find Yoshi-kan anywhere! We met Chimi on the way to the graveyard. She and the 2 high school guys were still searching, but the mist made it extremely difficult. We told her we'd join once we buried Kanzo-san and picked up our pace. The graveyard wasn't that far. Yasumitsu wasn't very big. It only felt like it was caused of the mist, or the load. I completely forgot about him. He was alright too, huh? I had no idea why, but he was looking at us, clapping and laughing. That meant that Yoshitsugi, Orobi-kan, was the only one we hadn't seen yet. I was told there'd be only one. The wolves were supposed to kill only 1 person per night. Not saying word, I hurried to finish the job. That led us to finding him early. Yoshitsugu-kun was on the shortest path of the cliff, in the grass of the graveyard. Takumi-san had only noticed him by chance. That's how deep in the grass he was. And how many pieces of him there were. It reeked of death too, but it was mixed with the smell of trampled grass and a strange beastly odor. Maybe not all the blood around here was his. Unlike Kanzo-san, he left clear proof of a tough battle and intense pain. Yoshi, you had guts. Takumi-san's voice was shaking. He picked up a soccer ball-sized object. Half eaten and basically a shadow of what used to be, it clenched its teeth, even in death. Can I? Takumi-san gave it, Yoshitsugu's kun head, to me, and I put my finger in its mouth. No! Mickey Mouse voice died! No! Damn it! I was actually kind of enjoying that voice because it's just so funny and stupid. I was curious about what was stuck in there. What I found was a clump of beastly fur. He literally fought tooth and nail, resisting until the very end. Resisting what? Obviously the being that brought the corruption. It didn't take long for the news of Yoshitsugu's Oribe's death to spread across the village. I'd heard that the pain of losing one's child was beyond any description. Based Yoshitsugu moment, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, true. Even so, Kiori Oribe's son broke down so badly it felt abnormal. The mild-mannered woman became a mad beast, We had to band up to keep her from running into where we found Yoshisugu's Kun's corpse. We'd already gathered it up and thrown it into Soranaga, after all. Takumi-san kept a tuft of the boy's bleached hair, which he gave to Kaori-san. She instantly put it in her mouth. Through her wailing and choking, she did her best to chew and swallow it. It was a wretched, gloomy, and miserable sight. Why is she eating his mouth? His mouth? Why is she eating his hair? Though it might have been an act born of ultimate motherly love, whatever the case, no matter the shape, it was too late to try and bring her child back into herself, not to mention absurd and pointless. That was how it looked like in my eyes. Let's begin the feast. We gotta do something about the one who killed the old man Yoshi. His words got the attention of basically everyone present, but they didn't reach the sobbing mother and her older son, who was gently consoling her. Yoshisugu-kun, why did he have to go against the laws? His efforts in death had only worked the corner, not just his mother, but everyone else here. It was useless. He'd gotten some weird fur for us. No one, not even me, had any doubts about what we were dealing with here. A situation where everyone was desperate, acted on their own accord, and didn't know how to use their lives, well, was basically the worst. And apparently this line of thinking I had would foreshadow the next turn of events. Where did Haru-chan go? Shit, why was everyone in such a hurry to do the worst things possible? Chimi Shirasawa, Chikamochi Kamoshida, the Kumimuro, and I went out to search for the Haru Makishima. Kaori-san showed no signs of calming down, so Yasunaga-kan stayed with her. Kyonosuke, she refused to come, arguing that it could be bad if there wasn't enough manpower around the dining hall, and he wasn't wrong about that. It was unlikely that some fur-covered murderer, or Haru-chan's kidnapper, was still around. To prevent any surprise attacks or accidents, we split into pairs. We were given a hoe and a sickle for self-defense. Be careful, you two. Shout if something happens. Loud enough so we can hear you, but low enough that others can't. Alright, let's go, Mochi. Time to do work, Hassan. The skirt would have made the search harder for him, so he changed into his school uniform. It wasn't cut for the job either, but we had no other clothes. At least it was better than one-piece dress. He seemed to enjoy wearing girls' clothing, so changing into the uniform was probably his way of showing he was serious about this. He kept his easygoing tone of voice, but it felt like there was gravity in his eyes, too. He might have been pretty shaken. Haru-chan! Haru-chan! We walked around Yasumitsu, shouting until our throats became dry. We checked every bush, all the patches of tall grass, and behind every tree. We even searched the water around the paddy fields, but didn't feel like we were any closer to finding her. What do you think happened to her? I don't know. Maybe she's shocked by her granddad's death. No, before that. She's been acting weird since this morning. Was she? Is she really fastidious or something? What? A clean freak. Hates anything dirty. I think I saw hints of that ever since we first met. I say she's just the greatest scaredy cat here. Scaredy cat, huh? She was always really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she was just scared of getting corrupted. I see. Fear based on superstition. That made sense, but why had it suddenly gotten worse? What happened last night? That's why I don't think Haru-chan could kill anyone if she was a wolf. Is that what you think? I don't know if she is one or not, but I really don't think she could if she was. How prudent. That's not like you. Well, we're not talking about me here. I don't want to try and get a read on you. I just want to hear your ideas on what's going on with Haru-chan right now. I have no idea who or what you're confused about. But to me, Haru-chan is as important as Yasun, if not more. I don't really care about anyone else. So we should just find her. Good point. But no matter how hard we searched, we saw no sign of her. She could have been hiding somewhere, or maybe she collapsed. But I was beginning to entertain another idea. What if she ran away from Yasumitsu? I asked, knowing everyone would deny the idea. That'd be hard to believe. When the mist comes, Yasumitsu is connected to Yomi, Bachan's words, so anyone trying to escape would just end up there. Not to mention those mountains are dangerous! All that considered, if there was something that drove her to escape from the village, what could it be? Everyone fell silent. They couldn't even imagine it. It was like their brains had stopped working. If she'd actually wandered out into danger, then we'd wasted too much time searching for her in the village. I had to hurry, so I didn't hesitate to use some big assumptions that bordered on chicanery? Chicanery? What the fuck? That's a hell of a word. What if she can no longer trust the village or the people here? What do you mean? She might have seen something at night or early morning or come to some sort of realization. Like, for example, what if she found out that someone she knows well is a wolf who killed people like it was no big deal? Everyone gasped. She's young, so she's still pretty unstable. And since Yasumisu is so small, it wouldn't be strange if she felt like she lost her place here if someone betrayed her. The girl seems pretty emotional, so it makes sense that she'd jump straight and run away, right? You make a solid argument. But then what do we do? Give up? That was the thought of someone from Yasumisu. I'll go look for her. I'm not afraid of the corruption. And that was the thought of someone from Yasumisu who had few screws looses. Anyway, I'm an outsider. I'm not exactly averse to leaving anyways, so I'll look for her too. I said to stop you, didn't I? Don't worry, I'll head back the moment I get dangerous. She definitely won't head to Saranaga's direction, so I'll focus on the path to school. Also, adults shouldn't turn their backs on children, right? Hassan! I can't argue against that. Of course, it's possible that she's still in Yasumisu, so you two keep on searching for her here. Leave it to me. Run away if it gets dangerous! Hassan, about what you just said. What do you mean? You know, the thing about Haru-chan losing trust in everyone as a result of something she saw. What about it? That didn't actually happen, did it? Who knows? I was just raising the possibility. It's likely though, isn't it? So what do you think she saw? Me or Yosen walking around with a mouth full of huge fangs? That's a possibility too. I'm not sure I buy that. Is that just your intuition talking? Yep, it is. Speaking of which, I also feel like this Feast of Yomi Purge is designed to keep the wolves from being outed easily. You can't see them at night because you can't walk outside. You can't stay gathered in one place and watch each other. You can't call the police, so there can't be any investigations. And since everything's covered in mist, things can happen without anyone realizing. And that's why you can't get that sort of solid proof. How could the players send people to be hanged without the slightest bit of material evidence? If you ignore the weird guardian powers, it was all quibbles, agitations, sophistry, emotional arguments, connections, popularity. Basically the power of communication. I don't really get why, but yeah, I think it's designed that way on purpose. Nothing was certain. They were put in a dangerous argument, with their only weapon being their eloquence. It was a feast of doubting, hurting, and eventually killing one another. If there was such malice behind this, then Shikamochi Kamoshida had a point. Are you a detective or something? Huh? No, that'd be Yasun. He might know more than he lets on. I have to talk to him then. We arrived at the mountain pass separating Yasumitsu from the rest of the world. The large stones at the side were like torii without a top. They might have had religious significance. There's no rule against stepping beyond here, right? Nope, only that you can't run away from the feast. We were going out to find Haru-chan, so we were good. Ignoring the fact that Haru-chan was breaking that law, we passed between the stones. We soon had to stop. The path was blocked by a landslide. According to Mochi, despite being pretty rocky, the ground in this area was strangely fragile, so landslides aren't that uncommon. There had been some pretty bad rain last night, hadn't there? Was there? I don't remember reading about rain last night, but okay. If that was related to the mist appearance, it wasn't likely that we'd get both the mist and this landslide at the same time. Despite that, this felt just a bit too convenient. I had to consider the possibility that the people in the settlement above blocked the road to keep the Yomabito from getting through. Hassan! There's something way more important. We found footprints in the still, damp mud. It was proof that she'd passed through here. They disappeared into a small cliff that only reached up to my shoulders. She had to have climbed up and disappeared into the forest. Let's hurry! Yeah. The term virgin forest was used to describe forests that were still untouched by mankind, letting nature have complete control over it. Many of the cedars here looked imported, so that term probably didn't apply to this one. However, it wasn't intended to whatsoever, so the words natural or undeveloped definitely worked. There are so many fern saplings on the surface, a canopy of leaves above, and a thick mist all around. It certainly didn't feel like a place humans were welcome. For better or worse, the few ferns seemed slightly trampled, indicating someone had passed through recently. Over here! Be careful, she got lost on this road after all. Haru-chan! Should you really be shouting like that? It's one of the basics of living in the mountains. The beasts run away if you scream. Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten about the very real threat of the wild animals. I lost myself in the mood and became kind of embarrassed. Haru-chan! Say something! Shouting over and over, we kept moving forward. She tried to follow the path, but all the cliffs and boulders in the way made her stray from it. 10 minutes later, we lost all sense of direction. Yeah, this place really was dangerous. Could we really find her? You know, even if we did, wouldn't it be too late? I was reminded of Yoshisugu, Ori and his cruel fate. Were we about to lose yet another life? So my thoughts turned to that very real possibility. I heard some weak weeping. Haru-chan? Mochi, stay away. Are you alright? Please, don't come after me. I had a bad feeling about this. Something really bad might have happened to her. Wait up! Hey! Chikamochi went after the voice with no hesitation. His body was quickly buried under all the plants and mist. Give me a hand, Hassan! His lack of hesitation felt dangerous in some way. Was I just imagining it? Anyway, I went after him and quickly caught up. It hurts. It hurts! Haru Makishima was buried under all the greenery. It's her leg! Stop! Ow! I walked up and... Man, this is pretty bad. Her leg was all covered in blood. Her shoe and foot were pierced by a sapling that was broken right at the bottom. She stepped on this. Can we break it off? Nope, we gotta pull it out. That'll open the wound. There's some lawn marsh, pennywort, and chameleon plants here. Let's close it with them. You can do that? Nosato is the family that made the medicine. First I'd heard of that, but I had no choice but to believe him. She resisted verbally, but she was too tired and weakened to do it physically. I picked her up, doing my best to ignore her wailing cause of the pain, and pulled her away from the branch. Chikamochi quickly took care of her wound and used a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Let's go back. Can you carry her? Of course. You sure you don't want to do it, though? Who knows? I just don't have the build for it. I thought of saying that Haru-chan would have preferred him, but she was barely conscious thanks to the pain. We didn't have time to waste on sentimentality. Lead the way. One less person is enough for one day. Going back is easy, but man, it really does look like getting out is impossible. Agreed. Haru-chan, I'm so glad you're alright. She isn't, Takumi-ni. Call Taibei. We've got a wound to patch. Got it. Our return caused quite a commotion, and by the time things had begun to calm down, it was way past noon. Haru Makishima's escape distracted everyone, but none of the problems were actually solved. Kanzo Makishima-shi was killed by the wolves, while Yoshisugu Ori was taken by the corruption. Yoshisugu-kun's death was especially problematic. Each meaningless death was yet another obstacle against resolving the feast. Even if they picked and hung someone during the day, it wouldn't guarantee that there'd be one less wolf. It was way more likely that they'd get rid of an innocent. Even worse, the wolves in the group would most likely try to leverage the hangings in their favor. They claimed to be innocent while casting doubt and blame on the other survivors. To win, the humans needed to do their best to see through such trickery and identify the wolves, possibly even making them confess. That was how I saw it. Anyway, and I was the one with the least info here. With that in mind, all humans who died by breaking the rules were actually doing the wolves a favor. If she'd actually disappeared, I'd have said the same about Haru Makishima, assuming she was human anyway. Perhaps someone encouraged them to break the rules. If that was the case, the wolves were ruthless. knew the rules well, and were steadily advancing toward the complete victory where all humans lay dead. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans. That'd be Kanzo Ji-chan or Yasukan. And just as we'd feared yesterday, the wolves had silenced one of the most important people in the feast. It was hard to believe they'd chosen him just because they were scum or because they didn't like him. The situation was really bad. Another thing to note was that Yoshisugu, Oribe's death, greatly affected Kori-san, who was responsible for everyone's meals. That was a major problem.
Good work, everyone. Here's some.
When she tried to give us some tea once we returned from the search, her face was pale and she was shaking like she was having a seizure. Despite her attempt to carry on as normal, her composure was in pieces. It was so painful I could barely watch. Takumi-san should have been supporting her, but he was just gloomily hanging his head. In the end, Chimi had to lead Kori-san back to her room and stay at her side. I could only hope that was enough to calm her down. However, it was nearly time to do the inevitable. I recall you saying that we should start today's fest. Peace, now is as good time as any, don't you think? Yonosuke-shi addressed the downhearted people gathered in the dining hall. Does it look to you like anyone's up for it? The day would end at this rate. The wolves are clearly intent on killing us all. Can you clearly waste time waiting in a situation like this? It'll work in their favor. We have to pick someone to hang no matter what. Did you agree, Miro? Alright, Yasunaga. Try talking to everyone upstairs. Those were Tae-san looking after Haru-chan, and Chimi looked after Kaori-san. Oh, I'll go too. You don't have to, Mochi. Just let me tag along. Chikamochi winked at me, and for some reason. Might take a while. Yeah, take your time. Everyone has to be there after all. I will go prepare. Please do. Oh, wait! Now is my chance. Yasunaga-kun, can we talk? Huh? About what? Sorry about your brother. Thank you. That makes it a bit better for him and I. That's a very mature way to talk about it. Maybe I should have sent him more at my age then. This boy was already pretty mature. That's not all the nasally voice. I don't know why I can't do the nerd voice for some reason. You didn't get along with him? Well, that's not it. We didn't always see eye to eye, especially recently, but he's a really good guy. I think so too. It didn't seem like deep down the tough guy routine was really just an act. Did you get along with your mother? He did. Despite all he said, he really loved her, and she really loved him more than me. Ooh, ouch. Oh, that's not what I was asking. Sorry. All human relations were complicated. Prying too deeply wasn't a good idea. I'm sorry, what do you want to know? A few things, mostly about the legend. Tae-san is the better person for that. I need the opinion of someone more rational. First question, why do you think the wolves kill the humans? Because they're angry at humans for tricking and killing them. Let me rephrase that. Why do the people given the role of the wolf suddenly become able to kill their friends and family with no remorse? Huh? Are you suspicious of Haru-chan and I? Oh no, sorry, that's not it. I want you to look at this from a general perspective. Say you've been told that you're a wolf. Could you just accept it and start killing people? No way! Exactly. No way you could. Of course there are those who could, but most couldn't, either out of fear or guilt. Mochi is a good example. The people here are afraid of certain things, but they do have lines drawn in the sand. If the lives of these they care about are on the line, they wouldn't hesitate to face the corruption and the wolves. That's only because Mochi is special. He's a genius. Genius? Yes, he can easily make predictions and decisions normal people can't, and he'd readily throw away anyone or anything he doesn't care about. Everyone else thinks he's just weird, but I think he's a genius. I see. I think I agree with you there. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you people aren't the types to magically become murderers just because of some corruption. Of course, there'd be people who do it because the corruption would come for them if they didn't, but even they wouldn't do it without hesitation. But the wolves we're dealing with aren't hesitating at all. I don't know where you're going with this, but I think that depends on the personality of whoever the wolf is. It'd be easy for people who never had any aversion to killing. But there are two wolves, right? Yeah, seems that way. I see. Let me ask you this then. Does Yasumisu have more than one person that capable of murder? One psycho and a group of people I could see, but two seems pretty unlikely. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn an even ordinary person into a ruthless killer. If that's true, if that isn't true, the lack of infighting doesn't make sense under the current circumstances. When you put it like that, this is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. That the wolves are doing the right thing. See. That's an interesting way to look at it. It's how countries convince their people to go to war. Yeah, that's what the lesson was about. But I think that your perspective is a bit flawed. What do you mean? For example, most of the girls in the settlement are timid and prefer to leave the big decisions to the men. Even Haruchan is like that. So if the wolves are a man and a woman, it's entirely possible the man's taking the lead and doing the killing while the woman is just following along. Also, for all we know, the wolves could be arguing all the time, and they just didn't happen to hesitate in killing this one time. Yeah, good point. But I do think that there's some secrets to why this feast lasted so long. Traditions like these usually die out. It makes me think that there must be a way to ensure the killings continue. Your idea is certainly interesting. I don't think you should call it interesting. Not in a situation like this. Oh, sorry about that. That was insincere of me. Let me ask you one more thing then. Go ahead. I was working under the assumption that nothing particularly strange is happening here. But what about you? Do you think there's something mysterious going on? I don't want to believe it, but I think there is. What is that? Did you see a god or monsters or something? No, it's hard to put into words, but the fact that the mist appeared when we had a whole 4 outsiders here made it feel like there was a higher power at work. No matter how I look at it, I don't think mist like this could have been produced by human hands. Not to mention that it's strange how the wolves can enter sheltered houses and kill the people there. There's also the fact that if one of us killed someone, you'd see a change in their behavior, or some evidence would be left behind. We can't explain those things, so yes, I do think there's something mysterious going on. Oh, I see. Alright, sorry for asking such a weird question. By the way, who do you think are the wolves? Hiroki Fusashi-san. Coming off with a stern voice. Sorry, but that is something we can talk about at the feast. You don't have the right to ask that. Oh, my bad. Listen, we'll have to hold the feast to decide which one of us we should sacrifice today. It's important to propose who we think is suspicious, but it's also very dangerous. Something we said outside of the feast could be used against us and become a fatal mistake. The fact that you asked me that makes me feel like someone's maliciously using you against me. Please stop. Good point. I'm sorry, really. Oh, but now I won't blindly believe that you're an ill omen, but I won't stop suspecting that you're involved somehow. If I ever find out you had something to do with Yoshizuko's death, You'll what? He glared at me. I'll have to avenge my little brother. I see. Of course you would. I'll just head to the cage and do my best to be as unsuspicious as possible. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Why? Today's feast might drag on until evening. It might be too late by then. You should go to your room in the dorm and ask someone outside to block the door handle with a stick. I see. Good idea. This boy was really smart. If Takumi Miroshi was a site foreman type, he was manager type. I could see the talent for using people. Can I ask something too? Of course. Do you like Nchini? Whoa. From a political standpoint, I should say no, but yeah, she's likable. I see. Well, she seems pretty available, so she'd probably date me if I, or anyone else, asked. Oh, are you being considerate of me? I had a feeling that Mochi tells you something weird. It's not like that. What I felt for her is a thing of the past. She was the only older girl around these parts, so I was attracted to her, that's all. This place was gloomy and serious, and she's the only free-spirited person here. She was amazing as Mochi. You're saying she was a rascal? Yes, so much so that she almost killed someone. Hold on. Well, it was an accident. Though it's strange you think she's available, Chini is actually pretty shy. Is she now? Or maybe she just changed a lot during her 3 years of college. So yeah, I've already gotten over her. I feel like you're the one being really considerate. That's not healthy, you know. It's all good if you like her. This is hardly time to replace for that. Good point. That was it, huh? Eventually everyone gathered and went to the hall. Just as I was told, I asked for them to lock me in my room. After getting everyone, including Takumi-san and Tae-san, to understand, Yasunaga-kun, Chimi and I went to the dorm. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a pause here. Oh, not that. We're gonna save. No real reason, we just can. Alright, we're gonna take a pause here and take a break. And let me get the chance to rest up my voice. Especially if we're gonna go on a little longer than usual. Break time, break time, break time! Alrighty folks, let's enjoy 20 minutes, yeah. Let's go with 20 minutes of break time. Full of music and ads. And once we come back, we'll continue on with more Raging Loop. But if you guys need to tune out, feel free to do so. No worries on my part. Have a good night if you do. But for those of you who will be staying, hope to see you all momentarily. And enjoy your break. Oh, my frame dropped just like crazy for a second there. Okay. Someday I'll figure out what the hell's going on with that. But anyway, hello and welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed your break. I certainly did, because it gave me a chance to rest my voice. Good chance to pet the kitty. Tell her how cute she is. Got the chance to squeak up my chair a little bit. Oh, you want to come up here, ma'am? Do you want to come up here? Did you want to say hi? No? Okay. Freaking weirdo, man. This freaking cat, I swear to God. Also, fun little fact. I have officially achieved over 1,000 Nintendo Switch games. I'm quite proud of myself, if I do say so myself. And after making a bit of a deduction with Nintendo Switch games and how much more I have left, I actually think 1,000 is actually more than half of what's currently on the market. I could be wrong, but roughly I'm guessing around 700 to 850 is what's on the market right now. Of more Switch games I have to go get. Which is not that bad. It's a little bit less than half, so I'll take it. Pride. But more come out all the time, so it just keeps piling up. Yes, but I'm keeping a control over it. Well, not control, but more like, I'm trying to, like, lower it down a little bit so I don't have to collect so much. Like, oh, I have to collect 800 games now, but then eventually it turns to 700, then 600, then 500, then 400, and, you know, so on and so forth. So yes, they're still releasing more, but still, like, I'm still, like, slowly bringing that number down as we go along. Through irresponsible financial choices, because I am an idiot. Don't question me. Don't question me. My mom already questions my financial choices enough already, okay? I don't need any more from you people! Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it, kitty! Don't do it! You? Irresponsible financial choices? Yes. I'm the one buying a car midstream. Ooh, you're buying a car? I mean, if you need a car, that's actually kind of important. if you gotta get one, go get one. Alright. Let's continue on with some Raging Loop. I mean, define need. Oh. Are you one of those people who needs, like, who has, like, 5 cars? One or two of them that actually work, the rest are, like, oh, like, spares or, like, to work on or something? My stepdad was the same way. Well, ex-stepdad, but anyway, he was the same way. He, like, loved cars and had a bunch of them, and it was just annoying. But I'm like, hey, whatever, it's not my thing. I'm not paying. You know about my car functions, and it's from 1995. But now I can get something from this century. Huh. It's actually impressive that something from 1995 still works, but I guess it's not unheard of, technically speaking, but usually my rule of thumb is if it's 10 years old, then it's like, maybe time to upgrade, maybe, or get something new. So that's usually when the problems start with cars, but what do I know? Maybe I'm just that terrible with cars. Cars last a long time. It goes more by mileage. And since I drive a lot, yeah, that's probably where all the problems are happening. It depends how well you attain it. Mine was up to 150k. Oof. Wait, 150k money-wise, or 150k mileage? Mileage. Oh, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Meanwhile, mine's like 300,000 if I had to guess, give or take. At least I think so. I would have to double check, actually. That's a good question. I usually don't check it unless I go to like a car shop, because they always leave it on the mileage thing for themselves. 300 what? I thought it was 300,000, but maybe not. Maybe that's too big of a number. How does it function? Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe that's a big number then. Never mind. Never mind. It's 300,000. Never mind. Never mind. It's too big of a number then. I'm probably misremembering. I'm sorry.
I clearly don't know about cars. I'm sorry.
The average car is rated for 200K. Oh, okay. Maybe I really should double check on that, because I am now curious. 300 is considered impressive, honestly. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Next time I drive, I'll definitely check the mileage, because now I'm super curious.
Nature. Ginny, you think you could jump from the window to the branches?
No way. Even if he made it down, he couldn't get back. The two verified how secure a place this was to lock me up. If they were the wolves, it'd be impossible to outwit them. Humans stood no chance. Anyway, we're locking you in. We'll come open it if we have the time, but you might end up staying like this until morning. Alright, fine by me. It's gonna be hard, but I hope you do well. Thanks. Sorry you caught up in the problems of such a crappy village. I don't understand why they're locking this guy up. He's now, like, kind of a suspect, and if the wolves could take form, or, like, kill the person and take shape... Well, I guess that means that... No. Wait. If they killed a body, then that... Wait, so wait. The wolves could take shape, but they have to kill the body? Or get rid of it? How does that work? Okay, now I'm confused. Hold on. I feel like you're trying to make sense of this incomprehensible game. I am. And that's a mistake. I feel like there is logic in here. It's just so badly lost in translation. Or as well as my lack of understanding of things. What do I know? Let's just roll with the plot. Thanks. Sorry you're caught up in the problems of such a crappy village. I'm more worried about you. Wow, isn't that nice? I'll do my best. All done. We're locking you in then. Yeah, you be careful too, Yasunaga. You're now your mother's only child. Yeah, that's true. And so the door was closed. I could hear them set up the stick. So far, the only ones I talked to face were Chimi, Takumi-san, Mochi, and Yasunaga-kun. Just 4. The ones I hadn't talked to were Yamawaki, Rikaku, Matsu. Do we have to say their fucking last names every single time? Is that also a requirement? Because it's getting kind of hard to do so. Meiko, Kiori, Uribi, Haru, Makishima, Kiyonosuke, Nasato, and Old Wolf Guy, a whole 7. Absolutely. Damn. Alright. I'll keep rolling. I have no idea if there was significance in that, but I wanted to know what kind of people they all were. 4 people had already died, and if you ignored me, there were 11 left. Once the snake revealed what Kiyonosuke she was, he and the snake, Takumi-san, would be the only ones with confirmed roles. The other 9 would be suspects. When one was hanged, there'd be 8, and when one died on the night, there'd be 7, which was still quite a lot. They had to hurry before it was too late. The humans had to act now. Hello? Whoa, what? The supposedly fixed door slightly opened up. It was Shimi. I forgot, but I might not get to give you your dinner, so have this at least. She just threw me a yellow food box, the kind you could find in any convenience store. Thanks. Seriously. Now it all makes sense, you just gotta think. Ugh. Just make sure you always pay the proper respects to the Teiji Wangzhou, Kamikamu, You just got things. Ugh. So, yeah. I was afraid their names would make sense because of their last names associated with, like, the deities and such. Or possibly associated with the deities and such, but still. Don't mind it. Oh, by the way. Oh, what? Tell the monkeys to reveal themselves. Why? Think about it. You'll understand. And you know you have to do something before it's too late. Ginny, what are you doing? There's no time. Go. Yeah, okay. She closed the door and put the stick back. Alright, what next? Haro-chan, is your wound alright? It's fine. I know it's not a good time to ask, but what happened?
It was pretty bad, I'll tell you that much.
Whatever, let's just start.
Everyone had a drink. Let's begin the Feast of the Yomi Purge.
Let's get to it, Takumi-ni. Did the snake's power work last night? Yeah, it did. Well, tell us. Kyo is a human. Of course, I'm no he-wolf. That means Miro and I are no longer suspects, right? It does. Let's look at what we had decided today. We continue based on the late Kanzo Makishiri's decisions. Hold on, where are you taking the lead? I don't mind if it's the eldest Yamawaki-san that wants to take over.
I'm not good at that.
In that case, I'm only natural that myself and Muro, adults confirmed to be human, should be the ones to lead.
Takumi-ni, he's annoying. You lead.
No. Kaio, keep... No. I gotta do the weed voice. No, Kaio, keep going, man, bruh. He's still shocked from the elder's death. No need to force him. But I would do everything I can in his place. Miro, you consult Madame Orib.
My boy.
Kyoru-san. Here's my proposal. Let's do whatever we can to choose and hang someone today. Hold on, that's too reckless.
What's necessary if we don't? The wolves will eventually kill the last human.
Exactly. But the heart in our hearts if we want to survive the feast. Am I wrong, Yamawaki-san?
You're right. Yamabito must be hung. One soul per day, now to blind!
What if we make a mistake? Even if we kept a secret, we'd have to live the guilt of having killed someone. It's true that it would be unpleasant, but such deaths wouldn't be in vain.
What the hell? If we kill the wrong person, their death would be pointless. That's obvious.
What's your words when talking to your superiors? Listen, for now, we only have two stir-fry ways to get rid of the suspects. Surely you understand, Yasunaga-kun.
Yes, the snake's power.
Or killing someone and lowering the total number, huh? I know that, but do you really think we can all agree on someone?
We can't do that. Do you think the one who gets killed cares which side wins?
That's why I need to reach a consensus here. I need to agree that if the other survives, I don't mind dying.
Huh?
Is that seriously all we have? Yes, that's all we have. The laws of the mountain remain merciless.
What the hell? I'm not just getting hanged for someone else's sake.
Oh, that would make you a wolf, wouldn't it?
Why?
You have no intention to put your life on the line for Yasumisu, and that makes you Yasumisu's enemy. Is that what you're saying? Am I wrong? People Yasumisu, this is a test of your unity.
You sure seem to be enjoying yourself.
I'm only giving advice to someone from Kami Fujiyoshi as one who's suspicious we're lefted. Be silent.
Kyonosuke Nasato-san, you were quiet about this until the snake looked into you, right?
But what are you getting at?
You already knew we had to be unified and accept death if it was necessary, didn't you? But you also knew that saying that would have made that snake's power way more popular, so you stayed quiet!
That's just an assumption. You have to work early again. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Alright, Nareem. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, do appreciate it. Have a good night. And of course, hope to catch you next time.
She's right, though. Kami Fujiyoshi guy, who's no longer a suspect, is telling us to die and be okay with it. As if we can just accept that. Takumi-ni, you say something too.
But he's right.
Takumi-ni!
I agree with him as well. Suspect me, hang me, whatever your decision, I will accept it. Rikako-san! As I said before, in this situation, Kami Fujiyoshi and Yasumisu are irrelevant. Not to mention, I know it might be impudent of me, but I believe myself to be part of Yasumisu.
Oh, look at that. A respectable attitude. Something a certain someone here doesn't have.
However, I do think that expecting that of this girl would be a bit much.
You're all scary.
But I have no choice. There can be no exceptions. Then if you decide to hang her, I shall go with her. What? You mustn't! We only need the blood of one per day! I just have to die of my own volition. The corruption comes only for the sinner. If I'm already dead, then it no longer matters.
But
You're being a pain, Kaio. If you're gonna lead, do it right. In a Matsu. Yes. I think about what you're saying. Sorry, but you're head of Kami Fujiyoshi, one of our oppressors.
Takumi, don't be rude to Amatsu-sama.
See? You people are the reason why Bachan got so scared. Don't act like you're one of us. My sincerest apologies. Why are you in Yasumitsu anyway? Honestly, I'm inclined to just start leveling accusations at this point.
Takumi-ni, are you saying all this is Kami Fuchiyoshi's doing?
Who knows? Maybe not all of it. But their efforts to keep us here show that they know something is up, don't they? At the very least, I really can't believe some guys who think the feast is an old wives' tale and that the wolves are really on the human side. They knew that the people of Yasumitsu would die if the mist came. They deprived us of not only our prosperity but even our lives. Slender! I would say that Kami Fujiyoshi is a group of saints, but they're resourceful and dignified people. Not to mention sensible. It's his age was science supreme. Of course they don't believe in some old superstition. Is that the only reason? What do you mean?
They didn't tell you all the secrets Fujiyoshi had to offer. That's because your only value to your family is your belief that the family heads are upstanding people and that you don't shut up about it.
What?
Isn't that why they forced you to stay in the Nisata mansion when you returned, despite all the dangers here in Yasumitsu?
Now you're crossing the line? Are you saying my family abandoned me?
Hey, that seems possible. You're just like Yasun and I.
The heads are cruel. Those who lose a struggle for power, they're deemed incapable, or simply those who dislike the ones in charge can simply be sent here. Our situation is one thing, but Mom, she came here all the way from Tohoku and married into the Higuchi family. We got thrown out the moment Dad died.
I didn't care about that.
Mom, sorry, I didn't mean to.
I was fine as long as I had Yoshisuku and you, Yasunaga.
Anyway, there's no doubt that they twisted our fates. I agree with Takumi-ni about that.
God, I need to get more nasally with that, Jesus. Too bad you're stuck here too, huh?
I'm not blaming Yasumitsu's people. What's gotten into you?
We're all gonna die anyway. Oji-chan was acting all tough, but even he died so easily. I can't take this. Why didn't you just leave me there? You weren't like this back then. What's wrong? I just had enough. How sad. What's wrong? When wolves come, everyone becomes demons. Not they do. That's why we need to hang the Yomibuto.
Oh, what a mess. Whatever, at least we know that Kami Fuchiyoshi's people won't come and save us.
The road was blocked.
That's one reason. Anyway, do you think we should trust Kyo now? My reason's the same as Chimi's.
Oh dear, how sad.
Huh, you think what you want. Anyway, when we have to hang someone, Umatsu is the easiest target. Keep acting like that and you'll be dead in no time.
Then what should I...
Just be honest and tell us what you know. Keeping quiet is the worst, and letting others take care of it won't do either, right, Kyo?
What I know to take control of the feast, Muro.
I just tried acting like the old man. That ain't me. I'll leave the rest up to you.
I don't have much left to say. Let's just hold a vote and hang whoever ends up being picked. I'm telling you, that's too reckless. Of course you're free to argue your case, especially if you can prove you're more valuable alive. However, I don't want to hear any I'm human or I don't want to die non-arguments. Everyone would say that. The chosen one gives up and gives his life, leaving the fate of Yasumitsu and the rest of us. Well, hanging at the hanging pine.
That should do the job.
How do we vote?
We'll start with the elders. You can brief interviewers too. When the voter decides, I'll record it in my notepad.
Huh? That's not anonymous? No way! We'll basically be telling people to die straight to their faces.
I've had enough of this year while I was nitpicking. I'm starting. So, what's your name?
That's the old guy.
The old man who cried wolf.
It's been old when I was still young.
He's been old when I was still young? Holy shit, how old is this guy? Do you understand what I'm saying, sir? Which one of us do you think is a wolf?
Huh? Me? Why? Wolf. Scary. Scary!
Unfortunate, Chimi Shirisawa.
Hold on, are we seriously deciding who to kill like this?
We have no choice. He's a participant too. We can't deny his right to vote, can we?
Takumi Nichan, say something!
Yasunaga, what do you think?
I'll wait and see.
Same here. Wait, are you really?
So now it's me. I think I should vote for Chi-chan too.
Why? Teibo-chan.
I'm sorry, I just don't know. But it's strange how you're so mad about everything here.
If the others survive, I won't mind dying. Oh, I hear that, but I won't agree. Yasumitsu's people are important to me, but so is my life. Not to mention, I know I'm not a wolf, so I'm not just gonna roll over and die. Sure, I'll follow the rules. If I keep this up, I'll just get killed. Not to mention, we don't have any other better options. Isn't that how it usually goes with Among Us and all the other games like it? The more you talk, the more suspicious you look, and the more likely you are to get killed. Here, Taba-chan, calm down. Can you change your vote?
Should I?
You know what? Fine. It was my own fault for acting weird. Are you done, Muro? It's your turn. I'm voting for Meiko.
Takumi Nichan?
You. Do I even need to give it? Oh. Do I even need to give a reason? I know she's a kid, but we basically know nothing about her. It's just way too weird. I don't know how true the legends are, but something fishy comes from Saranaga. It's only fair to think she's fishy too. Yeah, wait a minute, now think about it. If the kid is supposed to like represent a sheep, and then we saw an icon, or that one dude during the death tutorial thing, he looked like a sheep, but he had a full wolf tail going on. I wonder if that's like a symbolism, or like they're like correlated with each other somehow. So yeah, I'm starting to think maybe it is the little girl. Mighty sus. Mighty sus.
Takumi ni, if that was how it worked, what would be the point of this bothersome feast?
I don't think we should decide based on that either. Even if she didn't come from Saranaga, we still don't know who or what she is. Think about it this way. What if this little girl really was a wolf? If we all just ignored her cause she's just a kid, she'd kill us all. Do you get that? Looks like you think it too, Miro. Next, Madame Morib.
Haru, Makishima-san. Mom! Why me?
Why not? Tell me then. Why did you try to run away today? You were feeling guilty over killing your own grandfather Yoshisuke, weren't you?
No, that's not it.
Then why? Cause I was scared. I didn't want to stay here. Lies. Hori-san, stop. His death hurt all of us, even me and Haru. All of us hurt. Yoribi-san, what will you do with your vote? Haru Makishima, it is. I'm next and I'm voting for the nameless old man. Huh? What?
But why?
Let's exchange made me realize that he's not rational. We don't need someone like that around.
That's not. That's so unfair.
He regularly said that the wolves were coming even before all this happened. That's more than enough to find him suspicious. Still unfair? I think he's either completely insane or secretly knows something. However, have you ever considered that there were faces before this one? He should have been around for at least one.
But I haven't, and I'm over 70!
But he could have, no? He's older than you, after all. He could know something, but might be unable to say it because of senility, or might be hiding out of malice. With this vote, I might be able to get info out of him, and if not, he's worthless. Worthless. Is it truly right to hang people based on whether they have worth at that particular moment? You say that, but if we continue, we will make more progress tomorrow. What do you mean? Tomorrow, Moro will use his power to investigate someone. We know the truth about another person. The Smarter will once again protect Muro. By repeating this, it'll only take 3 times to know who's a wolf and who's not, even if he guessed wrong.
Really?
In one day, we'll hang someone. Someone get killed by the wolves, and the snake will reveal another person. We'll find about 3 people in one day. And since all the 11 besides Takumi Nichan and Nasato-san are unknown, it'll take 3 or 4 times? Exactly. We only have to hang 3 people at the most. With that in mind, if you don't want to hang those close to you, you should start with those who aren't. It's for the good of Yasumitsu. Now listen here. I'm arguing to maximize the happiness of the majority, Muro. Nasato-san, are you serious? What? Chini's math only works out if the wolves only kill people and the snake hasn't checked. What if they only went after those whose identities were already confirmed? For example, what if they went for you tonight? I don't think I can agree with voting based on such a flawed conclusion. Don't you think you're being too easy on the idea of killing your own? I haven't said anything about killing my own. I never say that. Oh, man. Well, there are some mistakes there, but we're already voting. I'm leaving your decisions to you. Next up is Kako Umatsu-san, right? Going by seating order, I'm next. How troubling. I don't have enough info to go on. Why are you so calm? I'll make a mistake otherwise. That's why you and Mom should calm down, please. Hi. Hold on, Yasukan. Sorry to cut you off, but I just had an idea. Huh? What? Can the monkeys reveal themselves? Why would they? Yasunaga-kun and Sir Makishima said that it'd be best if they don't present themselves. Well, I was thinking the same thing at first, but what's the point of the monkeys then? They just know who the other monkey is, right? It's not like they get any new info later. That's true. The only use I can think of is for them to catching fake snakes. But they can confirm who the other monkey is. So they can be confirmed as non-wolves just as easily as those investigated by the snake, right? What if they lie? Lying would be too risky. For example, I'm not a monkey, but if I went, "Hello, I'm a monkey," what would you do? I'd say, "Tell me who the other one is." Exactly! But I couldn't say it because I'd be lying. Now, for example, if I said, "Alright, it's Mochi," then... How did you know? Don't joke around. Well, I can't prove it, can I? Oh, I see. What if he played along? Because he thought being a monkey would make him safe. The real monkeys would call him out, and then he'd hang all for one after another to be sure. The rule of thumb is that only wolves would try to lie to survive. So that's the right thing to do, isn't it, Nasato-san? That's true. Wouldn't you clarify that's what would happen? You shouldn't get anyone pretending to be a monkey. I see. It's too dangerous for both humans and wolves. Not just worth it. Does everyone understand? Looks like it. Then please name yourselves. We'll lose 2 suspects. Right here! What is it, Mochi? I'm saying that I'm a monkey. You're not just dragging out the joke? Yes, yep, I'm a monkey. So look like we agreed. Who's the other monkey? Miko-chan! Huh? Miko-chan, is that true? What? When you wake up, was there something on your stomach? There was a monkey! She knows the symbols? Yes, I taught them to her, alongside prayer to Shinai. We have any other monkeys? Doesn't look like it. That confirms it. I see, so they really are monkeys. Crap, so I wasted my vote. I think he should be given a do-over. You want to bend the rules? It's best to make it impossible to retract votes. There are too many people trying to change their vote at the last minute. Good point, fine. Sorry about interrupting. Back to Yasukan. I'll vote for the old man, Wolfman. My reason is that I think staying silent and doing nothing indirectly helps the wolves. I'm next. 1,000,000 votes to Tebe. What? 1 vote each? Then 1 vote for Tebe. I found it weird how she just voted for Chini out of nowhere. What? What are you saying, boy? That's why you youngins are such good-for-nothings. I'm next. Alright. 1 vote for the old guy. So even you went for him. Shut up. My reason is that I don't have any better ideas right now. That's it. Haru-chan's turn. I'll vote for Umatsu-san. You had to have been the whole one who brought the corruption. No. I am only here to fulfill my role. Then just do that and take it in the corruption. You're not doing that because you're a wolf, aren't you? Warashitung? I cannot disagree. I'm powerless. You didn't have to humble yourself before these people. It's your turn. The person who voted for you must be suspicious. Okay, so I guess I was wrong about the little girl being the sheep in the wolf's clothing. No, a wolf in sheep's clothing, never mind. Listen to this guy. I will vote for Yasunaga Oribi-san. You! I do not find him suspicious, but I just had a thought. There would be no worse possible occurrence than were he to be a wolf. I did say a lot. I can't blame you for thinking I'm just tricking people. But I don't think I said anything wrong, at least I didn't intend to. I don't mind if you vote for me. I believe that votes to express your outlook are important as well. The old man is at the top of the 3 votes? You're the child! You're the last one? Mako, do you understand?
I need to choose the wolf.
Yes.
Her.
Me? Wait, seriously?
You're scary. I'm scared of you, too.
We need to find a vote. The 9 people besides Shimi, Sorisawa, and the old man will vote for one of those 2.
The wolf is coming.
The results are in. The old man, 7 votes. Shimi, Sorisawa, 2 votes. Everyone besides Teiba and Mako-chan voted for the wolf guy. Shut up, are you ready, sir? We all decided this. Every one of us is equally guilty. Better get ready, old man. Do you understand?
I need time.
Huh?
Need to clean up.
I'm gonna take care of your belongings. I believe we can allow that much.
What if he's planning to escape?
Haru-chan!
Then I'll keep an eye on him.
You do that. As soon as he returns, we will take him to Soranaga. Rikako-san, where's the rope? Right here. It was already evening, and as I whiled away in the time with some fruitless contemplation, I heard noises outside that brought me back to reality. People were shouting loudly. What's wrong? I opened the window and shouted. It was facing the cliff, so I couldn't shout to the settlement directly. They probably didn't hear me since I didn't get a response. What happened? So I shouted even louder. Musashi, stay right the fuck right where the fuck you are! Huh? Was I about to get punched? What happened? I can only repeat myself. It's dangerous right now! It was? What do you mean? I didn't get a reply this time. I only heard several voices clamoring. Then I heard someone hurrying up the dorm stairs. Who's there? I got no response again. What was happening here? Someone was definitely close. It just made me more tense. Oh, Hiroki-san! Wow, Chimi, yet again! What a twist! What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, but you should stay there right now. This might be really bad. Voice was caught up by a scream. It was more like intense cursing. It was Takumi-san's voice, no doubt about it. Chimi left without saying another word. Huh? Hold on, open up! I felt the door, but it showed no signs of opening. I can help, damn it! Shit! Like hell was gonna stay out of the loop any longer. Turning around, I went to open the window and decided to try jumping out. Though I was on the 2nd floor, it wasn't too high of a drop. I'd make my legs a little numb, but so what? I jumped out without any hesitation. I properly bent my knees, so I didn't hurt myself at all. Then I ran to the settlement where I heard the voices from. I quickly understood the cause of Takumi-san's shouting. There were cries of despair. The reason was somewhere downhill, along the way to the graveyard. A small grove of low trees, with a carpet of leaf mold below. It would have been hard to see even if there was no mist. You could hear running water nearby. I couldn't see where it came from, but it was probably an irrigation channel for the paddy fields. There was a small crowd together. I peeked through a space between them. There were bodies. 2 of them. It was of an old man and the other of that of a child. Though their appearances were vastly different, each was in a similar state. They lay on the ground with their hands over their stomachs, utterly still and covered in blood. These were the corpses of the old man who cried wolf and Chikamochi Kamashida. Why? What happened? Hisashi, weren't you in the dorm? I was until now. Bullshit, you're the one who did this, aren't you? Huh? No, I'm not. I just came out of the dorm. I even talked to Chimi-chan. Yeah, it's not Haruaki-san. Takumi-ni-chan. Then who did this? Forget that. We need to treat... There's no point. Don't touch them.
We might still make it!
They lost all their blood. Their stomachs reopened and their guts are all over. What kind of treatment can bring them back, huh? You know one? Go on then, say it! There's nothing I say in response. There are 5 of us in the scene. Shimi Surasawa, Takumi Moro, me, as well as the Yasunaga Oribi, was vomiting on a nearby bush, and Rikoko Matsu was watching the remains from a distance. Most were proactive, and I could see why they were here, but Rikako Matsu felt a bit out of place. But then I remembered that we were already pretty short-handed. What happened? Who did this, damn it? Look here. She pointed to the old guy's clothes. There were gatherings of fur all over his garment. A werewolf. If that was the culprit, then this was the work of the corruption. Was that what she was saying? No. It was completely different from how the others had died. The fur proved little. Let me see the wound. Told you not to touch it. This is completely different. Quit acting like you know shit. You never find out anything. But if we stop trying to look, we won't understand anything at all. Quit the act, outsider.
Takumi Nichi-chan, calm down!
Shut up! Everything went to hell when he got here. If he didn't come, none of this...
I felt like he was about to grab me. I could clearly see the intense emotion whirling in his eyes. I thought I could get him to trust me, but now I was back to square one. Oh, it was Mochi, okay.
Mochi, why? Why?
Yasunaga Oribi calmed down a bit and faced the remains of his dear friend. His voice was shaking. The expression on the corpse was eerily pale and motionless. Even a look of agony was absent. It almost looked like he was smiling. Did his face muscles simply go limp? This isn't the corruption.
How do you know?
I'll prove it if you just let me pass. He glared at me with immense hatred for letting me go through. Look away if you can't stomach this kind of thing. I walked up to the old guy's corpse. He looked at it distant as always, but the lack of blood flowing in his face simply made his appearance even more creepy. I avoided looking at it while I grabbed his back and rolled him onto it. The wet sound entrails spilled from the wound in his stomach. How horrid. Don't force yourselves, people. Except you, Takumi-san. Look. The stomach was clearly torn open by a blade. This isn't some supernatural punishment. It was caused by a person wielding a weapon. And since there are no weapons nearby, it means that someone intentionally removed it from the scene. So Yasumisu has someone who's both armed and capable of an act like this. Please give me the details of what happened during the feast. What led to this? With several people here to tell me, I ended up with a decent grasp of how today's feast went. Kyonosuke-shi had suggested they choose who to kill by vote. Oh, Bakushi, hello and welcome. You want to yeet? Alright, I'll give you a yeet.
Ow! Ow!
Here's your yeet. Hope you enjoyed it. The wolf guy and Shimi ended up with the same amount of votes, resulting in a tiebreaker vote. Most ended up voting for the wolf guy, sentencing him to death. He said he wanted to take care of something, so he and Chikamochi Kamashida went out, while the rest stayed where they were. Were they really the only ones who left? Yeah, the feast was still going on at that point. Them leaving was an exception. You expected them to come back and resume the feast. What would you have done then? That isn't something we can tell an outsider. Alright, but anyway, they didn't come back. How long did you wait for them? No more than an hour. We started to worry and went out to search. Found them in less than 10 minutes. So the culprit was one of these not present. Shimi, Takumi-san, Yasunaga-kun, and Rikoko Umatsu. The 5 in the hall, Nasato, Shi, Hiyori, Miku, Haru, and Taesan, simply couldn't be responsible. Is this game more rage or more loop? A little bit more on the loop side, but only by one choice that we made so far. But that's about it. Raging, not so much. Well, it's confusing and weird story-wise, so maybe the raging could go in there, but yeah, it's not terrible though. Like, I'm still intrigued by all this.
So someone killed the two, changed into some clean clothes, and came back to pretend to keep searching. That's impossible. Did you see each other while searching? No, we split up to cover more ground. Then let's return to the hall. We then went to the hall. Kyonosuke Shi kept watch and confirmed that no one besides the victims in the search party had left the building. That limited the potential murderers to the search party and I. I asserted that I was still in the room when it all happened, and they believed me for now. Though Takumi-san continued to suspect that I had used some sort of trick to escape and commit the murders. Well, that was fair, considering everyone else was with them, but I knew I wasn't the culprit. That only left one possibility. They died right after they left the hall, and someone removed the weapon. You're still the only one who could have done it. I'm telling you, I heard him in his room! I'll say it as much as I have to. I'm innocent. And since I am, something else had to be responsible for their deaths. I see you're avoiding using the word murder. You noticed. I am. As it stands, this could be suicide, death by illness, or poison, followed by desecration of the corpses and removal of the weapon. How would you do something like that benefit us? If you ask me, things become much simpler if we assume you and Sorisawa were partners in crime, don't you think? I don't know, but doing that wouldn't benefit me either. Really? Tell me, is there any proof you didn't know each other before this?
Huh? We didn't, obviously, but what does that have to do with anything?
The people here believe in eerie legend. You could have come here to take advantage of that and pretend to be monsters and murder them for your enjoyment.
Please stop. There's some lines you shouldn't cross. Stop this, all of you!
Tei Yamawaki-san walked out of the hall. I could see Haru Makishima, Meiko, and Kori Oribi behind her. That made a total of 10 survivors, 9 if you exclude me, who hadn't participated in the feast.
Whoever killed Chikamochi and the Elder, they went against the laws! Shinai-sama will subject them to the corruption.
She put her hands together in prayer and faced the peak of Shinai Act at the opposite side of Saranaga. Strangely enough, that was enough for everyone to fall silent. Rikako Umatsu joined in, and Miko copied her. This was the settlement's way of solving things. They gave up on discourse and just left it all in the hands of a higher power. Bachan, what do we do now?
It has already split blood for the day. The Elder has died. Let's end the feast for the day and clean up.
Alright, Yasunaga, help out. I can. You just sit still. The situation was only getting worse. Soon after that, it was time to shelter, so everyone retreated to their houses. Takumi-san had entered my room and boarded my window completely shut. If you're not the culprit, something's gonna happen even if you're locked in. His words were harsh, but there was a hint of composure. He might have actually believed that I wasn't the one who did it, or maybe he found peace with the idea that the mountain would punish the culprit. Or perhaps he just believed it was the work of something supernatural. Whatever the case, he was dwelling less and less on the matter. Was the wolf guy a wolf? I had no idea whether that was plausible. Assuming he wasn't, 2 of the remaining 9 were wolves. With Kyonosuke Shi being a confirmed human, Takumi-san being the snake, and Miko being a monkey, there were a whole 6 suspects. Thanks to my advice, Chimi suggested the monkeys reveal themselves, and they turned out to be Chikamochi, Kamoshida, and Miko. Though Mochi had just died, that was a heavy blow. Him being a confirmed non-wolf was one reason, but more than that, he was one of the few people here who actually talked to me without restraint. He was somewhat of an oddity compared to the rest of the people here, but I did find him to be a fun guy. I like to get back at whatever injustice had stolen his life. Clearing my head, I resumed thinking. Since she was acting suspicious today, Takumi-san would investigate Haru-chan. Tomorrow we'd have only 5 suspects. I'd give them decent chances of picking out who the 2 wolves. It seemed to me like it wouldn't be that hard to find the murderers, who would surely be shaken by what they had done. And then, the outed wolf, not wanting to die alone, would reveal their partner. That was the most optimistic way to look at it. From a pessimistic standpoint, though, the situation was absolutely terrible. 4 people had died today, and in a normal feast of the Yomi Purge, it had to be 1 per day, 1 per night. This was double that. If things hadn't gone so well in the forest, even Haru Makishima might have died, not to mention the dreadful fate Kori Oribi was in. I was told their relationship had gotten worse. Kiori-san was in no state to prepare food, so it's likely that no one had eaten anything today. The hunger would only worsen everyone's morale. It was best for them to prioritize getting a proper meal tomorrow. Even so, there was no guarantee we wouldn't get any more irregular deaths. For example, someone at their wits' end could attack a wolf suspect despite the threat of the corruption. If they ended up losing more humans while the number of wolves stayed the same, the humans would be done for either tomorrow or the day after. Escape. I've been entertaining the idea ever since lunch. The path was ruined and I'd had to travel through an undeveloped grove, but I hadn't run into anything supernatural there when searching for Haru-chan. Maybe I could get out as long as I watched where I was going. I also had Saranaga as another option. Everyone here hated it, but that just made it less likely for me to be caught. Going down a misty rocky cliff was dangerous, but at least it was one-way road. I just had to be careful I didn't get taken by the currents. It was definitely better than just staying here and dying. However, perhaps even suggesting that was dangerous. According to Rikaku Umatsu, the effects of the corruption were limited to the one who broke the laws, so you could escape them by killing yourself. However, if someone said they wanted to escape the village, the punishment would likely go to both the one attempting it, as well as the ones who allowed it. The escape would surely become a hell of an experience then. However, there was an optimistic view of the situation. Something was actually here. Something abnormal was here in Yasumitsu, killing and menacing its people using abnormal methods. At the very least, Yoshitsugu Orib, who'd went to face it, suffered a horrible death. The superstitions weren't baseless, and it was best to look at the situation from an angle. My plan of escape contradicted that. But then, how could I prepare for whatever was to come? The best I could think of was trying to familiarize myself with Fujiyoshi's superstition. Perhaps I could find some sort of weak point or hint that could lead me to their identity.
5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive.
The action rhyme they did was obviously referring to the Feast of the Yomi Purge. I can't remember all the lyrics, but I felt like there was quite a lot of info there. Perhaps there were more hints for the feast in Yasumitsu culture and general area. I felt like to talk to Rikako Umatsu. She was an adult who seemed more involved in Fujiyoshi's prayers and stuff than most. I need to arm myself with more info by tomorrow morning. That, along with the proper progression of the feast, were my only ways to survive. About today's feast. They must have decided to hang the wolf guy because they just didn't care about him all that much, simple as that. Sure, it was important to get rid of the participants who weren't cooperative. However, the fact that he'd lost 6 people, but they still hadn't gone beyond he or she is kind of shady, it was pretty bad. Yesterday, they wouldn't have hung anyone for such a petty reason. Well, the problem was that they hadn't hung anyone at all so far, but then again, it wouldn't be a good thing to give the impression it was okay to kill people just for seeming shady. This place was regressing back to a feudal superstitious mental state. If there was something that could stop them from seeking there, it would be an outsider like me. I steeled my resolve and waited for the night to pass.
Good evening!
Ah! I was so startled by the voice on the other side of the door that I momentarily screamed. What time was it? 7? It's too early for an attack and too late to walk around. What's wrong with you? Aren't you gonna get punished if you don't sleep?
I think an hour is fine. I was awake until 8 yesterday and nothing happened. I've been sleeping too much. Honestly, I'm not tired, but I'm really hungry.
Don't you have your food stocks?
Well, Kiori-san being, well, you know, I said not to touch it. Might share with the others. We're all hungry today, so I'll just tough it out.
Oh, upstanding.
You should eat too, though.
What, the stuff from before? Nah, I'll pass. Why are you here anyway?
Can't sleep.
Is that really it?
Haruaki-san, do you suspect me?
No.
Why?
Because you told them about the monkeys, knowing full well what it meant. The Feast of the Yomi Purge is a well-constructed communication game.
Well-constructed?
I mean that there's no way to win this game beyond communication. Chikamochi-kun thought the same thing. To win, both the humans and wolves need to have some tricks and individual strategies. Consider the monkeys. They seem useless at first, but you can use them to easily eliminate 2 suspects. And this is possibly from day 1, so they can become reliable leaders, though that'd be hard for Mochi and Meiko.
Yeah, he was a free spirit and she's a child.
The wolves, on the other hand, have to go on the defensive. In a situation when being suspicious is enough to get yourself hanged, it's important not to draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done, though.
Yeah, keeping your silence can be just as suspicious as being a blabbermouth.
Exactly. But there are 2 factors that make it easy to gauge trustworthiness right from the very start. Do they have something to do with monkeys? Yeah, you have to watch out for those who give bad advice or don't provide useful suggestions. A good example of the former is Kiyonosuke-san. His poor planning threw everything into disarray, and that makes him really suspicious. But he's confirmed to be human. Right. Well, that's assuming Takumi-san wasn't lying about being the snake. Huh? Are you saying you could be lying? It's not impossible. After all, anyone can say that they have a guardian. Honestly, if I were a wolf, I'd lay low until I killed a few and then claim to have a guardian to ensure my safety. I see. But Takumi Nichan came out in the first day. Yeah, that was basically suicidal. But since that allows the spider to protect him, it's like a telling blow that hurt the attacker, I think. Anyway, all things considered, I'd say it's safe to trust Takumi-san and Kiyonosuke-shi. Personally, I think you're trustworthy too, since you spoke about the monkeys. What if I only did it because I saw your game? Oh, that'd be bad. Wait, hold on. Aren't you basically saying you're suspecting me until I spoke up about the monkeys? Oh, you noticed. This goddamn guy, what the hell, man? I did it because I wanted to believe you. Alright, I'll forgive you then. Woohoo! So who's the most suspicious one? Haru-chan. That's so. She's not making sense lately, and you can explain her shift in personality by assuming it's cause she killed her granddad. Or maybe she couldn't agree with the other wolf in their decision to kill Kanzo-shi and stop trusting anyone. Oh, that makes sense. We could make up 1,000 reasons like this, though. We couldn't go by just that. They say Haru hadn't gathered many votes, but they treated her like some kind of pyra, making it clear that everyone suspected her. It was only natural to use the snake to check on her. Though she doesn't seem all that good at games and stuff, I probably just wasn't fair to judge her purely on not making any useful contributions. In that regard, Yasukun is way more suspicious. Huh? But you did say a lot, like pointing out my math was incorrect. And you did say something like what you just said. Not doing anything indirectly helps the wolves, or something like that. Not to mention that on the first day, he suggested the spider should hide. That's true. Though most of these things were minor, he was definitely contributing to the game. The first day was especially important. For the wolves, it was best to create a flow where they could just stay quiet and wait for those with guardians to out themselves. What bothered me was the fact that he wasn't the one who brought up the leader selection and the monkey thing. He was shady because he hadn't met those useful propositions. I thought he'd figured those out a while ago. Or maybe I, as an outsider, should just had a better grasp of the situation. I guess he's innocent, then. I don't know about the rest, though. I can't even imagine what Kako Umatsu-san and Tae-san are thinking. I know what you mean. But if you look at the circumstances outside the feast, Rikaku Umatsu was pretty shady. It always felt like she was hinting at something. I wouldn't have surprised me if she knew more than she let on. If she was a village head, she could know things that only those from Kamifujiyoshi know. There was more than enough reason to suspect her. If only she could follow that lead and solve this whole thing, and make things way easier. Haruaki-san, are you enjoying this? No. But you look like the type who likes mystery stories. I won't deny that, but I can't really enjoy myself when people I care about and I are in danger. If I did act like some master detective, I'd really just be some useless amateur. It wouldn't accomplish anything. I'm not sure I buy that. What do you mean? Everyone else is a mess. I think most normal people would lose it in this kind of situation. I could say it's the same about you. I'm not exactly normal either. Oh yeah, I heard that you almost killed somebody. Who told you that? That's a secret. Though it didn't sound intentional. Well, how do I say it? I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumizu kids. Whoa! Some of them were connected to the head family, so it became a big deal, and that's basically why the adults here are so harsh on me. I see. So you fight out of sense of justice. So she was sent to Yasumizu for making enemies out of the village heads. I wouldn't say that. It's more like I just have a short temper and wanted to make a scene. Rebellious phase? More or less. Same as Haru-chan and Yoshi-kun. In a place as rural as this, it's rare for children to grow up as level-headed as Yasu-kun. Don't you think? Really? I think they'd be healthier and nicer than the edgy brats from the city. Let me rephrase that. In a place as poor as this. Well, there's no doubt that Yasumitsu was destitute. There were no cars, cell phones, and it didn't feel like it had an economy. They probably lived mostly off the land, making money from whatever they could spare from their farms and hunts. Since they had no decent way to sell stuff to anyone outside, most of their business had to be done through Kamifujiyoshi. It was entirely likely they were ripping them off. No way this place could be wealthy in these circumstances. I didn't believe that money could buy everything, but poverty took its toll on the people suffering it. Some could live in poverty while retaining their purity, but that was borderline saintly. It was a lifestyle too difficult for the common masses. Also, since the people of Yasumitsu were ostracized from Kamifujiyoshi, they were targets of the unjust pressure from day one. I could understand why the children here strayed from the path. Though when you look at it like that, the way they strayed was so mild, it was almost cute. Are you disturbed now? Not really. You're lying. You know, you now think I'm so blunt, I'd whip out a blunt object and beat you up. I'm just going to ignore that poor attempt at a pun. Sorry. My ex wasn't any different. Oh? Oh, I see. You seem confused, and I have no idea why. You weren't lying when you said you broke up with your girlfriend. You thought I was? I thought it was just some kind of pickup line. That's just mean. Our breakup was insane. I actually felt like my life was in danger. Whoa, sorry to hear that. What about you? Huh? Your history with guys. I shared mine, so hearing yours is only fair, right? Yeah, well... How many did you go out with? 2, I guess. But it's you being a hyper slut who's done it with 53 guys. I never said that. I did exaggerate a bit, but I did get tons of invitations. And yet you only went out with 2. Well, I didn't find many guys I got along with. What about me? Let's not go any further. If I let myself get too attached, I'd be too scared of dying. Being afraid of death is normal though, isn't it? Not really. Why? God is way scarier than death. I feel like you have a very unusual image of God. Really? You think of it as something frightening that you might actually meet, right? Everyone has to meet God. Maybe they just can't see it. And God really is scary. It's just that no one knows how. Myself included. You're the only one I don't understand. That's probably why. I'm afraid of losing you. That's something you say to those you promise your eternal love to. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, so when she said, I'm afraid of losing you, her eyes, the light in her eyes vanished. It was just like the color, and that's interesting. Very interesting. You're trying to be sneaky, developers, trying to sneak away those highlights. No, I saw that. I saw those highlights sneaking away. Oh, that's normal. I mean, it might not lead to anything, but it's still interesting. Are you mad? A bit. I see. We've gone this far and you're still being cagey regarding your own background. You can only take playing hard to get so far until it gets annoying. I'm just not sure what to do. This isn't easy for me either. Just tell me everything. I'm going back. Jimmy! Good night! What the hell? Why didn't she talk? Did she still not trust me? Was she messing with me? Was she just kind of crazy? Or was it something else? Crap, I wanted to chase her down and get a real answer out of her. I was locked in. This was so frustrating. Though this wasn't the time to worry about that. Who would the wolves go for tonight? The wolf guy was dead, meaning there was no one less person who would vote Shimi out tomorrow. It wasn't likely she'd get top vote. As much as think that the wolves would go for someone who was useful to the humans and who couldn't be killed with the votes. That meant that she and Yasunaga-kun were the ones at highest risk. On the other hand, their survival would make things difficult in other ways. I'd probably be forced to consider the possibility that they themselves were wolves. Can I really trust Chimi? I felt like I could, but not completely. Whatever the case, a situation where the more talkative ones were seen as suspicious would make it harder for her to survive. Should I have talked to her about running away? No, that was probably pointless. I didn't know much about her whole god thing, but it was clear that escape wasn't even an option for her. Something scary that everyone had met, yet not fully perceivable. Was she speaking figuratively, or could she literally see something? Shit, I don't care. I became irritated. My hunger was starting to get to me. Figuring is better than just wasting my mental energy, I focused on taking a bath and going to bed. I had no idea just how naive my predictions would prove to be. Alright, next day! I woke up at 5 in the morning. The window was still boarded up, so I couldn't see anything outside. All I could do was sit around and wait. Eventually, I could hear the objects keeping me in getting removed, and I was greeted by Yasunaga Oribe and Shimi Sarisawa. These two actually survived. I met up with Haru Makishima, too. Her face was pale, and she had bags under her eyes. No one here looked healthy anymore, but she was beyond even that point. She had gone completely meek, too. The defiance from yesterday was gone, and she was just letting Yasunaga guide her. She lost another friend, after all. We arrived at the dining hall, but found no one there. The door was unlocked. That was a bad sign. It was Konzo Makishima's place all over again. Mom should be sleeping upstairs. With that knowledge, I opened the door. What if she was attacked? Even if she wasn't, considering her state yesterday, it was unlikely she did something unthinkable, such as suicide. However, I soon found out my worries were for nothing. Hiyori-san was standing all alone in the dark dining hall, wearing an apron. The fact that she wasn't doing anything but standing was just eerie. Oh my, good morning. She turned around and greeted us. Her voice was the only thing calm about her. Her eyes were bloodshot and signs of malnourishment were all across her face. Her faint, forced smile made her seem on the verge of collapse. She completely failed at acting normal. Her heart was probably swirling with panic and sorrow as great as yesterday. Everyone here could see it. Mom, everyone's hungry. I'll make food, so you just rest. Huh? But I could do it myself.
What? What? What, ma'am?
Little pest.
Oh, I'll help. I actually cook for myself, so I know what to do.
After they volunteered to support Kiyori-san, I thought about what purpose I could serve here. Let's go. And called to Haru-chan before going outside. She came with me, but wasn't saying a word. During yesterday's feast, we had a fight with Kiyori-san. Or she had a fight with Kiyori-san. The woman had voted for Haru-chan due to the change in her attitude and failed escape attempt. I couldn't blame her for that. Considering her personality, I imagine that the exchange had been extremely tense. That was why getting her out of the dining hall was a good move. Problem was, we didn't really have anything to talk about. This was made worse by the hostility she showed me until just recently. According to Mochi, that was a product of her affection toward Yasunaga-kan, and all the drama surrounding him. Normally I'd playfully give her a hard time about that kind of thing, but it seemed in poor taste considering the situation. She was staring daggers at me. Maybe I just had to ask her? Haru Makishima-san.
What?
I'll be frank. Are you a wolf?
No!
She didn't hesitate at all. Not like that meant anything. Wait, did she always have that strand in her hair? I just noticed that strand in her hair, like that lighter brown colored hair. What? Did she always have that? Okay. No, she didn't. I just didn't notice. She didn't hesitate at all. Not like that meant anything.
You don't believe me? Then Takumi Ni will check. That'll show you.
Are you saying that despite knowing?
Huh? Knowing what?
If he were alive, he'd be the one looking after Kiyori-san in the dining room hall. Yesterday, he went there first thing in the morning with Kiyori-san in her current state. That was all the more reason for him to be there, but now he's missing.
No way! That's just...
We'll go check to be sure. Lead the way.
Okay. Tabe, are you awake?
Haru knocked on the door and tried to open it, but was locked, meaning it wasn't touched. Tae-san came out sooner than later. She looked pretty displeased to begin with, but upon seeing me, she displayed outright disgust.
What are you doing here?
Sorry, Kiori-san isn't well and we needed more people.
Where's Sakumi?
We're going to check on him.
I see.
Her gloomy expression told me she realized what must have happened. She said she had to prepare, so we excused ourselves. Please ask if you need anything.
Oh yes, of course.
She shut the door on us. You're nice all women. Oh, you're nice all women, aren't you? What the hell was she saying? Being considerate of elders and women is a gentlemanly thing to do.
Is that how you feel about Chini?
I like her quite a lot.
Please don't. I feel so bad for Nichan.
Nichan. Yasunaga-kun, surely. What do you mean by that?
Yoshi-kan and Mochi are gone. Kiori-san and Chinan are all he has left.
Also, she's the strongest among us, and she's always protected us from the people who've come with Yoshi and adults. Don't take her away from us. So that's how it was. I wasn't sure how she actually felt about Shimi, but there was definitely more trust and reliance than I expected. Yasunaga-kun spoke like he'd given up on Chimi, but deep down he was actually glad she had returned. Hao-chan was aware of that, and she actually liked Chimi. That's why she concluded that they should be together. However, it was clear she didn't feel like giving them her blessing. I understand how you feel. The end result would depend on Chimi, and since she hated Yasumitsu, I felt like it wouldn't be something Haru-chan wanted. Then again, I really didn't know what was going on in Chimi's head either. And I had no doubt who would survive, so making predictions was a waste of time. For now, everyone should focus on ending the feast. I don't think I could do much, but if there's something you don't want to tell your own, I'm willing to listen.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh shit. Ooh, smacking my earphones. Get in there. Nothing much. It just feels like you have a lot to worry about. And personally, I still think that escaping outside is a good idea. That's not possible. Come on. You keep wanting to jump up. Come on. No? Alright, well, suit yourself. Don't... Whatever. Didn't you try it yourself?
But I failed, didn't I? That made me realize we can't escape.
Isn't that because you just happened to hurt your foot?
It didn't just happen.
Do you believe in God too?
What did you just say?
Oh, her highlights are gone too.
God doesn't exist. If I doubted that, I just couldn't cope with anything.
There's a weird aura around her for a sec, but then she walked away, leaving me no choice but to follow her. We arrived at the houses. The mysterious girl was on the verge of crying. Good morning. What's wrong?
Speak normally. You know how to, right?
Come on, be more mature. Repeat after me. Good morning. This is hopeless. Haru-chan glared at her while I stayed patient. Where's Rikako-san?
Oni-chan?
Yeah, where is she?
She hasn't come out.
Her house is right here. It really was. I'd be here yesterday. I knocked and called out to her. There was no response. Haru-chan and I looked at each other and I tried to open the door. Huh? It was locked. Rikako-san? Still no response. I hesitantly put my ear against the door. I heard some kind of rustling sound. She's probably getting dressed.
Then he really did.
We don't know for sure. It could still be Kiyonosuke-shi. What bit me? Well, I did expect him to live. Is Rikako-san well? She's all you care about, isn't she? And yes, she does seem alright. She's not out yet, though. I wonder what's up. I had a bad feeling about something. Good to see it was nothing. Does this mean that the one who just died was Lady Yamawaki?
Tabe was alive.
What? So he was... Why was he so positive? Haru-chan, take Meiko to the dining hall. Yonosuke-san, help me out. You tried to say something, but decided against it. You must have realized that what happened to the one who'd usually be given these annoying jobs. As expected, the door to his house was unlocked. The reek of fresh blood was so strong you could smell it outside. I thought that was enough to help me prepare. But once I saw the source, I couldn't keep down what food contents my stomach had left. The two from the first day, Kanzo Makishima and Yoshitsugu Orib, they'd all lost a semblance of form to the point their corpses felt unrealistic. On the other hand, Chikamochi, Kamoshida, and the old wolf guy's corpses were far too clean. Their faces were still intact after all. However, Takumi Moro-san's corpse was an even balance between ruined and intact. It was spread out on the floor, surrounded by splashes and splotches of blood, as well as some bloody footprints. Scattered brain, gray matter, bone fragments, eyes. About 60% of his face was gone. This time the method was clear. There was a rifle lying next to his corpse. The weapon was actually on a scene for once. It was a gun. What did it mean? I want to think about that, but I was too shaken by the clear agony Takumi-san's death had brought him. You could see his suffering on the still present half of his face. His hands were on his head too, as if to cover his face or reach for the clearly fatal wound. He died while holding on to his shattered brain. Though fatal, the first attack hadn't killed him instantly. He could still move after it, which was a testament to his strength and willpower. His life had ended as he suffered overwhelming despair. It was written all too clearly on his death visage. My emotions bubbled and overwhelmed my thoughts, and I vomited once again. Are you okay? Kyonosuke asked, clearly avoiding looking at it himself. Bring me someone who can use guns, please. I never expected you to come along. Your expression was too stern and serious for me to even say that. Takumi Nichan. Shit. She cursed and looked at the gun. This is Kanzo Ji-chan's rifle. She grasped its long body and picked it up. All the five bullets are fired. See any empty cartridges? I'll look around. I found them real quick. They were covered in blood and flesh, but yeah, I found the metallic cylinders. 5 of them. They were 2 meters away from the corpse, very close to one another. Either the culprit fired from there, or gathered them afterwards. Look at the handle. Jimmy extended the rifle to me. I did as told. Compared to the rest of the gun, which had blood on every part, the handle was clean, like it had been wiped. They removed the fingerprints. Probably. Jimmy then held it like she was about to shoot and aimed at Takumi-san's body. It was fired from here. How can you tell? The way the blood scattered, see how it's concentrated around there? It's proof the culprit fired from a low angle. Also, normal rifles can't make such a huge mess unless they're fired from really close. But make it point blank and the stuff would get on and around the muzzle. The rifle would be even dirtier. And that was why it was natural to think it had been fired from where she was standing, near the cartridges. Can you actually aim and hit something with this? As long as you know how to aim and the target isn't moving, that's all you need. So this was done by someone who knows how to use guns. By the way, it's just a matter of looking at the bead through the sight. Guns are useful little toys that make murder so easy anyone can do it. What about loading? That doesn't mean something like a layman could do, is it? Good point, but even Teibo-chan has experience firing a gun. Firing the culprit in Yasumitsu won't be easy. This was a settlement where the people went hunting. Basically everyone here must have touched rifles before. All we could really assume was that Miko-chan couldn't have done this. It's not like every bullet hit the head. One grazed the ear, one hit the chest, and one hit the shoulder. Oh, look here, a bullet hole! She pointed at a small part of the floor that was ruined. So only one hit the head. Yeah, I think that one wasn't fatal though. It was probably the one in the chest that ended it. She looked at the body's pose and made the same conclusion as me. Why do you know so much about guns anyway? I have a hunting license. I know how to use guns, traps, and nets. I used to do lots of skeet shooting outside of Yasumitsu. I'm pretty good with a gun. Well, damn, didn't expect that. I can understand why. Did you plan to return here and become a hunter? I just wanted to have a gun, that's it. She said that as if it was no big deal. Her tone seemed kinda dangerous. Yeah, so much so that she almost killed someone. I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and just beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumitsu kids. It was the impression you get from a girl capable of random acts of violence. It was probably jumping to conclusions, though. Can we clean it up now? Oh, wrong voice. If you're fine with it, let's do it then. Did you find anything? I'm now 100% certain that these murders were committed by people. The culprit used a gun and wiped off the fingerprints, acts that demonstrated a very human level of cunning. If we were up against something supernatural, they just used their mysterious powers instead. Are you confused on how the fuck to get down, dummy? Are you still confused? If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means. That was a general rule I lived by, proven though through both knowledge and first-hand experience. But what are you doing, cat? That's the case for the raging loop. I don't understand you, cat. I seriously don't. Supernatural powers that require carrying out occult rituals were prime examples of things it applied to. The more detailed the preparation required, the more opportunities to notice something amiss. The trick relied on concealing the method. It was safe to assume the method was something mundane. Even this death wasn't caused by some kind of supernatural force. It just happened unobserved. We had people who could do it, and the methods that fit. That was the best way to look at it, right? Maybe you're right. You agree? To think that it was done by people I know, by actual humans. But didn't that go against her whole god story? I wanted to ask that, but seeing her eyes made me fall silent. Her eyes were wide and cloudy. Yep, lack of color, or not color. Lack of highlights again. But her lips let out killer words. No one. I looked away. I really wanted to cover my ears too. But no one can escape God. I found her words so irrational it began to frighten me. I asked Shimi to call Kiyonosuke-shi to help carry the corpse, but she insisted on doing it herself. I caved and we began to the unpleasant task. Following Takumi-san's example, I removed the door and placed his body on it. Shimi and I each took the end of the door and lifted it up. It was as heavy as he looked, and I wouldn't have been surprised if this was too much even for the two men. However, Shimi lifted her side without letting out a single grunt of exertion. It felt like active rejection of the idea that she might need help. We slowly began walking. Kiyonosuke-shi was outside. He was anxious about something. It didn't look like he was waiting for us, so maybe Rikako Umatsu hadn't come out yet. I couldn't afford to stop and chat. Relaxing my arms, our lower body could lead me to me dropping Takumi-san. I kept walking forward without a single word. Sighing and stopping at our sign that one of us needed to rest. Every time one of us did it, we lowered him to the ground, rubbing our aching hands, adjusted our grips, and resumed walking. As we approached the cliff, Chimi's expression grew darker. Takumi Nichan was the youngest of the adults. He was like an older brother to me. I wasn't going to ask how that mattered. I didn't see the point in questioning it. I simply nodded, continuing to play the role of audience. He played with me a lot and always protected me when the other adults got mad at me. There's nothing good about this human place. We loved Yasumitsu and the people living here. Yeah, I could tell. He was honest to a fault. Yeah. I don't want to just throw him away. Of course you don't. I don't like this either. Should we stop? The only ones who'd really care about this are Takumi-san himself and Tae-san, right? No, we gotta do this. Because of the corruption? Yeah. I continued asking if she was sure, but she didn't change her mind, so he ended up throwing his body into Saranaga. We walked through the graveyard, careful not to trip. We could now see the hanging pine tree through the mist. Our destination was near. We carefully closed in on the cliff and pushed the door toward it. Bye, Takumi Nishan. She said that right as I felt the body slide off. I was falling. I'd done this several times now, but it still made me feel empty. It would eventually hit the water, make a splash, and that'd be it. Huh? Did you hear the water? Not sure. Did we both miss it somehow? Or maybe the bottom of Saranaga opened up into a yawning chasm leading to Yomi. You've got quite the imagination. No one knows what's beyond the mist. There could be anything out there. Should I go down and take a look? He won't return. That's how she saw the world. Let's go back. We returned to do another investigation in Takumi-san's house, but something strange had happened while we were gone. Kinosuke-shi was still in the same spot, in front of Rikako's Uematsu's house, waiting for her without even trying to hide his frustration. She still hasn't come out. Nur, you're the one who said she seemed alright. What made you think that? I heard sounds. Why didn't you call out to her yourself instead of just waiting? As if I could do something so rude. Why is she the only one you're nice to? Nosato is above Uematsu's, isn't it? That was an interesting bit of info. I hadn't realized that the head of families had a hierarchy. It's so natural to be considerate of women. I'm a woman too, though. I don't see a reason to be considerate of someone who's hostile toward me, do you? Please stop. We just finished putting a body to rest. That's probably one of the reasons why they were so agitated, but my comment was enough to shut them up. Oh yes, I'm worried too. She might need help if she's sick or injured. We may have no choice but to barge in. Yeah, that could be a bit of a problem. How improper! Was he the type of guy to report someone who undressed a girl to give her proper first aid? What was up with this guy's priorities? Uematsuko-san! Rikako Uematsu-san! I bashed the door almost violently. I heard the sound of rustling clothes. Had she collapsed or something? Uematsu-san! I'm opening the door! No answer again. Only sounds. Was there really Rikako Uematsu in there? Let's break it down. Shimi nodded while Kinosuke-shi gave a disgruntled sigh. The door is made from thin plywood and wooden frame. A solid impact would break through. I looked around and saw a few aged farming tools lying against some houses. The old wooden hoe and mallet were too rotten to work here. But the old axe looked just right. 1, 2... I lifted the axe and started counting. I had to stop midway. There was a sound of clattering. The door slowly moved. Surprised, I jumped backwards and glanced at the other two. They were just as shocked if not frightened. Well, what was that? What do you mean? It had to be Rikako-san! Uematsu-san! There was no response at all, at first, but a few seconds later, the door shook again. A moment later, it fell silent once more. Had she collapsed on the door? If she wasn't well and was lying next to the door, breaking it open was dangerous. I put the axe down and walked up to the door again. The moment I approached it, I heard a clicking sound. I didn't have time to question what happened before it creaked open. There was a gap of 20 centimeters. It was pitch black inside. There was a vase all covered in blood. Oh! Oh my god! Oh! I sunk back into the darkness the very moment, but it was soon replaced by an inhuman scream and an arm that sneaked out and grabbed for my neck. A grip had inhuman strength behind it. I ignored Chimi and Kinosuke's screams and tried to pry myself free. My throat was on the verge of crushing. The groans continued ceaselessly. The nails dug into my neck and I was being dragged inside. Help! How the hell was she so strong? This arm clearly belonged to Rikako Uematsu, so why? Help me! My words got them out of their stupor, and they ran up to me. As panic and lack of oxygen dimmed my vision, they grabbed, bashed, and tugged at the arm that was holding onto me. Damn it! Hey, let go! Just one finger! I don't know how long it took, but when I was eventually freed, Shimi swiftly slammed the door shut. Bring something you used to bar the door! Like what? Ugh, just shove the axe in it! Sitting on the ground in shock, I slowly stared at the exchange. I could still barely breathe. My vision was hazy and I couldn't think clearly. Something inside was trying to get the door open, possibly escape. What it was, though, I had no idea. What happened to Rikako Uematsu? How about this? Nosato-san, hold it shut. I'll bring the others and we'll barricade it. Hiraki-san, are you alright? Can you stand? Yeah. Actions were more important than words here. Sealing my resolve, I rose to my feet. Damn, that was quite a shock. We gathered everyone who could still move and seal over Rikako Uematsu's door and windows with planks, nails, large farming tools, and whatever else we could find. The small house was basically a pile of flimsy barricades now. Everyone was tired from all the work and sat down to rest. What's the point of doing this, though? Someone asked. We could still hear groans and crushing sounds from the inside. No one answered the question, but we all understood that letting that thing outside would be a mistake. But what exactly was it anyway?
Ayamibito.
It seemed like an answer, of some sort anyway.
What do you mean? Corrupted folk that come from Yomi. You know, don't you? Has to be a Yomibito that.
That's not what I mean! Yomibito are the wolves, right? They came back to life because of their grudge over being killed during the feast.
It's not always like that, Haru-chan. Yasumitsu has always been menaced by Yamabito. Or maybe it's the corruption. Yamamatsu-sama might have broken on an important law.
That can be! Protecting the law is the role of the purifying spirit family!
But that might be it. She touched too much the old corruption.
But that's...
She might have come to Yasumitsu to keep at least a bit of Yomi's corruption away. How many Yomibito will we have now? Takumi was a good boy. Maybe it's a good thing he died before seeing hell. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass.
A silent prayer. Her eyes were teary and her shoulders were shaking. Wait then, Rikako-san is...
Yamabito must be hanged.
That didn't sit right with me. The rule was that breaking the laws meant getting the corruption, and getting the corruption meant being slaughtered, right? It was the first time I heard that it was possible to do something about the corruption, and that she'd die because of that. Logic had a little ground here, so the people were gradually losing their minds. They were being pushed closer to death. It was like... this was a... supernatural phenomenon.
Is anyone hungry? I've already calmed down, so we can do the rest after you have calmed down as well.
It was a very attractive suggestion. As we all turned away and returned to the dining hall, I felt like Rikako Uematsu let out a groan even more inhumanly loud than any of those before. Once we arrived, the place was dominated by a heavy silence. There were sounds coming from the kitchen. A kitchen knife rhythmically hitting the cutting boards. Koyori-san prepared the food. Tei-san was seated away from everyone, desperately yet fluently chanting a sutra. Combined with the kitchen sounds, it was a mind-numbing effect. Everyone else was simply falling into a torpor, staring silently into space. Even I, the sanest person in the room, wanted to simply let my mind shut down and stop thinking. That wouldn't stop me from trying, though. Rather than trying to evaluate the details, I decided to return to square one and summarize the current situation. Takumi-san was dead. That left me, Chimi, the two Oribes, Yunosuke-shi, Teiyami Wakishi, Meiko, Rikako, Uematsu, and Haru Makishima, a total of 9. And Rikako Uematsu, I didn't want to say she'd become a Yomibito or something, but it was clear that she was in a condition that left her functionally useless. Normally, the right thing to do here would be to take her to a hospital. But instead, they were going to discuss killing her. I probably have to remind them of the sound course of action. Whatever the case, if you ignore Rikako Uematsu and I, only 7 people were participating in the feast. With Takumi-san's death, we would never know what the snake found out about Haru Makishima. Therefore, the only confirmed people were Yunosuke-shi, a human, and Meiko, a monkey. Personally, I thought I could trust Chimi, so that made 3. That left 4 others. This is bad. I wonder if Chimi understood that. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 of them around, so that means 3. And then, okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking in my head about the deities, how many of them might have the deities. Then again, we did consider one for sure as the monkey is dead, but we aren't too sure if the guy with the snake is dead either. This is bad. I wonder if Chimi understood that. I had to talk to her in private.
Where's Oni-chan?
We'd kept Meiko away from all that happened this morning, so she was still in the dark about Rikako-san. She's not feeling too good. Leave her in peace, okay?
Okay. Hey, can I go outside?
Isn't it dangerous?
I'll look after her. She'll be safe if she stays close.
The 2 left.
Asunaka.
What?
There's something I want you to fetch.
I'm going to use the bathroom. More and more people left. They probably didn't feel comfortable standing up until now. Kei-san just continued chanting, though. It was like she lived in another world. Besides her, all that was left was... Haru-chan. The way she constantly shifted in her seat made it clear she felt uncomfortable. Sorry about Takumi-san. I tried talking to her. Yeah, Chini always relied on him. What about Rikaku Umatsu-san? I didn't like her. She creeped me out. Chimi-chan seemed fine with her, though. That's because she's strong. When did Umatsu-san arrive here? 2 or 3 years ago? Not recently, at least. It seemed like plenty of time to get to know a person, if you asked me. Or maybe not. Yasumitsu's people had been suffering at the hands of the village heads for generations. Of course they couldn't just accept her. I hear she's one of the village heads, but what kind of family are the Umatsus anyway? What do you even want to know? How many times do we have to tell you that you're an outsider and you should just stay out of all this? You guys are really relying heavily on the outsider shit. Like, I'm involved in this too and I don't want to die. Oh, sorry. That was insensitive of me. Let's talk about something else then, alright? Fine. I looked around as I saw Yasunaga-kan walking upstairs. I lowered my voice and asked, "What's Mochi to you?" Why are you asking? To make up for like a funeral. Huh? In funerals, you talk about people who passed away, right? I remember hearing that gives their souls peace. This is unexpected. What is? I thought you were cold and heartless. I didn't think you'd hear something about peace in the afterlife from you. That was just rude. Mochi was a Nasato, but he never acted like he was better than anyone. He was weird and as much a troublemaker as Chini, but he never hurt anyone. Everyone said he wasn't right in the head, but I didn't think so. He was really funny. I think he would have been really popular if he appeared on TV. He was 1 year older than me, but he treated me like someone his own age. I always had tons of fun with him. He got along really well with Nichan too. He did? Yeah, they were always together and they were like a pair of heroes in school. They got along so well that I sometimes felt lonely with them. Her visage dimmed. I feel like she was easier to understand than most. Mochi had really liked her. It must have been a tough love. She hadn't even looked at him in that regard, and being with Yasunaga-kan even made him a target of her jealousy. But he's gone now. Yasunaga-kan must feel terrible. Yeah. Why not help him out? Yasunaga-kan was going up the stairs again. I gestured at him with my chin. Huh? He's doing something for his mom, and Chimi-chan's outside. I don't think he can replace Mochi, and Chimi-chan's probably the best person for the job. But even if they are the ones who'll make the final decision, there's no reason to hold yourself back in the meantime, right? You want to help him, don't you? Yeah. You too? Well, Chimi gave me way more than just a meal and a place to stay. I won't say I don't have any ulterior motives, but more than that, I just want to support her. She seems to be suffering at the hands of things I can't even comprehend. Yeah, I think I misunderstood you. Can't blame you. Are you going? Yeah, I still need to apologize for yesterday. Then I'll go outside too. We stood up at the same time. Though Haru-chan was always on edge, deep inside, she was a really honest girl. I worried that she'd fall victim to some scumbag like me down the road. Oh! What? Maybe you should really run away. Never mind. Forget I said anything. She cut herself short and hurried upstairs. Apparently I'd gained some of her trust, but it didn't look like I could get anything more useful than that bit of advice. Unlike the other inhabitants, she just believed that escape was possible. That's why she tried to do it yesterday. That might have been the extent of it. So, who do you suspect? Haru-chan and Yasunaga-kan. I walked up to Chimi, who was looking after Meiko, and we started a conversation. I can understand Haru-chan, but Yasu-kan? We have 4 suspects. Tei-san, Kiyori-san, and them. He was the only one out of those of us who was outside when Mochi died yesterday. And considering how cunning the wolves are, I can't imagine it being anyone but him. He's that devious? Yeah. Really? Why did Takumi-san die today? Huh? What do you mean? He was obviously killed by the wolves. That's not what I'm asking. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I think I get it. Because the spider didn't protect him. Right, the spider's probably already dead. Huh? Wait. When you think about it, on the first day, Takumi-san was protected by the spider. And yesterday, no one actually said that the spider should protect someone else, right? Yeah. That means that the spider once again protected Takumi-san. He's way too valuable. At least that's what should have happened if the spider was still alive. Well, that's true. Since the feast started, the ones who died before Takumi-san were Kanza-san, Yashishuku-kun, Mochi, and the old man who cried wolf. One of these four was a spider. The wolves realized this, killed him, and then went after Takumi-san. That's the only logical explanation. Huh? Aren't you overthinking it? What if they just assumed the spider was gone because four people died? That's the optimistic take, but if we are actually dealing with someone clever, underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. But how did they find out who the spider is? Oh, how did they find out who the spider is? You're too loud. It's nothing, Meiko-chan. She resumed scribbling on the ground. She was completely absorbed in it for some reason. I think it's likely that the wolves guessed who the spider was. But how? You told me that on the first day, Kenzo-san left Yasunaga-kun talking for most of the feast and only made the final decision, right? He looked like a more proactive type to me. I doubt he'd agree to not hang anyone the first day. Well, that's true, but what about it? If he'd spoken up and taken the initiative, he could have easily controlled the situation. Most of his decisions would have been good calls. That was why he was such a good target for the wolves. That's what he thought, right? That's true, but we also thought the same about Yasukan. On the other hand, if you're a wolf, you have no chance of becoming a target for the wolves. It's more dangerous for them to not say anything important and look suspicious. Giving away harmless info, for one, is way better. That's a clever thing to do, don't you think? But how's that relate to Kanzo Ji-chan keeping his silence? Well, this is all speculation. But I think he kept quiet to avoid calling attention to himself so the wolves wouldn't target him. Why would he do that? Because he felt that his survival was intrinsically linked to that of the others. Because he had a guardian? Yeah, it was probably the spider. Why are you so confident? The spider is the most vulnerable participant in the feast. After all, the one person they can't protect is themselves. But as long as his identity was hidden, he had the possibility of making the wolves waste a night. That's probably why he tried not to stand out, but it worked against him and attracted wolves' attention. He of all people is quiet. He must have had an amazing guardian and all that. That led to the wolves taking him out on the first day, then taking out Takumi-san, now defenseless, on the second. I know that's just speculation, but I kind of feel like you're right. If even that was planned by the enemies, it's best to assume that the anomalies too have all been shortcuts for the wolves. What do you mean? Too many people died outside the rules. Yoshizuku-kun, Mochi, the old wolf guy, Rikaku Matsu, she's effectively dead now. To the wolves, unplanned deaths are a good thing. The less feasts they have to survive, the lower the chance they'll be hanged. Then, what if they planned for those people to die? I see your point, but how could they pull it off? They could tell Yoshizuku-kun to walk around the outside at night, basically sending him to the corruption. I don't know the motive behind Mochi and the wolf guy's deaths, but it all makes sense that they were killed by Rikaku and Matsu. What? Chiyo-san talked about Matsu's role and thought she fell to the corruption because of it. There's a more reasonable explanation. If she killed the two, she'd have broken the feast rule of one person per day and become a target of the corruption. I put aside the idea that there were apparently two types of corruption, slaughter and madness. But how? Did you see the clothes she wears? She wouldn't have the time to change. There's no way she would have won against two men, right? Then how about this? Mochi the wolf guy killed the other, and the one who survived was killed by her. Mochi or the wolf guy killed the other, and the one who survived was killed by her. She became the target of the corruption for drawing the blood of a second person on one day. I don't know about the clothes, but it could be solved by a large apron or something. We can't say it's impossible until we verify it. But even a single guy sounds like too much for her. One of them is senile, though, or maybe they were weakened from trying to kill each other. Kill? What? How can you think something like that? Again, it's all just speculation. I don't even know the motive, but it doesn't make sense. But how is that related to the wolves' conspiracy? I don't know the motive here either, but they knew her weakness or something. They couldn't have goaded her into killing them. Or maybe she was a wolf herself. Jim was at a loss for words. I had no choice but to continue myself. She could have hastened the whole process to give the other wolf an advantage. I really doubt that. Giving themselves killed would be really bad for the wolves. True, considering the number of wolves and humans, losing one wolf to take out 2 humans isn't a good deal. But there's no guarantee that everyone would realize that. Not everyone acts logically. There's lots of illogical stuff going on, and predicting their effects is impossible. Oh, I don't want to hear that. But you can't give up, can you? I don't want to think anymore. Sorry, I said too much. Don't worry, I'm the one who should be sorry. But yeah, this is a bit hard for me. I really don't think you people need to keep playing along with this. I'll help you escape if you want. We can't. I just know that if you're born here, you're fated to die here. That's just a baseless delusion. Someone who can't see God would never understand. Yeah, I won't. How troubling. That was really troubling. If this was some tabletop fun for the whole family game, I'd have already punched the GM and left. But lives were actually on the line here. Not just my own, but also that of someone I kinda liked. We'd made it this far, yet she was uncooperative. Maybe. Maybe I was going about this wrong. Maybe if I wanted to save her life, I had to start by saving her from the darkness within. Or maybe from the identified supernatural phenomenon that was binding her. Though that didn't seem like something that could be done in just 3 or 4 days. Still, I'd struggled until the very end. I couldn't participate in the feast myself, so I had no choice but to leave it to the Chimmy. I didn't say anything more to her. I just chose to believe she'd overcome her inner conflict soon. Meanwhile, Mako's drawing had grown so large it felt like she had got lost in the mist. Hey! I left Chimmy and went to Miko.
Ah?
She waved at me. Good thing she was kinda used to me now. What are you drawing?
Those are guardians!
Guardians? One drawing showed a warped circle with a line just as strange going through it. I could see what it was. It looked much like the Higuchi family crest I saw in the dining hall. There were 4 of them, apparently. The others were hard to differentiate. Oh, that whirling drawing was the same as the one on the stone. The symbol of the Omotsu Okami. I see. Shinai-sama's guardians. Did Oni-chan teach them to you?
Yeah!
What about these? They're not guardians, are they?
They're cattle!
I certainly wasn't expecting to hear such a vivid word from a girl about 4 years old. Animals, huh?
Yeah, this is a cow!
Mm-hmm.
This is a donkey!
Oh.
This is a pig!
Ah. The ground wasn't the best canvas and the little girl wasn't the best artist. All I could really tell was that they had 4 legs. And what is this?
Me!
It had 4 legs, though. Well, whatever. And this, it's bigger than the others. A wolf. A light chill went down my spine. Huh? Why a wolf?
'Cause the wolf is coming.
Huh? The wolf is coming. That was like...
'Cause the wolf is coming. I had to run far, far away.
Hold on, Mako-chan. You know the wolf?
I haven't met him, but I know he's scary.
Is it the same wolf as we have here?
Huh?
Where's the snake and monkey?
I don't know.
What does the wolf do?
Eat the cattle?
Eat?
Yeah, they said the horse was eaten.
Apparently this had nothing to do with Fuchiyoshi's legend. I had no idea if this is from a picture book or her imagination, but there were barely any links between the stories. Or maybe I was rushing to conclusions. Who told you this story?
It really happened.
Where then?
Far away.
Far away, huh?
I've been walking for so long.
Well, it didn't look like I could get any details from her. If far away referred to the land of myth and it actually had truths regarding Fuchiyoshi's legend that weren't told here. What the hell was I thinking? Land of myth. How stupid. I should just calm down and file it under more info that made no sense to me. I see. It must have been hard.
I'm hungry.
Same here. Let's go back.
Okay.
As we turned around, I saw Chimmy stand up in the mist again and hesitantly beckon us. Looks like the food's ready. Kyonosuke was standing at the entrance in the dining hall, wearing a gloomy expression. He was never particularly vigorous, but now his visage was haggard, and he wasn't nearly as arrogant as before. Can't blame him. The only person he was friendly, flirtatious, to for Kako Umatsu was in an awful state. Also, despite all he said, he'd actually relied on Takumi-san. They seemed to be close in terms of age, too. Some what? And from what I'd heard, he never really said anything wrong. The only problem was his insensitive choice of words. The feast was a communication game. Even if you weren't right about something, it didn't matter much if you couldn't convince anyone. Thank you very much. Still, he was one of the mere 2 confirmed humans. Treating him badly and making him upset wouldn't help at all. I had to be courteous. Let's go.
Yeah!
Hungry, aren't we, Meiko-chan? Chimi had calmed down a bit. I'd already told her my suspicions. I now had to hope she handled the feast well. All that was left now is to get some nutrients to support my hard-working brain, right? I'm sorry I couldn't prepare anything better. She ladled what appeared to be rice gruel from the large pot. It was a thick white soup with vegetables, rice, and something brown inside. Game meat! Is it fermented? Yes. The fresh meat was spoiled. Chimi-chan, I whispered to her. What do we do? Why do you want to know? We were talking about the thing where I had to avoid the local food. You know what? I'll stick to my diet until the end of this time. Okay, thanks. What do I mean by this time? Did I think I had another life or something? We love to show off that werewolf, just so you guys know what it looked like every time. It was fine. It's not like it was cool with dying, just on the off chance I got a second shot. Dying wasn't an acceptable option. I wasn't about to compromise on that. There's no point in walking around, so I'll just wait here. Alright. You're not going to eat? I have a bunch of allergies. It's because you youngins don't eat proper. You won't become strong if you don't have a balanced diet. Hey, I was lying, but telling actual allergy sufferers that they should just eat and they'd be cured was actual murder. Well, there were some efforts to cure allergies by carefully injecting the allergens via a vaccine, but that was a subject for the doctor. Anyway, going back to the dorm by myself was dangerous, since they'd suspect me, so I just waited in the corner of the room, still hungry. Where are Yasunaga-kun and Haru-chan? Still upstairs? Don't mind them. Your food will get cold. More! I'll go call them. I went upstairs, and when I reached the second floor, I stopped for a moment. I heard some rustling. Was it possible they got that intimate in just a few minutes? Was I about to ruin the mood? Well, food was important too. I said, to get their attention and slowly went up, making sure I was loud enough for them to hear me coming. It's lunchtime! Oh, Yasunaga-kun?
Ah, hello!
The room was full of stuff. It was a huge mess. You looking for something? No luck, huh?
Yes, I was told there was a new apron in the attic, but we couldn't find it there, so we were checking other places too.
So that was it.
Did you see?
Huh?
Could you not tell anyone about this?
Well, I did come up carefully, but it's not like I saw anything I shouldn't have. Were you going at it?
What are you saying?
I'm kidding! I know you wouldn't do something like that at a time like this.
Of course we wouldn't.
Yeah! Really now. I was still kind of worried. Anyway, why not take a break and get some food? They didn't argue as we prepared to go back. There's a loud noise from downstairs. Holy shit, what the fuck?
What?
Yasunaga-kun and I looked at each other. They ran out of the room without saying a single word. We were met with a strange scene. I instantly realized what happened and who was responsible. Kuno Tsukishi was wearing a furious expression, his shoulders shaking. There was a shattered plate of rice gruel at his feet. Contents were still steaming. He was facing Kyori Orubi-san, who was standing completely still. Did he throw his food on the floor? Was it that bad? No way, there's clearly something way bigger than that.
What's gotten into you?
Chimi and the others didn't seem to understand either. They shifted uneasily.
Ane? What?
Wolfsbane, the plant, there's acetine in the food! What?
Miko-chan, did you eat any? Not yet.
What about the rest of you? Hold on, I'm so lost. Is that true? Look at these leaves. They shine. The other side isn't white, and the tip is pointy. They smell different too. This isn't mugwort or windflower.
You're right. It's wolfsbane.
You use wild plants, Mom? Yes. That was close. What a mistake. Someone almost got poisoned. She wanted to kill us.
Huh? Wait, it was just a mistake. That's it. Don't be so cruel.
Harusan stopped talking when she realized the suspect was acting strange. Harusan was starting right at Kiyonosuke-shi, not moving an inch and smiling. She was completely glaring him down. Yes. Her response was so delayed, we had no idea what it was for. When Kiyonosuke-shi backed away a bit, his expression shifted from rage to fear. Mom? You should all die! As she stood there wailing madly, she brandished a knife. She was hardly moving quickly. The sight of the blade had stunted our reflexes. I'd seen some bizarre corpses here. I'd bore witness to what pure malice could do. But still living, blatant malevolence, killing intent was intense enough to paralyze everyone present. I barely registered the scene unfolding before me. Staggering a bit, the woman passed the counter. The sharp knife was still green with something, like shavings of axantine. She raised her voice and aimed her poison weapon at the nearest target, Kyonosuke-san. Ooh, got choices. I feel like Taco Heart's gonna kill me, but, you know, let's run with it. Timing is of the essence, man. I don't know why I moved when I did. I was a man of words, not of impulse. In time of crisis, I was the type to turn tail and run after making some sort of parting threat. I shouldn't have been on good enough terms with either Kiyonosuke-shi or Kiori-san. I'd risk my life for them. Yet when it came to my senses, my body was dancing, charging straight for Kiori with my right arm. After a brief struggle, we collapsed. I heard her let out a strained cackle in my ears. I had to change my posture. Unless I pinned her hand down, But in the end, I turned out I really wasn't cut out for the job. These roundabout thoughts were just delaying the inevitable. When the madly laughing woman embraced me, my thoughts ground to a complete halt. She stabbed me right in the back, simple as that. Yep, kind of figured. To her, I was just another obstacle that had to be removed. I didn't know if the wound itself was fatal, but I could tell that the blade had sunk it incredibly deep. Now it was coated in leaf green poison. It must have been a near instant death. My mind quickly grew hazy, yet my final movements were those of self-reflection. Reckless action really aren't my forte after all. Game over. Bed ending number 5. Watch it, corner? Sure. Haven't heard that guy for a while. Hey, you've done it now, eh, Chief? This was a real bust. I'll give you the hint right away. Betting number 5, a poison death for a reckless amateur. Look, Karuaki Fusashi is some kind of martial artist shown in protagonist, okay? Besides, even if he did dabble in it a bit, his first instinct would be to run away from someone unarmed. He'd be fully aware of how scary a weapon could be. A lot of martial arts anime and manga tend to treat them lightly, but in reality, weapons are far more dangerous than your fists. If you charge it based on that logic, then you deserve to die. Hell, the killer this time even had instantly lethal poison on their side. So running away is your best bet in this case. However, that's not an option. At least find a weapon with longer reach than would-be killer. I mean, I thought if we tackled her, we'd kind of like push her in a sense, and she'll like drop her weapon because it would be so sudden. But, that's what I would be guessing. So yeah, don't bring a fist to a knife fight. Go back to number 3 Yomi Q, stop poisoning, and pick the other choice. Okay, that's enough for this time. Die a bloody death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time. I want the chart. Alright, let's go to Yomi. Alright, skip. Alright, find a nearby weapon. I had no idea when my body began to move. I grabbed the nearest chair without even thinking about it. It was an old wooden and heavy. Picking it up made me lose my balance for a bit. Pointing its legs at the would-be murderer and dashed forward as fast as I could. A crash, a cry of pain, a scream. Amidst the cacophony, I attempted to keep Kori-san pinned down. I pressed the edge of the chair against her knife arm. She cried out in pain and the blade clattered to the floor. Chimi then quickly kicked it away. In hindsight, it all happened in a mere matter of seconds. In fact, tying her up was way harder, what with her foaming at the mouth and struggling. In the end, we bound her limbs and gagged her to silence her bloodthirsty screams. With that done, we had no choice but to face reality. I know I'm probably not the best person to ask, but what do you even do about this? 6 of us stood in the mist, right outside the dining hall. Kiri-san was locked inside.
She also became a Yomibito.
No, that can't be! She's not feeling well!
I guess she really was pushing herself.
Of course she was! Do you have any idea how important Yoshigutsu was to her? He was a full, short-tempered and annoying, but not that exactly why she treasured him so much. She often said that he was as reckless as his father. I'll take responsibility to calm her down myself. Please forgive her for this.
We should have decided this as a feast. Please wait. This is a personal outburst that has nothing to do with the feast. Keep her out of it. How can you be so certain? She might have succumbed to the corruption. Nasato-san? Everything in the mist has to be decided at the feast. Breaking the law risks falling victim to the corruption.
That's true.
Very well, let's go.
No, Yasunaga-san should be killed.
I won't let that happen. Fusashi-san, please look after her.
Not gonna look me up again? No one replied. Apparently it didn't matter anymore. Chimi-chan, your highlights are gone. Highlights are gone! She was making the same face she did whenever she talked about God. Oh, is that what happens? She talks about God whenever that happens? Okay. I knew this would happen. Strangely enough, there was emotion in her eyes. I could see 90% resignation and 10% fear. Watching me until she finally passed out of sight, she followed the others toward the hall.
Was the sake? Can we just skip that part?
The cleansing is important. Here you go, Nasato-sama.
Thank you. That hits the spot.
You too, Chi-chan. Yasukan, you just take a lick. Oh, but Oni-chan, Matsu-sama can't be here anymore.
I'll look after this girl. What's the point?
Shinny, get a grip!
Let's begin. I vote to hang Madame Oraib.
For what reason?
She's dangerous. In that case, I'll vote for Rikaku Matsu-san for the same reason. What about the rest? This is a temporary vote for now. Say what you think.
I think we should hang both. Doesn't really matter what order. I can't think straight right now.
We should hang Rikaku Matsu. We can at least talk to Kori-san, but Rikaku Matsu is a mad beast. What about you, child?
You're eating Oni-chan?
What's that supposed to mean? Listen, if you want to protect Rikaku-san, then vote to hang Oraib.
She won't understand. 3 didn't vote, and 3 who did are in favor of hanging Umatsu-san. It's decided.
This is absurd. Is this how you repay her for moving here and working so hard on our behalf?
Hear me out, will you? My mom is just a bit out of it right now. We may still be able to reason with her. However, Umatsu-san is basically a mindless animal. She doesn't even have the capacity to vote on things. Unlike mom, she's a Yamabito now. Even if we hang my mom today, what would we do tomorrow? Do you have a way of fixing Umatsu-san? Looks like it's decided.
How simplistic. I know you're biased because Madame Marib is a relative, but you don't see the bigger picture.
What?
Think about it. Our top priority is to kill the wolves. That comes before all else. Yamabito aren't wolves, are they? They basically proves that Kakuro-san isn't the wolf.
Huh? What do you mean?
Remember the legend? Those are Yomotsu's Okami, beings already corrupted by Yomi. Do you really believe they can become Yomibito as well? Yamawaki-san, what's your opinion?
That might be true.
Here's a hypothesis. Pitiful corruption slaughters you like it did those journalists and your brother. However, wicked levels of corruption cause madness. Mad guardians are wolves, while mad humans are Yamabito. That means that the corruption's punishment can only be slaughter for wolves, and either slaughter or Yamabito transformation for humans.
That's just a convenient delusion!
Indeed, I have no way to prove it, but I can make it seem more plausible. If wolves can go mad due to corruption, then they even look like Rikako-san does. These are beasts disguised as humans. Would they truly look like that if they'd gone mad? I think the beasts would show to themselves their bestial fury. Is that what happened to Rikako-san? No!
That might be true. Then because we should hang Kiori-san first...
TB!
You're basing your decision on fairy tales. We have had actual deaths here. This is ridiculous. I'm the one who's ridiculous? To accept the fear of the corruption means to accept the legends. See, I've accepted it. Fearing the corruption while disregarding the legends is what's truly ridiculous, don't you think?
Chinny.
I'm afraid of God. I'm afraid of this God who toys with us as he dances in his palm.
What are you saying?
Regardless of... No. Because of that, we need to fight back against our fears. For that, we need weapons. Haruaki-san.
Huh? Why him?
I vote for you, Yasu-kun.
What? What? Chini?
I'm not sure I understand you, Surasawara.
Nasato-san, start the proper vote. There's no point in just talking.
Huh? But this is going to happen sooner or later. But if she's truly casting her vote, it's only fair for us to cast ours. But whether I can forgive you or not is another story, Chinny.
I know.
No objections? Then let's begin the vote.
Here's what I think.
Nasato-san is half right. We're supposed to search for wolves here. But I'm completely against relying on the legends for evidence. Mochi, the ultimate wolf guy, and Takumi Nichan all died at the hands of people. That's why we should look back over what's happened so far, instead of the legends. So what about this? First, who aside from me understood the purpose of the feast? Nasato-san said it himself. Miko-chan is too young to understand, and Haro-chan. Honestly, I think she opposed Nasato-san and sided with Yasu-kun regardless of the situation. Teiba-chan would look into the legends, obviously. She's the biggest believer here. But what about Yasu-kun, though? I know it's been hard for him, and with his mom about to be hanged, I can understand why he'd panic. But then why push for Ryako-san's hanging? It's easy for us Yasumisu's people to justify hanging the village heads, but you should understand what comes first. Death of the damned Nomabito is the mandate. We should be looking for the immediate threat at hand, the wolves, before worrying about those words. The Yasu-kun I know would keep a cool head, even in a crisis. Chine, I understand what you're saying. I just can't forgive him! Eek! Whenever you talk, it always makes my mess of things. Takumi ni Yoshigitsu and Mochi are dead because of you. And now you want to take my mother? I'm sick of you!
Ni-chan, what's wrong? Calm down!
So yeah, I forgot about the purpose of the feast. It was just an act of petty revenge. I used Haru-chan for that. Like you said, that's all there is to me. I'm a pretty boring person. Are you still not satisfied?
Yeah, this is totally out of character for you.
Yasu-kun, I'm probably just looking too deeply into it, but... When Kiori-san set the food, only you and Haru-chan were absent. If the others had all been poisoned as planned, you'd be the only survivors, Haruki-san notwithstanding. If you were a wolf, that'd be pretty good for you, right? Are you suggesting I convince Mom to poison everyone? That would be just the worst. She probably got the wolfsbane early in the morning. She's too busy otherwise, and it did look like she woke up early. By that point, she was already resolved to kill us. It's easy to imagine that someone had given her the idea the previous night.
What? But we can't contact anyone at night.
There are 2 wolves.
What?
For the sake of her only living son, Kiori-san was ready to kill everyone, even if it meant being subject to the corruption.
But I'm a human!
If you only had the wolves and the lone human at the end, votes would no longer matter. Haru-chan wouldn't be able to do anything.
No way, Ni-chan. Yasu-kun.
That's impossible! I mean, if Mom were a wolf, Yoshitsugu would have died. She could have killed me to spare him, though. You think I convinced her to do that? She never listened! She loved him way more than me! Chinny, this is cruel. There's no way he'd say something like that to his mom. I'm not saying the wolves killed Yoshi-kun. He might have just been out at night and killed it by the corruption. Also, even if she wasn't a wolf, she'd help her son even if it meant falling victim to the corruption. It sounds like you're saying whatever you can to make Nichan into a bad guy. What's wrong with you, Nichan? You always used to protect us! Was it him? Did Fusashi-san tell you to say that? Did he make you change? No, he didn't. I'm just following his example and thinking for myself. Things I don't want to be true could actually be true, and I can't look away from them. So you decided to vote against me and ruin our friendship. I mean, listen to yourself. Yasukan I know would never try to guilt me into submission like that. If you ask me, you're the one who's changed. So who will you vote for? I need to take responsibility for what I said. I suspect Yasukan and I'm sticking to that. One vote for Yasunaga Orib. We messed up the order, but in terms of seating order, Teiban is first. How will you vote? I will vote for Koroi-san. I don't think Yomatsu-san is a wolf. What about you, Nasato-san? So now you're being respectful? My answer doesn't change. In fact, Sorisawa's orders made me all the more certain. Yasunaga Orib, in all honesty, your current attitude makes it hard to believe you are a wolf. But it's lucky your mother is. One vote for Kiori Orib. What about you, Yasunaga Orib? I'm still voting for Rikaku Umatsu-san. I'm voting for Rikaku Matsu too. The child can be ignored. Wait, Miko-chan, think! Your vote might decide whether the humans win or lose. Chinny, you'll go for that? You'll trick a child to take her vote? If that's what it takes, I'll do it. Miko-chan, you don't want Rikaku-san to be gone, right? No? Then it's pointless. Even if she votes for me, it'll just be a three-way tie. I choose who I don't need? Yes. Then I'll go with the lady. She was scary. You mean the woman for the dining hall? Mm-hmm. It's decided then. Oh! This has to be a sick joke! Mom will die because of something like this! A vote is a vote! Nichan. It's over. I heard muffled screams and sobs from the dining hall behind me. Gagged and tied, Kiori Orib was still wailing. She couldn't move properly and had a pole fixed to her shoulders, but was still worried enough to check every now and then. The lack of change helped calm my nerves, but at the same time I resented myself a bit for it. Quite a bit of time had passed since the feast had begun. What kind of decision would they make? The daily wolf lynching, hanging, had failed every single time so far. Considering the number of days remaining and how many people were left, if they messed up today, the humans would lose all hope of surviving. If either Kiori Orib or Rikaku Umatsu ended up chosen, there would just be no chance anymore. Also, it's kind of weird that the guy was saying that, if the mother was a Yamamito, she might be a wolf too, but Uematsu, who might be suffering the same fate? It's the same thing. It's weird. I'm very confused with the story a little bit and what's going on. Oh well. Once I saw people leaving the hall, my mouth moved on its own. It's stunned then. Their eyes were steady. They walked in my direction. Not to me though, but to the dining hall. You chose Kiori-san? I asked anyway. I was speaking to the last representative of the sanity in this place, Kyonosuke Nasato. Viv! We didn't even converse. His tone and look in his eyes were different from usual. His usual arrogant pride was gone, and in its place stood a deadly determination. Nasunaga-kun! I lost. Hado-chan! I was against it! Obo-san?
It's the will of Shinai-sama.
Chimi! Haruaki-san, take the girl! Miko was at the rear of the group. Somewhat hesitantly, she walked up to me. Gonet7, hello and welcome! I moved aside to let them pass. Unfortunately, you caught us near the end of our stream. I'll be wrapping up soon when we get to a decent stopping point. But regardless, thanks for tuning in though. Do appreciate it. Hope things have been well for ya. They all entered the dining hall and dragged out the victim. The ones holding the ropes and doing the dragging were Kinosuke Nasato and Shimi Shirasawa. Following behind was Tei Yamawaki, prodding her onward with a bamboo broom. Stop. As his mother cried out in pain, Yasunaga Oribe followed the group, hand in hand with Haru Makishima. Stop them? Haru Makishima was bawling. Yasunaga Oribe was shaking, not even trying to hide his sobs. His face was warped in anguish. Someone? As the group faded away, the gag fell out and the victim's voice grew loud. Not a scrap of reason remained, only raw terror. Or perhaps madness. Oh, please, someone. Beg for her life. However, I didn't hear any pleas to the very end, and I painfully realized I wasn't participating in the feast. I wasn't part of this life selection game bound by otherworldly rules. Don't look. I turned Mako away, hugged her, and covered her ears. Because of that, I couldn't cover my own. Parent-like dedication. What a weird idea. Anyway, as the group disappeared into the mist, I somehow felt as though the screams or laughs grew even clearer. I was subjected to this illusion till the very end. During the final moments, the mother called out her son's name. It was the name of the older son, and he responded by calling out for his mother. But at the very last moment, it felt like the victim shouted out a different name. There was a strange sound followed by silence. Mako. Mako's body was surprisingly warm. In response, she just nodded. Let's escape this place tomorrow. She nodded again. Give up on Rikaku Umatsu. Miko started crying. I let her go, took her by the hand, and led her to the dorm. There, I took the remaining food I had. Then I escorted her back to her place. Lock up. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Still crying, she nodded. Eat this. All of it, okay? I gave her some food and closed the door. Once I turned around, I saw them. Today's feast is over. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his voice. I see. As one who didn't participate in the feast, I was in no position to criticize or support them. They just turned around and returned to their places, leaving no indicator whether they'd actually heard me. Three of them were headed in the same direction. I didn't feel like joining them instead of casting a glare at their backs as they walked. My powerlessness was killing me. Under the assumption that I would die tomorrow, I decided I would go through the mist down to Saranaga, a strict taboo here. What kind of death would that get me? Would I be injured? Wander to some other world? Something else entirely? Perhaps I'd be eaten by a monster. I still had that incomprehensible memory. It was enough to make me suspect that was the most likely scenario. Normally, people didn't remember dying. The unknown was scary, but journeying into the unknown meant conquering that fear, so you could say there were some perks to remembering that death. But if it was guaranteed that I would die like that, I wasn't really keen on the idea. That hurt like hell, not to mention how terrifying the experience was. I think of a better way to die. One that won't hurt so much. Or at least would be worth the pain. Like if it led to survival of a young child. Anyway, I'd wager my life. All that remained was finding supporters. Closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. Whoosh! I threw a Kaza kick into the wall. Huh! They did a low kick to the other leg. Huh! The 7 treasures have finally been lost. The elements of the sacred orb reduced to rust. In the jungle of the decent void, the Buddha's corpse shouts out! Rah! As I sang the Buddha's ash rock, I attached the wall with my ass, which prompted a response from the outside. Shut up! I heard Chimi's angry voice through the front door. Sound like you enjoyed it. No one would know how to react to that. The walls here were thin, apparently. Anyway, let's escape tomorrow. This is your idea of a conversation? If you still talk like that, you're perfectly sane. Escape it is. Let's say bye-bye to this nest full of crazy. Listen, Haruaki-san. I'm serious. Still outside my door, she fell silent. It was only about 8. Still a safe time. I walked up to the door and locked it. Damn, you look awful. Is it that bad? Nah, just joking. What's with the jokes? You my boyfriend now or something? You put on a tough face, but it's a mask hiding some supernatural suffering, isn't it? Come on, talk to me. Well, don't if you don't want to. Take a seat. Pardon the intrusion. Alone in an empty room, we sat cross-legged and looked at each other. Tell me what happened during the feast today. Who are the wolves?
I don't know. Hell, I don't even care anymore.
The situation was hopeless. She felt the same way. So far, there wasn't a single lynching and the good reason behind it, and it didn't feel like they'd gone lucky and killed a wolf. If only that scrawny rich guy were a wolf, it'd be so easy to hate him. Takumi-san said he's clean, so that's not likely.
I know.
But still, assuming Yasunaga-kun was actually a wolf, I really doubted he was cold-hearted enough to keep up the act of a human while seeing off his mother to her death. Like Chimi had pointed out, it was best to assume Kiori-san had only done what she did for her son. If everyone died and only one was left, he'd be the victor regardless if he was human or wolf. Probably. Whatever the case, it was important to know that it was wrong to guess whether Yasunaga-kun was a wolf based on this alone. Kiori was in a mental state that led her to plot the deaths of herself and everyone else, just to save her son. It was simply the immense power of motherly love at work. I'd messed it up by sending Karu-chan to the second floor. Kiori-san probably resented me for that. Not to mention I was the one who pinned her down. Being the target of a dead person's enmity was a rare experience. In my opinion, it was uncomfortable.
Turns out I couldn't follow your example.
My example?
Yeah, I tried to think and did stuff, but, well...
Was I a bad influence on her? Well, carefully deliberating your actions was never a bad thing, obviously. Also, it was worth noting, she pointed out that Yasunaga-kun tried to guilt trip her wasn't like him. Her own intuition was important too. Besides him, there was Tasan, who believed nothing but the superstitions, Haru-chan, who's always agreed with Yasunaga-kun, and Meiko, the one who sealed Koroji-san's fate. Everyone is suspicious.
Yeah, that's why I don't care who it is anymore.
Chimiya hung her head. I've decided to help keep Miko-chan.
How? By running away with her? I'm telling you, it's pointless.
It's better than just sitting around waiting for death, isn't it? And if she turns out to be a wolf, you'd be down to one. Like a day, huh?
Would it be? I don't know anymore.
I killed someone. She said it casually, but I could tell that was hard for her to say. It's not your fault. I responded equally casually. I felt like breaking the illusion would be too much to handle.
Wow, it's like you don't care at all.
But you were against it, weren't you?
Not stopping the murder makes me a partner in crime, doesn't it?
I'm the same in that regard.
Oh, right.
Also, the law would understand that you made the wrong decisions because of the circumstances.
Law, huh?
Well, being punished under a proper rule of law is infinitely better than being punished by some weird laws of some mountain. Or what? Do you want to die a supernatural death? No dice, huh?
Yeah.
Man, this is complicated. Is it God's fault?
Half of it, yeah.
But you can't explain the other half.
Right.
Then talk about God at least.
How do I put this? God is... misfortune.
Hmm?
Well, I don't mean that literally, it's just that it's because of God that we can't attain happiness.
Is God visible?
Yeah, we've all seen it, but its true form might be invisible.
Let me ask about the visible part. Is it human? Though slowly and hesitantly, she gave me a light nod. Is it someone from Yasumizu? Silence, either yes or no. Then is it someone from Kamifushi Yoshi? She kept her silence. Her shoulders were shaking a bit. Then...
No, 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 it's not human! You can deal with humans, God is beyond them!
Shit, I knew it'd go like this. Calm down and explain, otherwise we'll both be killed.
Fine, I just want this nightmare to be over already! Hey, Aroki-san, kill me! If it's out of your hands, I think I can really die!
What are you saying? Get a hold of yourself!
I'm not corrupted! I'm not insane, I'm not! It's Fujiyoshi, that's crazy! It's God that's crazy!
Is God some state of being? Oh my god, cat, calm down. I'm almost done, don't worry. I'm almost done. I'm just finding a good spot to stop. I kind of just blurted out something without thinking. Kimi was clearly in a state of panic. Despair was one cause, but someone panicked like this couldn't explain themselves properly. Also didn't feel like it was simply some spiritual being she could see. She could perceive God as a sensation of sorts, and the fact others couldn't cause her to panic. Explaining a sense like that wasn't easy. Trying to explain it in detail was also a reminder of how much it scared her. I had to try to understand what she was sensing and find a better word for it than God. That was what I thought to myself after saying those words, but why did she suddenly go quiet? She was raising her head. Her eyes were wide, staring right at me. She had completely stopped voicing her pain. Did I hit the nail on the head? Did I consider the possibility? I felt a cold, damp breeze from behind me. She wasn't staring at me. She was staring at something behind me. I turned around, following the direction of her eyes. How long had the front door been open? Had I forgotten to lock the door? And how long had that thing been there? Oh my god. There was a person outside. Was it even human? Through the darkness, I could see that it definitely had a humanoid silhouette. But it was definitely abnormal. Its body was covered in bandages. No sutras. It was a smallish boy, or girl, covered in marked cloth. Again, was it even human? I asked the same question again, unable to even voice the words. I couldn't move a finger, or rather I didn't, because I had no idea what could have happened if I did. As the tension began to overwhelm me, I saw lips move. The wolves cometh. To the smell of Yomi. Cleanse, shelter, and dream. Dr. Fushiyoshi. A howl. I heard something fall. Turning back around, I realized it was Chimi. Chimi! Still confused, I rushed over and caught her. There was a momentary loss of consciousness. She hadn't faded, she just seemed to be drifting at the border of reality. Hey, wake up!
Why am I here?
What was the thing?
But then, weird, so sleepy.
You can't say a howl, you actually have to howl.
Oh! Sorry. I'm going back.
Chimi stood up. Her eyes were utterly devoid of life. She headed to the door. It was closed. There was no one there. I set that matter aside for now. Chimi was way more important. I had to stop her. That was why I'll take you out of here. I wrapped my arms around her. If you want to throw away your life, give it to me. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you and Miko and leave this place.
You and Miko? Not just you?
That's her first response in a while. Well, you entrusted her to me. I'll honor the trust you showed me until the end.
Man of integrity, huh?
You noticed. Well, there's also the fact that I'm not just too keen on letting a child die.
You've dropped the tough guy act, Aroki-san. Also, when did you drop the honorific?
You don't like it?
I don't mind. It's just... shouldn't there be a transition point for these kind of things?
Go out with me.
Sure.
So let's get out of here.
Okay. Just so you know, I'm only saying this because I don't mind dying with you. Sorry, but Miko-chan's barely a blip on my radar.
That's not very responsible, is it?
Chimi-san is a girl with many brain problems, so she prefers to rely on people older than her.
Leave it to me then. Also, we're taking anyone who wishes to join us.
What? I'm not getting some special treatment here?
You are. The others have no choice, but now that we're dating, I'm taking you whether you like it or not.
Not sure I'm happy about that one.
Did you know that I'm actually not a very popular guy?
Haruki-san. Thanks.
Her teary eyes compelled me to embrace her.
If I'm killed by the wolves tonight...
Don't say that.
I don't care what... Take a part of me outside.
Don't worry.
I'm scared.
I'm right here. I'm here for you. I heard her say baseless things. Even so, I kept on saying whatever I could to make her feel better. This went on for only 10 or so minutes, though. Even if the wolves didn't pay us a visit, we'd have to respect the rules of the living here. We awkwardly exchanged some parting words, and I saw her off as she returned to her room, her parting ways with a frail smile on her damp face. Tomorrow. Everything would be decided tomorrow. Alrighty. I didn't mean the chart. I meant to save. We're still on part 3. This is so interesting. Let's take a look at the chart. Yeah, it's not giving you many options to choose from, which is kind of disappointing. Like 1, 2. Yeah, at the beginning they had more options, so it's kind of like... And I know they warned you saying, yeah, you can go through a lot of the game without choosing options, but still like, huh. I kinda would like it if we got to choose on who to kill. That would make it kind of more interesting, but I could also see that being a headache to write, in a sense. But oh, what happened next time, folks? What's gonna happen the next day? Well, your eyes gonna have to tune in tomorrow and find out. Whew. And as promised, 6 hours! I'll see if I can pull off another 6-hour stream tomorrow. Ma'am! Oh my god, what do you want? You just come in, meow, and then just leave? Make up your fucking mind! Or bother the other human, for fuck's sake. This fucking cat, I swear to god. Yeah, you little punk. Fucking punk. Alright, well... Raging Loop is certainly an interesting game. I will give it that. Certainly interesting. But if you guys want to find out more about it, tune in tomorrow. But until that time comes, I am Terra Fox. You guys have been the viewers. And of course, I hope to see you all next time.